Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer supported, rarely do sponsorships, and we face heavy YouTube demonetization. So that we can continue to not be beholden to advertisers, please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut to add on top of that if you're on an Apple device to super chat. Apple takes a 30% cut also. So say you super chat 200, more than half, 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Streamlabs messages get prio. To read a message during a break is $100 and up. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS, text to speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There is a slight stream and moderation delay, though, with the TTS. Also, via Streamlabs, you can mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, and if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options, some crypto-only options. You can see the description for all details. Now, if you want to just tip, you can hide that and have 100% of your contribution go towards us. No platform fees, no cut. You can via Venmo or Cash App. That's Whatever Pod on both. Link is in the description, and I'll give you guys a shout out too. We also have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Doug, thank you, man. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. There it is. We got the 90s cups. I added the 7 lapel pin. If you guys, the little throwback there. Also, if you purchase something during the show, much like this, and you can sometimes include a message and it'll show your name, it can be routed through Streamlabs. So if you buy something during the show, I'll give you guys a shout out at shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I've kind of changed it. Well, it's Brian Atlas X on Instagram, just Brian Atlas on Twitter. And then check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, because all labia can't matter until big labia matter. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Absolute tragedy. Completely abhorrent, disgusting. There's a lot of other things going on in the world, but this is kind of like the number one thing at the moment. Anyways, if you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post a bunch of stuff there. Our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. There it is. There's our behind the scenes tab. You'll see there, that's Priscilla attacking Andrew Wilson, another angle of Priscilla attacking Andrew Wilson. And we post a bunch of great stuff on there. If you are my Caucasian, you will join the Discord. Finally, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, actually with a bit more ado, guys, there's some crazy fucking protests in Santa Barbara. I blame these protests for our delay. Yesterday, the No Kings, and there's some lingering protesters. Santa Barbara, a very liberal area. So, I apologize for our delay. I want to blame the protesters. Anyways, and there's some drama that I'll get into a little later on in the show. Who knows? Maybe we'll have like a little call-in. We'll see. It might happen, might not, but I will get to the drama later on in the show. But like I said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, education. Go ahead.
Hi, all. My name's Anya. I'm 19. I'm from Florida. And excuse my voice. I was at Six Flags yesterday. Not a 30-year-old smoker. But I do OF. Yeah. So.
All right. And you said you're from Florida?
Yes, from BFE, Florida. So.
Okay. Are you in college right now, or?
No.
No college?
No.
Are you planning to go, or just focusing on work?
If I do go back, it's going to be to get my diesel mechanic cert, but not really planning on it at the moment, no.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Hi, I'm Chloe Yummy, and I'm 19, and I'm from Tennessee.
All right. Any school or college or anything like that?
I just do OnlyFans.
All right. What about you?
Hi guys, my name is Annabelle. I am a DJ. I'm originally from London, but I live in Mexico because I just prefer the vibe of DJing on rooftops under the stars, and recently just produced my first track, so I guess kind of a producer as well, hoping to be.
Age?
35. Sorry.
35.
Most important part.
Education?
I have a degree in classics and Latin from Nottingham University.
And that's like through, that's, I don't know what the, is there a different term? Like, do you guys have bachelor's and master's degrees, or what are they called in?
You know what, Brian? It was so long ago, and I will admit something, that a degree in Latin has absolutely no bearing on becoming a DJ, so I'm not really sure why I did it, but I'm just one of those eccentric types of people that likes to do lots of
And you said it was also in classics?
Classics.
So classic literature?
So ancient history, Latin, very pointless, but I found it very, very interesting, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said Nottingham
University.
University, okay.
That's a good one.
What about you?
Hi, I'm Vanna Rose. I am 23, just turned 23 in April. I am from Washington. Well, I was born in Washington, raised in Vegas. I do OnlyFans, but I do dance. I'm planning on going to fashion school, but we're just working on that right now. Getting there.
And going back to you really quick, you said you currently live in Mexico?
Yes.
Are you an illegal immigrant in Mexico?
No, I'm not. With the visas, you can go as long as you leave every 6 months. You can come back, and obviously, of course, I miss London so much. So I do. I really do. You know what? I just miss having a fucking pint in the pub sometimes. So yeah, and I miss my friends. So I travel a lot. I'm not there just the whole time, but it's my Playa del Carmen is my base for now. Yeah.
What about you?
I'm Crystal. I'm 32 years old. I'm from California. I'm just a warehouse worker.
32 years old, you said?
Yeah.
Any university, college?
I have my bachelor's in sociology. I'm working towards a master's in psychology.
Okay. Bachelor's in soc. What did you learn in sociology?
Basically how society works, basically macro, micro level.
How does society work?
How does society work?
I mean, you said you learned how society works. How does it work?
Basically how like statistics to certain studies about society. It's just basically broad topics about why we act in certain ways in different situations. Depends on
Sociology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and you said that was your major, right? You got your, it's a Bachelor of Arts? Or
yeah.
Is there,
Bachelor
do they give
Science.
Bachelor of Science?
Yeah.
Sociology is a science? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought it was just, okay. So wait, tell me, what are some classes? Like, is there feminist propaganda 302? Like, what's the name of some of the classes you take if you're studying sociology?
It was so long ago, to be honest. There was gender studies. I know that.
How many gender studies classes?
There's one.
One class?
Yeah.
Do you recall the name? Like, was it just?
I think it was just Gender studies.
What did you
I'm
learn
not sure.
in gender studies class?
Perception.
Perception?
Yeah, basically.
Of what?
Of gender and.
Yeah. What? But like, give me like. I'm not asking you to go over the entire curriculum, but give me.
Yeah, I don't remember
give me like
everything.
three
to be honest,
things.
It was 2 years ago.
Give me three. Wait, it was 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No,
I thought you were
3
talking
years
about
ago.
10 years ago.
Well, because you're 32, so when you. But if it was just 2 or 3 years ago, I mean, that's not that far back. Give me like 3 things you learned in your gender studies class.
I honestly didn't even take it really seriously.
But isn't it requisite for graduating with a sociology
you must be able
degree?
to remember at least 3 of the modules that you did when you were at this university, right?
I honestly don't.
You don't remember the modules at all?
Wait, question. Your final year, your senior year, I guess you could say, what classes did you take under sociology?
I don't remember.
But wait, hold on. Wasn't like 2 years? Wait, when did you graduate? What year?
2022.
Okay.
Sounds like even more of a waste of time than my
I know.
degree in Latin.
To be honest, like
She's going to be a
I
DJ
just-
also, I guess.
maybe.
Turn it up.
Wait, but so hold on. Okay, the final year of university, I'm not going to ask you to like dig back to like your sophomore, junior year. Give me like 3 things you learned your final semester or quarter. Was it a quarter or semester system?
Semester.
Okay, final semester, 3 things you learned.
Recidiv. Oh my god.
Recidivism in what?
Yeah.
Like-
Re-entry to society when people go to jail. That was a course.
It was a course.
Yeah. Gender studies. I mean,
Yeah, but what did you learn about? What did you learn about that? What did you learn about gender studies? Wait, what's the name? Was it is it in California?
yeah.
Which school did you go to?
San Bernardino. Cal State San Bernardino.
Cal State San Bernardino. Okay.
Is that a good university, Brian?
I don't know.
Okay, sorry.
I don't think it's a bad one.
It
I
doesn't
don't
sound
know if
like
it's-
one, considering she doesn't remember anything.
I mean, the Cal State system is. I mean, I don't want to be uncharitable. The Cal State system is good. I mean, it's not an Ivy League school, but.
Okay.
Yeah. it's not-
All right.
yeah.
But can I get 3 things you learned your final semester? Just 3.
Like specifics?
Just-
You,
I got to stop talking. You just answer the question. 3 things you learned.
It's like 3, like just
No
3
one's
Wait,
ever,
hold on, everybody
no
needs
one's
to be
ever going to
silent.
go to
Everybody's-
this university ever again after this podcast goes live.
Three things, just 3 things you learned your final year of school, final semester.
different ages are more likely to be incarcerated. What's another one? Qualitative and quantitative.
Sorry, don't look at me. Go ahead. Sorry, disregard mine.
Qualitative and quantitative data and statistics surrounding different surveys when you survey people.
So this is an ad for trade schools.
you know what school not to go to.
Did you pay for this university? I don't really
No,
understand
it
how
was free.
Oh, it was
That's
free.
why I went.
There we go.
makes
There we
a
go.
Wait,
There
it's
we go.
free?
Yeah,
I mean, you pay something to go to, like you're in school or in-state student, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you pay something.
You get free
I think.
university in America? I thought it was
No,
more
I
expensive.
have to
think
pay,
so.
but I didn't have to pay.
Well, who paid? Your parents or
No,
your?
I had
You probably paid them. I'm joking.
Taxpayers.
no.
I mean, somebody's paying. Somebody's paying.
Someone's got the money. Where's it got?
I feel like you could have just, like today, you could have just asked ChatGPT, tell me about sociology, and that would have been.
But you're
For
asking
more-
different topics.
that would've
was
been-
3 years ago.
Like, you don't
But
know
hold on,
any
but-
topics, darling.
Huh?
You don't know any of topics that you studied.
So long
What are
ago.
3 things you learned
So
in
long
Latin? Go.
ago, 2 years ago, I went to Nottingham University like
Nottingham
13
University.
13 years ago, and I can still remember at least 3 modules that I
Oh,
studied.
wait. Yeah, okay, go for it.
The fall of the Roman Empire. I learned Latin. I know it's a dead language.
Go ahead,
kind
speak
of point. I said it's a dead language, so you can't speak it. But Caecilius
you-
SN40. There we go.
What is Veni Vidi Vici?
Don't
I think that's-
patronize me. That's like saying.
That's Latin, right?
Yeah. But like, what my point being, darling, and no disrespect, is that I went to university 13 years ago, and I can still remember a little bit. And I have ADHD, and I have a lot of trauma, so my brain is really.
Why would they?
Well,
Why
She
would
does-
they
she
teach?
does have
What
a
do
lot
you
of trauma.
What do you remember?
I
do.
traumatized her
But
before.
why would?
Wait, you were on the show?
Don't worry, I won't bring it up.
Why would they teach a dead language if it's a dead language?
I mean, that's what I ask myself every day, darling. It was a waste of money and it was a
That's
waste
so
of time.
confusing.
I mean,
I'm like, if I'm gonna learn a language, it's gonna be like
well, actually, Kate,
something I can use.
What did you learn?
just to be fair, so it helps because I speak Spanish and I speak French, and a lot of the derivatives of these languages are from Latin. So I mean, you know, there's something there, and at least I remember something, darling. Unlike you.
Okay.
Did you want to go to school?
I just did it because I was bored, just to have it on my record.
That's the
I didn't
passion
really-
we all live for.
Huh?
Oh, we got Desert Joe here. Hold on, we'll finish up with the intros in just a sec.
$200.
Thank you, man.
Happy Father's Day to the fellow dads keeping it real.
Happy Father's
For the
Day.
Discord
yeah.
chat,
Happy Father's
I'm a
Day.
10. Ick. Who hurt you? Drink up, mates. LOL. I'm breaking in my new Crucible 100k tumbler glass with Irish whiskey.
Yo, Desert Joe, good to see you, man. Thank you for the big $200 TTS. By the way, thank you for. I saw you leave some positive comments with the whole like dispute drama thing. So I appreciate your support, Desert Joe. You're a legend. Thank you,
Dude,
man.
I could
Thank
use a
you.
shot of Jameson right now. I'm here with you, buddy.
Where is it at?
I think that's
is
for the
it at?
people watching in the Discord. So they're drinking. Do you speak? Your accent, is it RP?
I don't know what that means, Brian.
Received pronunciation.
I just grew up in central London, so this
Wait,
is...
you don't know? But you know the different like British accents.
Oh, right. So there's like... I don't want to... There's like what... Working...
Like received pronunciation is like what the...
So like there's working class, middle class, and upper class, I guess. I don't really know how to describe it. It's... If you heard my father's accent, he's almost incoherable. He speaks like... Really, it's really lovely to see you today. Like, literally.
Indeed.
Like
That's
on
how
like
he
Shameless?
speaks.
Like the British version
no,
of
it's not
Shameless?
He that's literally
No, but,
like
like,
how
have
he
you-
was. That's how he's brought up.
Wait,
Have
do
you
we have
ever
any?
seen the
Do we
British
have any
version, though?
British people in the chat? What is her? Is she speaking RP? Received pronunciation? Is she? There's like a level like that's like old school BBC presenter.
I actually was a
No,
presenter.
not that. The British.
I actually was a
broadcast.
presenter
My
for a
favorite-
while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's a TV broadcast.
you're so clever, Brian. Yeah, no, it's Notting Hill, Chelsea, Knightsbridge vibes. I don't know if any of you know London, but
Lovely.
it is
going in
rather
September.
lovely.
That's fantastic.
But I actually tone
Mother.
down my accent because sometimes I feel like people judge me and think
No,
I'm
turn
like,
it up. I must insist you turn it up.
I always
Cringe.
talk in a British accent. Like I literally always do that. I told her I was like, don't get offended if I accidentally talk British.
Wait,
I
so
know, I love it.
going back to this though,
Okay.
two things you learned.
I said like 3, right? I
No,
said
but break that shit down. You got a bachelor's of science. Break that shit down for me.
Which topic?
Gender studies.
Gender studies, basically, gender is what you perceive at what you are. Sex is male or female.
But Chat GPT could. Well, hold on. Chat GPT would. Okay, hold on.
That wasn't your best
Chat
point.
GPT could answer anything.
That's true.
Anything.
That's true. But give me some nuance or give me some meat. Give me substance.
No substances here.
What is a woman? Can you answer what is a woman?
Someone who has XX chromosomes.
So like gender and sex is different.
Did you need to go to university to learn that, babe?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, do we have Andrew? I wasn't sure. Wait, is he ready? Is he? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we're gonna have Andrew join. Sorry, Andrew, you got sidetracked. We'll get you called up in just a bit. Or Mary, do you know how to do it? Okay, I'll come back in just a sec. Andrew, if you're watching, we're gonna get you. We'll get you in just a sec. Let me just get the intros. Okay. What about you?
Hi, I am, well, most people know me as Mama Blonde Bombshell, or you can call me Mama Bombshell, Mama B. I'm 44 years old. I'm from all over the West Coast, currently residing here in Los Angeles. And I am a social media personality. I also do OnlyFans. And before that, I was a licensed esthetician and certified makeup artist, working in the beauty industry for the last 15 years.
Got it. Okay, and you are related.
Yeah, that's my mom.
This is my daughter.
That's my mama.
Yeah.
That's cute, guys.
You guys, mother, daughter, and wait, question. So, hold on, wait.
No worries.
And you guys both do OnlyFans.
I actually
Do you do it together?
I actually no, we would never do that.
We do like safe for work social media together, but not
So
safe
basically
for work,
what
no.
happened was I was telling her, I was like, you're hot, Mom, like you should like do something with that, because there's a bunch of stuff that happened with her job and I was trying to hype her up, and then she really hopped on it and she just like blew up on Instagram. Like all of a sudden, like she just got like, she's at like 400K already on there.
That's amazing.
And so because she was doing, I was dancing, and then because of that, like I seen how much she was doing like good on there, and I was like, okay, well I might as well try it, doing it because I danced already, so it was like better because I wasn't like actually in front of everybody all the time, you know, or like it wasn't always like I have to drive far, and it was just a lot easier and a little bit more comfortable to be able to do, and I got to travel and like do more things like that. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And so like, so you helped your mom out.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
actually,
she
like,
encouraged
that's
me.
really
She's like,
sweet.
Mom, you're hot. Have you ever thought about doing OnlyFans?
Yeah.
And at first I was like, no. And then she was like, Mom. And I had other people in my life that were really like, hey, have you ever thought about doing OnlyFans? And I was like, well.
And look, you're looking fucking
yeah.
hot for your age, girl.
Well,
so
guess what?
Get it.
Over 81,000 people think the same. And I was just like,
81,000.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
My
And
goodness.
so for
my ego would
But
be.
no, it's really nice. It's really nice to be able to like travel with her, and it's like a comfort thing, because you know sometimes when you go to like collab houses or places like this, like you don't really know anyone, you don't know how they're gonna be.
What's a collab
so it's
house?
nice. So it's like basically a content house. So you go and everybody goes and you like guys make content, reels, like OF content, whatever,
TikToks,
and
all sorts of
TikToks,
stuff.
YouTube, things like that. And then so it's nice to be able to have her with me, so that because there's been some incidents where there's been some things like foul stuff that's happened at those houses that, you know, if I was alone, that I wouldn't really feel safe. But because I had my mom there, like she was there to be like,
to teach
you
her
know,
the rules and
That's nice.
like,
This place
you know,
and we wear the same
scary.
clothes, so I take all of her clothes.
a clap house. So it's
Collab.
A collab.
So
collab
it's
house.
basically like a bunch of influencers or OnlyFans
Yeah.
girls, and they all get together and
Yeah.
collaborate.
We're trying to call you
Yeah.
like
just FYI,
make
Andrew.
Instagrams, TikToks,
Gave you a-
YouTube,
Oh my god, that
OnlyFans.
sounds kind of fun.
And
No,
you
it
can
is super fun.
check your
Honestly.
I
Discord.
couldn't do it, but it sounds pretty fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot
A
sometimes,
lot of
but
people think that I got her in, and they're like, "You're such a bad influence," and I'm like, "It's the opposite,
I influenced her.
honey." Like,
I was like, you know what? Why not? Like, give me your money.
Yes, I love that.
It's been a nice experience.
I literally want my mom to do it too, because my mom is so pretty too, but she doesn't want to like. She like supports me though.
I love that.
That's
like,
awesome.
She is a model. Like she modeled for Elite Management, and
Oh, that's awesome.
She's so gorgeous. Like
I love
but
that.
I love your guys' dynamic.
Oh,
It's
thank
so
you.
cute. Yeah.
Yeah, no, honestly, I always think it's better for your parents to be there to support you, because at the end of the day, like, you're going to make the decision you make anyway. So I feel like, for example, like growing up, you know, it's like if you're going to do something like as a kid, like you might as well be safe at home doing it, or like things like that, you know, like people that are going to go out and drink, like if you're going to drink and stuff like that at a young age, you might as well have like actual protection and things like that.
You
So
have
I
a
think
support
that's
open
system.
Exactly. And then at the end of the day, it's like people don't even want to do it. Like what? Like there's a place in Amsterdam where all the drugs are legal, but no one even does drugs because it's so accessible. So it's like if someone's there to like tell you, like, you know, like you could do these things or whatever and support you, a lot of times people won't even want to do that, or you feel safer doing it, or like comfortable, and you don't have to go and lie. That's when a lot of times people get like
give us the show.
in trouble, is because they're like lying to their parents and trying to hide things, and then that's when things go bad. So
Not to mention, so many parents would be really judgmental about it.
Yeah.
And like I've heard stories of OnlyFans girls being like disowned by their parents.
Yeah.
So it's so like nice that there's just like complete juxtaposition.
Yeah.
And that's
Can I ask a
like,
question
really
about
sweet.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you said you started doing OF first?
Well, she started. So I basically told her that she should be like doing like Instagram and stuff like that.
She encouraged me.
And then so she blew up, and then I started.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in like a mother-daughter dynamic like that, whether it's the mother or the daughter first,
Gotta click.
there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that happens to you as, even if you don't do OF, if you just do influencing. Would you want your parent or your daughter to go through that? Like, for example, stalkers, like the immense amount of hate, all that other kind of stuff. Like, I wouldn't, don't get me wrong, Mom, if you're watching, you're a bombshell. But I would never want my mom to go through it because of the things that I've gone through. Just knowing how little I've been here.
But if you think about it, like no matter what you do, like there's gonna be something and an issue with anything. Like even like for example, if we don't do OnlyFans, like I walk down the street and people harass and stalk anyways.
We can't even go to the beach.
So it's like at the end of the day, might as well make money off something that somebody's trying to. They're gonna just react that way anyways. We would literally go on the beach and people would try to take pictures with us and like get in a line, like a line of people taking pictures with us, like you know what I mean. And then there's people that harass like for no reason, and that was before we ever even did the OnlyFans. So to be honest with you, I already kind of dealt with that always. So for me, it was like I'm already going to deal with it anyway. So it's not really anything that's going to change it, except for now I'm going to actually get something from that.
I see what you're saying, but then like, you know, there are a lot of beautiful women in the world. Like every single woman around this table is gorgeous, and just because you are beautiful you might get wolf whistled in the street doesn't mean that you need to feel the need to monetize it, you know.
But it was just something that I was going to do anyway, so it was like,
well, and not only that, even if you are a social media personality and you're not doing OnlyFans, you are opening yourself to the haters out there.
Everyone knows what's going to happen if you do it.
Doing OnlyFans or not, if I am presenting, even before I start OnlyFans, I did makeup and skincare reels and TikToks and went live, and I got just as much hate educating women about cosmetics and skincare.
So no matter what,
sometimes even more than what I do now.
So you can't base like what you're gonna do off of what other people's actions are.
No, I 1000% agree.
But can I ask you a question? By being whatever beauty influencer or whatever you said you were, the difference between that and being, you know, in the OnlyFans kind of world, I think that you're not going to get as much hate if you're teaching a girl how to apply her mascara.
I don't think someone's going to send you your address in your DMs the night that you land in your Airbnb.
What was that?
So no one's going to send you the address of your Airbnb in your Instagram DMs. If you're just posting makeup, you know what I mean?
Well, you never know that. Some people will. Like, it depends on what the type of who the person is.
Moving on. So when did you have her?
I had her in 2002, so when I was 21.
Got it. Okay. Is Dad still in the picture?
Yeah,
or?
I've been married for 24 years.
You guys are married? Okay, got it. What about you? Yeah.
My name is Pervin. My friends or coworkers usually call me Pearl, just so it's easier. I'm 25 from San Diego. I'm an administrative assistant, and I have a bachelor's degree in architecture.
Okay, welcome.
My name is Felicity. I'm 19 from Santa Barbara, and I'm going to school for business.
All right, and then going around the table, what's everybody's relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've been in, starting with you?
Single for a while now. I'd probably say like 3-4 years maybe. Longest relationship was, I think, 2.5 years.
How old were you so you were like 16, 17?
Yeah, so I guess you can't really call it like a serious relationship, but yeah.
Okay. The 2-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Got it. Okay.
Not on the most pleasant terms either.
All right. And there's no guys you've been single 3 to 4 years, you say. Are there currently any guys in the picture?
I don't carry a roster. There's guys I find attractive that I think are cute, but I just don't think I'm in a time in my life where I scale my life on priorities. I think it's Andrew that talks about the, what is it, the priority hierarchy? Or whichever it is. Where you have a hierarchy of what your priorities are. And for me right now, that's work and saving up for my future. And I can't really focus on a relationship at the same time and give both of those 100%.
Do you do BG content?
Yes.
Okay. The guy you shoot with, are you guys dating or no? It's strictly business?
It's strictly business, and it's one person. It's just somebody that I've trusted for a really long time and that I know is
What's BG
safe.
content?
Boy, girl. Boy, girl.
Boy, girl. On,
It's like boy, girl.
On
yeah,
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Yes.
It means you shoot scenes with a guy.
With another person, yeah.
And like solo would be you're just doing solo content.
And then girl, like, or GG, whatever, you know.
I'm so oblivious. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's all good. What about you, Chloe?
What's the question?
Relationship status?
Oh, okay. I'm single. And what's the more?
How long have you been single?
Pretty recently, like, I would say like a month now. Yeah.
Is that just your voice, or were you about to cry? I'm sorry, I couldn't tell.
No.
It sounded okay. You've been single for 1 month. So last time you were on the show, were you in a relationship?
Yeah, I was in a relationship, yeah.
Okay. Longest relationship?
3 years, like during high school.
3 years. All right. What about you?
So I'm a bit of a serial monogamist. So I haven't had many boyfriends, but
Well, wouldn't that mean you've had many boyfriends?
well, but they're quite long-term ones.
Oh, sure.
So
Okay.
yeah. So my longest relationship was 6 years, and I've been single now for 3 months because I was like really savagely cheated on. Yeah. So
Okay.
still stings a bit, but
The one that ended 3 months ago, how long was that relationship?
it was only about 4 months before I realized that he had another girlfriend in
Okay.
another country. So
In order of the length of your relationships, so give me like 6 years, and then what was the next longest?
since that, I haven't had like a proper.
No, just like you've had a 6-year relationship.
I've had three. I've had about 3 3-year relationships.
Okay.
1 2-year maybe, and then the 6-year one.
Gotcha. So
And-
3-year?
Yeah.
Okay, the 6-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him, but still I miss him, and it's.
You broke up with him? Okay.
Yeah.
The first 3-year relationship, who broke up with who?
It was me.
The other 3rd-year relationship, who broke up with who?
It was me.
The final 3rd-year relationship, who broke up with who?
Him.
He broke up with you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you've been single for 3 months. Have you had a rebound?
No.
No.
I'm not really like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Are there any guys in
Sorry.
the picture currently?
No. I'm sorry. I've got no juicy gossip. I really have.
Chloe, any guys in the picture currently?
Just like the guys that I shoot boy-girl content with. And like guys I shoot like TikToks with too.
Wait, the guys you shoot TikToks with too?
Yeah.
That's not a relationship.
Well, isn't
babe.
that like-
That's a
Well, I
colleague.
still have to like hang out with them to like film videos.
She's so cute.
Wait, so hold on.
That's hilarious.
Are there any notable TikTok people you've had carnal knowledge with?
Are you shagging your
gosh.
TikTok friends?
Well, she is. We know she is. I'm just curious if there's any
Like Young Gravy.
young gravy.
Is that a rapper?
No, he's kind of a rapper,
He's
but
not
like
a very good one.
like
Isn't he dating? Isn't he dating? What's her name?
Young.
You guys don't know who Young Gravy is?
Ari.
How do you
was that
know?
I do.
Young
I do
Gravy is?
TikToks and reels
Guys,
to his sound all the time. I met him
I'm a
in
hip hop
Vegas
DJ,
in
and I can
January.
clarify that he is not very good.
Wait, was that before
In
they were
bed?
dating or after?
You're right. I saw the
During?
concert.
Wait, guys, one
Like,
at a time,
what?
please. One at a time. Go ahead.
What?
I don't know.
I mean,
Wait,
he
okay,
just
so
asked
you
me.
are you still seeing him or no?
I mean, he texted me last night, but
What?
like
I thought you
Like-
had a girlfriend.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the girlfriend.
he's with this TikToker Ari. I don't know
She's
her
an
last
OnlyFans
name.
girl. I've heard of her actually.
That is
Yeah.
actually crazy.
They're like really blowing up on Instagram and TikTok like right now, like crazy.
I like
So are
her
you like
makeup.
you're the side piece? Is basically you're the side piece?
I guess I am. I mean, it's okay.
You're fine with
I mean, I wouldn't
Whatever.
date him like
She's getting the
anyway.
money, I guess, if he's good at what he does.
But I like him, but I wouldn't like be. I don't want to be his girlfriend. Like,
Okay.
you know, Ari's his girlfriend. So
I see. Of
He's
course.
a colleague.
You do OnlyFans, so you would be okay being a side piece. So that's how it seems like it.
I mean, like, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're dating him.
He's a side piece.
I mean, it sounds like it. It
Yeah,
sounds like
exactly.
Wait, so are you okay with it being open knowledge that you're the side piece?
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, I mean, he texted me. He was texting me last night. I saw him maybe like a month ago. I like went to his house because sometimes I fly to LA to like film videos and like collabs and stuff, and like I stayed at his house.
Wait, hold
That's the
on.
last
In your
time.
pre-show notes here, you said you want to talk about how you and Young Gravy used to be a thing, but he never would post you because it was bad for his image to have a
Yeah,
OnlyFans
okay.
girl on his social media, but now he posts Ari. Is she an OnlyFans girl?
Yeah,
she's
she
a
is.
huge OnlyFans girl. Like maybe one of the top
Like she's
OF
she's
girls.
overweight or
She's stunning.
She's like super big. Like she's
I
like,
watch
super
her because
viral.
of her makeup tutorials.
Yeah, she's
oh
she
big
has-
in that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
She
I
has
thought.
a lot of like, girl fans too and guy fans. Like she's
Okay.
yeah.
Are you guys beefing?
I mean maybe now because I've never like no one knows about this, but I mean I still like her, but I mean she probably
Okay.
doesn't like me.
But hold on, you said you're single, but then in your notes, like from last night, you said you want to talk about how your new boyfriend pretends to be your brother for OnlyFans and Instagram for views.
Well, okay, he is not like my boyfriend. He's just one of the guys that like I do. He's a boyfriend.
You do.
Yeah.
One of the guys you do.
He's a friend boy. Yeah.
He's a performer.
How many friends do you do?
I don't want to say.
How many do you have on the roster?
Okay, well, basically, it's really just him, but I make him like dye his hair to be different people, and or I'll make him like wear a mask. Like,
What the fuck?
he just dyed his.
said that, I love that.
He just dyed his hair blonde, so we could do like, you know, sibling content on TikTok and Instagram, and it was going viral, and like people
Stop
really,
it.
yeah.
Get some help.
Is this like, so wait, is this pretend incest? Like, it's,
I mean-
sorry, or have I got completely wrong?
I just was thinking in my brain like how to go viral, and I know it's like not the best, but like I don't have a brother or a sister. I'm an only child, so I just
hopefully
Yeah, so for you it was like he wasn't like because like for me I
not
have
my
a brother, so
brother.
for me I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, I
But if
understand
you're
that.
an only child, like I see, like
yeah,
it's
I'm
like
an only child, and
and it's not really actually
He's
that. So
not
if people
my
think
brother,
that,
you
then it's
know?
like that's on them, honestly.
we just
Especially if you
look
don't
alike,
have.
you know, so it was believable. A lot of people believed it, and we did this like video that it was like a sibling song, and then at the end we like he kissed me, and it went really viral. So yeah.
Wow.
So wait, when you send out the videos, do you label them brother, sister?
I know the one I
On
saw, it had
OnlyFans.
sound. It had like a sound. Like
On
a trending sound.
OF, do you do that? Because that's insane if you
no,
do, because
that
that's
would be
against
term.
TOS. There's
don't,
no way
Do
you
you
do
say
that.
like step?
Anya's gonna snitch.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm not snitching. I'm just
Because
trying
I
to get
know
to the
if you
bottom
say
of
like
this.
Honestly,
step,
I don't think so. I don't think I call him my brother on OnlyFans, but people recognize him from that video. You know what I
I
mean?
love it.
Okay,
That's great.
Yeah.
I love that for you. So anyways, here, moving on to you, relationship status.
I'm single. I've been single for like 3 years. My longest relationship, I would say, was about like 3 years too. It was the person that I lost my V card to when I was younger. We were together for like 3 years, and then that happened, and then we ended up breaking up.
How old were you when you guys broke up?
I was like 15. So wait, no. Yeah, I was 15. Yeah.
16.
No, I was 15. I was 15. Because we didn't move to Cali until I was 16. When we moved to California, I was 16 years old. So I was like 13 when I was with him.
Okay.
How old was he?
He was the same age as me.
Oh.
We went
They
to
were
school
voted
together.
cutest couple.
Yeah, we got the Queen King shirts in school.
Who broke up with who?
I honestly broke up with him because he tried to ask my best friend to prom or something like that. It was really weird. I think he was just trying to get, because he was like really controlling. So he would be like, you can't wear your nails, because he's Mormon. So he'd be like, you can't wear your nails, you can't have belly piercings, you can't drink tea and stuff. And I kind of got over it. And then so to get at me, he like tried to get at my best friend. And that didn't last long. I literally was like, I'm done with you. And then we just kind of broke up. And we recently actually connected like 2 years ago, and I found out he's like making music and he has like really long hair now. And I was like, this is super weird. Lives in Vegas and stuff.
Did he actually hook up with your best friend?
No, thankfully. But if he did, he like fuck it, I guess. But
He's got long hair now, so who cares anyway?
But he did try. She told me about it. It was really confusing to me because I was like, why would you be trying to control me and then you're like trying to hook up with my best friend? But
Any
I don't
guys?
know, guys will be guys.
Any guys in the picture currently?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I'm just working my way up, trying to focus on me. I feel like I'm always focusing on other people that I haven't put in the time for me. So like this is my time now to focus on me.
What about you?
Thank you.
I'm single. Been single for a couple months. Longest relationship is about 3 years.
Who broke up with who in the 3-year relationship?
I broke up with him.
And the most recent one, how long was that one?
That was a couple months, probably like 8 months.
Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
All right. What about you? Relationship status?
I'm married. Longest relationship, 24 years.
Your current one, I'm assuming.
Yes.
All right. How long? You've been married for how long?
24 years.
Oh, together how long?
24 years.
Oh, so you guys got married pretty quick then?
Yeah, we knew each other 6 months from the day that we met to the day we walked down the aisle.
Got it.
Yeah, my
okay.
brother's like 1 year older than me, so
Yeah.
it was like back to back.
So my son's 24, so
yeah.
Sure.
married 24,
All right.
1 + 1 = 2.
What about you?
I'm in a relationship for 3 years.
All right. Is that your longest relationship?
I would say, yeah.
Okay. All right. Felicity, what about you?
Single for 3 weeks. Longest relationship was like almost 2 years.
All right. Rock and roll. That's everybody's. I know Andrew probably wanted to, he heard some things there earlier on in the conversation. Maybe you wanted to jump in on Andrew, or?
First of all, let's see, what do we got here? Chair 7. Did you say that your name is Pervert?
No, my name is Pervin. It's
Pervin.
not, yeah,
Pervin?
Pervin. It's actually,
Pervin?
no, it's actually pronounced Pervin, but in America they pronounce it like that. That's why usually people like you, they, notice that, or they'll make that sort of remark. So I just go by Pearl.
What do you mean, like you?
No,
People like you,
notice.
What do
Andrew.
you mean, people
So,
like you?
they'll
People like
notice and
Andrew,
They'll make
God.
a comment like that. So
Is that a
okay.
racial
Maybe
remark?
he's projecting.
No, it's
What do you-
not.
what do you have
Nothing
against white people?
No, nothing against Andrew. I think he's very intelligent, by the
okay.
way. It's just people who haven't heard of it. They're like,
Is it
oh.
like Greek or what is
Yeah, it is.
Oh, shit, I
No,
just
it's
guessed
right.
that.
Wow.
I just guessed that shit.
Yeah,
Damn.
the thing
He
about
knows
it
it all.
is different countries have like different ways of writing it, pronouncing it, and in like Greek or in Turkish, it's pronounced Parvin, but in America, they pronounce it like that, which is the reason why you would assume that.
Nice.
I knew that was going to be the first thing coming onto here. That's crazy.
I mean, come on, it's objectively hilarious.
No, it is. That's why I'm not surprised.
It's
I'm not
like-
even
it's
mad.
Like, so here, I'll show you how funny it is. So take chair 3. You're British, right?
Me?
Oh no, we have
Yeah.
a bird in the
Oh my
studio.
gosh, how did he get in here?
Andrew, there was a really scary bug in here, and I didn't
Oh,
like
no.
it.
It's a
Not-
hummingbird.
We've
Yeah.
had this before.
How does he get in?
no, darling, it's a
Okay,
hummingbird.
at first
They're
I thought it
beautiful.
was a...
Oh my
That's
god,
actually
it's
so
feathers.
Remember
Here,
when like
Mary, open the doors all the
Okay,
way.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. It's okay. Relax. Crack the door open all the way. It's going to be a little distracting.
Is it a bug or is it a bird?
It's a bird.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Look,
so hard to
It's a bird. Look at
Can
it.
I go? Can I go wee? Well, I just don't want him to hurt
there's
his
nothing to deal with, but go ahead.
You can see it's a bird. It's definitely
All
not a
right.
bug.
It sounded
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
go.
big
No. Stop. God damn.
He's almost there. He's working his way over.
It's okay. I like little birds.
Probably so scared. Oh my god.
Just, guys, It's going to be a little distracting. It'll fly out the doors.
forgot.
Just try to ignore it. It's not a big deal. All right. So, anyways, it's going to shit on the table.
Oh God, better not poop on my head.
Where did it go?
It's just sitting there.
Dude,
It's kicking it.
Yay.
It took us fucking 3 hours last time to get it out.
No way.
It was probably the same bird. Imagine he's like, I know
No,
my way out.
It ended up dying, but that's
Oh
not
God.
a conversation.
Oh my God.
Probably like it was inhaling all the women's perfume and just.
Yeah, it was us. We were the cause.
Andrew, it seemed like you maybe might have had something for chair 5.
What
Maybe.
chair number am I?
Chair
Sorry.
6
6.
for Crystal.
Okay, cool. Got it.
She's the sociology major, going to get her master's degree in psychology. Did you have something for her, or did I? Maybe I got that wrong.
He was
I
still
can't hear.
stuck on my name.
Oh, we
and
can't. Andrew, we
you
can't
guys
hear you.
asked.
Mic check.
Oh, I said not right now.
Oh, okay.
I haven't heard enough to
Sure.
dive in on anything yet. I'm just kind of
Okay. Cool.
figuring out the backgrounds and the worldviews and all that stuff.
Sure.
We're in the getting to know you phase, right?
Yeah.
Get to know.
We have a message from Chaw. Hey, Brian, just wanted to drop a little donation to the charity event you're running right now. It's not often people are willing to take out a day of their time to babysit the differently abled. Yes, it is true. I am this is a licensed daycare facility for OnlyFans.
I love to be babysat.
This is, last show, this is quite a difference from our last show, because last show we had no OnlyFans girls, and then this show we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the panel. So like half the panel does OF. So a
Who's the
switcheroo.
fourth one?
What's that?
Who's the fourth one?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Unless Crystal or Pervin.
No, I
No.
don't do OnlyFans.
OF.
I have morals.
Gonna fucking bad
I
bird,
feel like it
man.
really
It's
just
gonna take a
depends
shit.
on what your
Doesn't
morals
depend on
are.
anything. I'm
Well,
not
everyone
gonna
has
sell
different morals,
I'm
so-
talking, I don't know if you're aware of that.
I can hear you.
I
That's
just
true.
think it's
Some
very
of us
wrong.
have direct morals, and some of us don't.
Yeah, well, it just depends. Like some people just have different morals, and that's just how it
If
is.
you think it's morally okay to pop your pussy
I do.
online,
But
I
that's
do.
your
Do you?
opinion and what you believe in.
And I don't live
So,
my
and
life off
we
of other
respect
people's
that from
opinions.
you.
So
yeah.
But
What are
that's
what are
not
your
always-
guys'
person, and I treat people with respect. And if I choose to do what I want to do with my body, then that's
Go for
myself.
it.
But I'm not a bitch or anything like that. So that's at least my
No one
morals.
So
said that you
basically
were a
how you
bitch.
treat
But
people?
you're
No one
being
said
kind
that
of-
you were a bitch.
Yeah, you are being
your
rude. I'm saying you are being a
energy
bitch.
is radiating.
But it's okay, because not all of us can do it, because not all of us look like that. So
Okay, your pussy.
was rude.
What does the look
I
of
have a lot to
anyone
say
have
about this,
anything
but I'm
to do
gonna-
with selling your pussy?
it's okay. That's
have
definitely
you seen
it.
the way you look? I don't
For
know.
clarification purposes,
What is
like I
that
just
supposed to mean?
Doesn't every single woman walking the planet, well, depending on what we define as a woman, I don't want to get in trouble, have a vagina?
Yes.
Does that make
exactly.
us-
Wow, great point. Astute point, Cambridge, or wait, Nottingham or whatever.
Yeah,
Love
because-
that. Well done.
You know, one thing I'll say is I admire the bravery. Like,
Thank you.
Because I personally could never do that. I would be so, I'd feel insecure.
Wait, bravery to do what?
Well, it's in a sense, in a way, you've got to be pretty fucking ballsy
Extremely.
and, sorry to swear again, Brian, and brave, like to be able to, I personally feel as a woman, it's not natural to
I feel like everybody's.
expose myself on camera to, potentially millions of men.
For
That,
clarification
to me, doesn't feel
purposes-
very natural. So that's what I mean, it takes, I guess, some bravery to, or something.
Yeah, but hang on. By that metric, wouldn't it be brave to be a serial killer?
But we're not doing that, so that doesn't even make sense.
Well,
It's a completely
hang on.
different
There's
topic.
not-
Ask her the question. Let me ask her the question.
There's not that much
Wouldn't it be
difference.
the case? Hang on. Wouldn't it be the case by that metric that it would be brave to be a serial killer?
Yeah, actually, Andrew, you're completely right, and I think I didn't word it correctly. What I mean is, it takes some kind of there's something that. I basically what I'm trying to say.
Shamelessness?
Usually I articulate myself quite eloquently. I couldn't do it. That's what I'm trying to say.
And if
It's
you can't
something
do
that-
it, then that's exactly something that I
But-
feel like other people shouldn't judge what other people do with their lives, because it's their lives.
Don't get me wrong. I could do it, but I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't feel natural to me.
And that's fine.
And but I also just don't want to be like, slammed for like being mean to girls who do OnlyFans, because at the end of the day, there's the millions and millions of men who are paying for this.
Yeah, exactly. And not everybody knows what people go through in their lives and the reasons why things happen. They just,
I just think that sex has been sold since the beginning of time.
True, it's the oldest profession.
And everybody's going to have sex anyway, so it's like if someone chooses to do it a certain way that they feel like they want to do it, I don't feel like it does respect people's morals.
But do you understand?
Like, morals is a crazy thing to say.
Morals, but do you understand the damage that you're doing to society? Because do you understand that now men are no longer hunters?
Well, they were already going to do that anyways, because like I said, it's already been there.
Men no longer are hunters, and they no longer like go and whatever, let's say go up and ask a girl for a drink in a bar, because they can just sit behind a screen and they can do whatever and look at girls like you, and it's kind of it's just ruining humanity, in my opinion.
People have always watched porn, and it's been around since forever. Even the pirate movies, like, it's always been a thing. So, for example, OnlyFans just made it a platform so that girls cannot be scammed by people that are directing and doing things like porn and stuff like that. It was a platform for women to take their own and to be able to be like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get what I want out of it and not be controlled and abused in situations like in the porn industry.
Sorry, and no disrespect, I didn't know that corn, or whatever we're going to say it, I didn't know that had been around for, what did you say, thousands of years?
Yes, it's been around
with their cameras that long ago?
Whenever there was cameras, people were making movies like that since the beginning.
So do you not think that now it's becoming exponentially worse? So, I
feel like at the end of the day, the whole point of like everyone in life, that's what you do is you mate. So if people, like, it's already a thing that happens. So for me to just want to be able to do or make something from that when it's already happening anyways, I'm already being sexualized wherever I go. I'm taking my stand for it. Like, you're going to sexualize me anyways? Okay, so that I'm going to get my money off of it, because no matter what, you're going to do that to me, no matter what.
I understand you and I hear you, but every single woman around this table gets sexualized when they walk down the street by men, and I don't think every single woman around this table has decided to spread her legs on camera.
Can I ask you a question, and don't take this offensively?
I'm not.
When you go out and DJ, right, and you're out there and you're spinning on the table, what type of outfits do you wear? Can I ask that?
I wear like a t-shirt, some denim shorts, a bandana, and headphones.
Is it kind of sexy and appealing? And do you have viewers?
I try to make my image look like quite like more interesting, but I don't dress like extremely provocatively.
But sexy, right? And that will bring people. If I'm doing,
there's a difference between dressing sexy because you have a talent and you are a DJ, and just only
so what we're saying is we're capitalizing. We are capitalizing on being sexualized. And OnlyFans, like she was saying, OnlyFans is around. It's going to be around, right? It's not going anywhere. And I'm not going to miss that bread.
Well, we don't know that for a fact. But can I ask you a question?
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about
Well, either way, the corn industry in general, it's been around for as long as it's been around. So it's not just going to go away.
I'm going to keep interrupting me. Can I ask you a question?
Well, you haven't given anyone else the time to talk. I'm not interrupting you. I was in the middle of saying something too. Your statements are very long, so people don't get a chance to actually say something.
I did want to say something. I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you, just for clarification purposes, where do your morals come from? Are you Christian? Are you...
Morals in the sense of everyone talks about, empowerment of women, and like, is that the real definition of it? That's the notion of it. I don't think it's morally okay.
No, I'm not asking like your morals. I'm asking where they come from.
Those are my opinions. No, it doesn't have to be a specific religion. It's my personal preferences. Those are my opinions.
No, that's fine. Do you know where they were sourced from?
And based off of comments that came from here, it's bitchy. If you guys don't care about other people's opinions, isn't it kind of hypocritical and rude for you to say my opinions are bitchy?
It was the way you said it. You're like, I have morals.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No one's sitting here coming at you for what you're doing.
Those are your opinions.
Okay, cool. And that's your opinion. And that's your own opinion.
Are my opinions. You don't have any right to sit there and classify them as
she's a well-educated person. So my question,
I'm not sitting here and bashing you. I'm just saying morally, that's not what I think is okay.
Okay, well, you didn't state it like that. You said I have
did.
morals. You didn't say my
does it matter
morals
how
I
she
have
says it?
specifically.
morals to which I would not do that. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about her. I wasn't talking about your mother or her. Those are my morals, my opinions. I did not bash any one of you.
Okay.
But instead, you sat there and said, "Oh, what a bitchy remark to make." Like that's very, very rude.
can I?
I'm
Okay,
not
well, I
upset at all by what you said. Like, I'm genuinely not
Yeah.
upset. I'm just trying to get to the core of it. Like, everybody has somewhere where their morals were sourced from, right? Whether it be a religion, whether it be from their parents, and their parents had a specific reason for it. Do you, like, have a source in your head, or you're just like, this is stuff I've picked up over life?
It's just, I think, like, sex intimacy is, you know, a very vulnerable aspect to any type of individual, whether, like, whatever background you come from, whatever religion you come from. So those are my morals based off of how I perceive it. No judge, no shame to others. Those are just my opinions.
Okay.
Since this is a podcast about talking and discussing differences, I
just feel like it was the
I
difference-
just didn't know I would have gotten a remark as, "Oh, that's a very."
Well, it was the
bitchy
way that you said it.
comment."
You said, I have morals, not these
Yeah,
are
those
my
are
morals.
my
It was the
morals. I
statement,
have
though.
morals
It
in
wasn't.
which-
Okay, but
I'm gonna
do you not
let
hear me
you
talking?
speak. Yeah, you can
Okay.
speak.
What I'm saying is, you said, I have morals. You weren't like, these are my morals, so that's why I don't. You said, I have morals, stating that anyone else's morals aren't okay. That's what I got from it.
I never said other
Well, those
people's
statement, the way you
morals.
stated
Yeah,
it,
well,
there's different states of things. So if you state it differently, then it will mean something else. But the way that you
I don't
stated
need
it
to
sounded like
state it
you were
in
saying
any
it
way.
specifically
If
like
you're
Why
that.
are
going
you
to
getting so
perceive
triggered
it-
by what she said? It's
I'm
her
not getting
opinion.
triggered.
If you are going to perceive it that way, that's a personal problem.
One at a time. Let's start with Chair 7. And then you guys, you can kind of hash this out.
That's based off of your perception. If you are going to understand my statement that's a personal problem. I did not say other people. I did not say this person, that person. I said my morals, X, Y, and Z. So I don't understand why you're perceiving this assumption that I said this, and this to the point where you get offended and say that my opinion is bitchy. That's kind of very rude.
You didn't say my morals. You
I
said
did
I
say
have
my- I
morals.
have
There was
morals.
two
I'm
different
talking about
statements.
my
I'm literally
morals.
talking and you're talking over me.
But I'm
So I
talking
give you the
about
time to
my
speak and you can't give me the time to speak?
Yeah, let her respond.
Like-
That's fair.
You're sitting here saying, you're like, I don't do OnlyFans because I have morals. You're stating that everyone else's morals don't matter. You're not saying that's my morals, so I don't do it. I wouldn't have said anything if you were like, well, those are my morals. I would have been like, okay, that's understandable, but you're like, I have morals. So that's an attack.
It's not an attack to anyone. Those are my morals.
I'm just saying it's the way that you stated it. So maybe just like if you stated it differently, it would have came across differently.
In any way, I have
Okay.
morals that are
I'm
to
done talking
me.
about this.
Those are my morals, and I
Because
stand
literally
by
every time
them.
I'm talking, you interrupt me, and then
Yeah,
you get mad
because
about me
you're going
interrupting
through
you.
the
I mean,
assumption.
hang on. To be fair, she did let you finish that last point.
I
without
did.
jumping in. That is the case.
Those are
Now,
my
Chair One, I
morals.
see you got your hand up. You guys don't have to raise your hand. It's only if the table gets so, like, insane with crosstalk. That's kind of when I'll break it up. But I mean, for the most part, that hasn't been happening. It just kind of happened a little bit there, right? You guys are more than welcome to engage with each other. It's just that occasionally you can imagine what it's like for the listener if you got 6 people talking at once. They can't hear anything, right?
I just don't want to talk over people, but earlier we were talking about how the mother-daughter dynamic of, the difficulty of OF and influencing, and you wouldn't want your parent or your daughter going through that. And I had mentioned hate and judgment, and you said that you had learned how to deal with the hate and judgment. She could call me a million different words. She could tell me I'm nasty. She could tell me I'm a horrible person. It doesn't affect me one bit. I get those DMs every single day. You seem to be very offended by it.
No, this is just my reaction to
Can I
it.
ask you
This
a
is my
question?
response
Can I ask you
to
a
this
question?
statement.
Do you get like hate comments or offensive comments on the internet?
Yeah, but it's not like directly, like on the internet it's different. Like people are behind a screen. Like that's completely
Do you
different.
respond to them and interact
No,
with
I
them?
don't.
Okay, so, but you keep doing what you do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, people are gonna have opinions. It's fine.
Yeah, it was just the way it was stated. It felt like an attack, so that's how I feel. But that was it, because it was the way that things were stated, and it could have been stated differently. But I'm not like offended or anything. Like, it was just my reaction, because we're on a podcast talking, so I'm supposed to have something to say back to that. I'm not supposed to just keep my mouth
I
quiet.
think it was the way that she worded it. She should have said personal
Yes,
morals.
exactly. Instead of like I have morals,
so
saying
I can
that.
empathize with that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
You literally said, "Oh, at least I can sell it," or some notion of along those lines. You were
Yeah, that was
sitting
pretty
there.
rude.
Yeah, that was criticizing me. Did I sit there and get offended by it?
You're not supposed to be judging.
Yeah, you're
The way
judging
that
over there.
she
You're being a
stated it,
hypocrite.
I think both of you,
judging.
because then you were talking, I don't know what that comment was about the vagina
yeah,
or something
how
like
she
that.
can sell it. At least I can sell it.
No,
Okay,
it was
big-
you being
No, she said at least I
disrespectful.
can sell it. She said at least we can sell it, like perceiving it, saying like, oh, I don't have the capability to sell my pussy or something. I could if I wanted to. I just choose not to.
Okay.
Hence the fact that those are my opinions. I did not bash her. I did not bash her. I didn't even bash you two. So it was just my opinions. Morally, I don't find that to be okay. I would not do it. I would not want my daughter to do it, and so on and so forth. I do not bash. I do not judge others who do so. You do you. To each their own.
See, the way you stated it there, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
See, that
I'm
is
glad you
understandable.
understood.
Yeah, it was the tone.
Yes, and the way that you said it.
It was the wrong tone.
Yes.
Gotta use that right tone, you know?
And wording.
If you don't have the right tone, the tone police are going to come in there, and that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah,
Use that
because
right
people
Ted
are too
Bundy.
sensitive. Like, what am I going to do? Like, adjust my tone and the way that I'm stating it? Like, I said something about myself morally. Sorry that you perceived it wrong.
Well, for someone so well educated, I would have thought that you'd be able to articulate yourself a little bit more eloquently to the point where you don't hurt people's feelings.
I didn't hurt her feelings. She perceived it to a way that hurt her feelings.
So now
I
you're
didn't.
blaming her for
I
perceiving
didn't.
it incorrectly when
I didn't
you
personally attack her.
You
or
didn't
anyone.
articulate yourself in a
I
kind way.
did not personally attack her or anyone on here.
Okay.
I think it's also just her tone, the way she talks. Like, you have quite a, I guess, monotone way of speaking.
Yeah.
And as do I. Sometimes people take what I say offensively, even if it was meant to be taken
You're
that
softly
way.
spoken and sweet, darling. I think it's the same.
I want to take you offensive.
Well, no, I'm just using it as an example. Like,
Yeah, but
sometimes-
chair 3, like, you're kind of cheating because you have the British accent, right? So,
What did you say?
Isn't that cheating? Yeah, isn't that cheating? Like, with the tone
Oh,
thing?
100%.
Yeah, it's 100% cheating. So I don't even feel
Rule
like you can
Britannia.
This is totally cheating.
Tone
Yeah,
is
you
going
you
to.
can't just come in with the British accent and be like, well, I have the right tone. I have the
No,
proper
but
tone.
I've also
It's
got a
like,
degree
well,
in-
of course you do. You have a British accent.
I've got a degree in Latin and I love words. So it's not just because of my accent.
See, and I can say that I apologize for if I felt like if I had said something like that, but I just felt like the way that you were coming at me felt like an attack because of the, not me specifically, but in general for the girls, because I back up my girls that are doing that because it is a tough thing. And for someone to just be like, I don't do it because I have morals, it's like, that's not really fair. So I can apologize for my actions, but I just didn't like the way that you said it was not really respectful towards the women that do that, because that is my life.
Well, it's not just women, it's couples. I know a lot of couples who are husband and wife that does this industry together. There are men that do this industry together, that do this industry just themselves, you know? So when you're like, I don't have morals, I mean, that's to every single person that is, you know, capitalizing on this industry.
Yes.
Yeah, to each their own. Did I sit there and bash any of you guys? Did I sit there and bash
It
the
felt like a
industry? I
bash.
did not. I did not.
Yeah,
I did not
I
bash
think
it.
we declared it was just more about the tone.
Yeah,
but I
it was the
have to
tone.
say this, like after this conversation and after like talking and communicating, like now I can.
We understand.
Yeah, now I understand. I
it's
think
now
that
understand.
first like 5 minutes was a little.
Honestly, she's way nicer than me. I would have just straight up been like, "You're all a bunch of fucking immoral, degenerate scum." But that's just me, though. That's what
Andrew, don't call me a moral degenerate.
Hey,
Cheeky monkey.
you have
Who
a
do you think
whole.
you are?
He's not in the building right now, so.
Moral
if I was in the
degenerate.
building, I would still say
Me?
that you're a degenerate, immoral scum. I promise. I've done it to many people who are in the building. But I mean, that's just it's just me. You know, I'm doing me, right? I'm doing me, and
You
you're
do
doing
you,
you,
boo.
and and other people as well. You know, like you do you and I'll do me. That's how it's supposed to work, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian's back, thank God.
Everybody has different lives, and everyone, like, no one knows exactly what people have been through.
Yeah, where you been?
And why things have came into their life like that. Because some people had different lives where, like, that's something that they have to do in a point. So it's like, I feel like just people should understand everybody's feelings and things about the situation.
Can I ask you, when you got into this industry, was there any, like, is there or was there any part of you that feels anything bad about it? Because, as I said, like, I don't feel shame about it. You could say anything you want to me, but I definitely understand that there's parts about it that are bad. There's parts about it that influence society that are bad. There's parts of it that are bad for me. I understand that, and I fully take responsibility over that.
But I feel like
and so is the
feel like there's
gasoline
parts
industry, but we need gas to make the world go round.
I feel like there's parts bad in anything that you do. Like, anything that you do, there's something bad that could be bad in something that you do. You know what I mean? Like, there's, like, not everything's always perfect. I'm not saying that that's not correct, because that is true. You know, it's like, I'm not, like, but I feel like a lot of things, like, anything that you do, sometimes there could just be a bad point of something. Like, you know, like, even, like for example, doctors, like, not all doctors are actually trying to help. It's a lot of times about the money. It's a lot of times about the money.
What
you know,
about a
I've gone to a
librarian?
doctor's where they've literally scammed me when they could have helped me. You know what I mean? Like, that's not always good feeling. That's not always something that should be okay.
For me, it was really hard.
Beautiful symphony. Right now.
But no, I totally get what you're saying.
I do hear you, though, yeah.
I do get what you're saying. Yeah, because
I think we have to be self-aware. You know what I mean? Like,
100%.
I don't think I'm, like, doing charity work over here. You know what I mean? Not at all.
And that's why I made the comment about, like, the gas industry is because, like, we need it. It's essential, right?
Wait, hold on. Wait. So, are you?
I don't think
are
the
you
corn
drawing-
industry is
Are
essential.
you drawing a comparison that the adult content industry is essential in the same way that oil refinery is essential?
No. So it's not like apples and apples here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that they're different, but okay, how about this? Simple question.
But
is the adult
sex work
content,
has been around longer than the
sure.
gasoline industry.
Is the adult content industry essential?
Is it essential?
Is it? Are you an essential worker?
Like something like OnlyFans. It is not essential, right?
Let's not go by COVID standards, because COVID standards were crazy.
But is the sex industry always been something that's always been? Even if it was secret down, you know, alleys and all these things, yes, it's always been.
Yeah, but so has killing for hire.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
So just making the appeal to history and saying, because this thing has always been part of human behavior for some people, that means it can't be regulated. You'd have to make follow that logic the same way.
And I do think that the industry
killing for hire
needs
has
to be
always been part
regulated.
of the human experience too, and you wouldn't advocate people do that, right?
Guys, I have a question. If you guys weren't in OnlyFans, do you have any other kind of, like, talent or anything else that you could do? Like,
I'm going to go to fashion school. I've already
going to?
Yes, I've already put everything in. I'm waiting for the next year because it's summertime now. So this beginning of this year, I'm going to be going to fashion school. I've actually been sewing for like 5 years.
That's cool.
I'm really good at it. I actually have Instagram where I make clothes and I do that kind of stuff. I'm going to be a designer. So
if you already know how to sew, and if you already know if you know about the textile industry, blah, 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 then why would you need to go to school? Why wouldn't you just start your own small business and then, you know, create your own
Because
clothes?
I love it so much that if I can learn every last bit of it, no matter how it is, I would like to learn all that. So I want to have that knowledge because I love it so much that, to me, going to that class wouldn't be school. Like, to me, it would be something that I want to do because I like to learn. And if I'm learning about something that I love, that I can bonus on by getting a degree that can help me in the future also when it comes to that stuff, then I would love to do that because I want to know every last bit of the thing that I love.
Okay, good. I was just asking because it's, you know, it would be concerning if your only passion was OnlyFans.
Yeah, no. This is just a gateway to get to where I really need to be.
Okay. Got it, babe.
and I went to school. I'm a licensed esthetician, and I went to spa studios and became a certified pro makeup artist. I've worked on many different runways, different spas. I've had my own spa before. Unfortunately, you know, the economy has destroyed businesses back and forth. I am telling you, I am no way in the 15 years of being in the beauty industry.
It hasn't destroyed those businesses, though.
Oh,
Like
different.
estheticians and spas and things. I mean, those businesses.
Different economies at different times. It has in different areas,
I
right?
think it's saturation that has destroyed those industries.
I can't think of, like, even under Obama's economy during the recession, those were actually businesses that were still making money.
So every single
Esthetician
spa,
especially.
every single spa, right? Every single spa has made
not
it
every-
through the
Yeah,
recession.
but I mean, even in a booming economy, every single anything's not going to always make money. That's absurd, right? It doesn't.
Exactly.
So, like, you could still have a business which isn't healthy even when the economy is booming.
Yeah.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything. Everybody's going to have to experience that at some point, working for a business that has healthier or down points. I'm just saying that those businesses typically are very healthy businesses. They have been for a long time.
Yeah, but it's not every single business. And it's really hard when you are going to school, you're raising your children, you're running a business, you're doing multiple things, and sometimes you have to divert your attention. And there's different aspects of where you live, right? I lived in a small town. It was a lot harder to bring in, it wasn't LA, right? So people weren't going and getting all types of different treatments. It was a smaller town that was a little bit harder to be more successful in the spa industries. But what I was saying is that I make way more money.
Wait, so a little question on the background here. So you got started in adult content first.
No, she started first.
But with
Can
her,
I finish with one thing?
Oh, yeah,
with
yeah.
her
Go ahead. Go
encouragement.
ahead.
I just wanted to finish this. The last thing you said, you make way more money. So let me just ask you this straight then.
Yes.
Let's just say that you were in that small town and you were making about what an esthetician generally makes.
Yes.
In a small town. Or even what an esthetician would make in kind of a big city. Isn't it the case that you would still do this because it's more money?
Would I still do OnlyFans or do spa?
Spa.
If I was making the money that I'm making now?
No. If you were making the money that a general spa technician would make.
Yes. Okay, so I'm making that. So what was the question again?
So wouldn't it be the case that you would still do OF since the money is so much better than do spa work, even if you made what a typical spa worker makes?
Yeah, I mean, I would do
Then
OF.
why-
I'm completely debt free.
Then I don't understand why bring up all of the history of the economy and you couldn't get jobs and all
It
of
was
this.
her
Because the
question.
truth is that even if it was the case that you could work at any spa and get paid what a spa worker makes, you'd still be doing OF.
Yeah, and
So why even bring any of that up?
Because
I was
basically,
I was asking
because
I was answering her
I asked her if
question.
she has any other talents other than just being an OnlyFans.
So I was answering her question.
Oh, I see.
Creator.
Okay, but I mean,
I
it's
wasn't
still-
just
it's still
clowning.
hard to me. It's like you would still do OF anyway, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, she
you'd still be
wouldn't have.
doing it anyway.
But she wouldn't have been in that position if it wasn't for that. So then, technically, if that never happened, she would still be doing the spa
Well, that's what I thought
because.
she was trying to say. That makes more sense now.
So,
yeah.
Wait, so
But the problem is that even if she was in that position, she would still do it. You see what I mean?
So if
Right,
they
probably
both
right.
made the same amount of money, right, the spa thingy and the OnlyFans, you would still pick the OnlyFans over the spa thing.
Yes.
So therefore, right, that point
Yes.
proven. Thanks, Andrew.
At this point, yes.
Welcome.
I
Wait,
enjoy what I do.
Brian, I have a question for you.
For me?
Yeah, for you. Like, I'm not complaining at all because this is really yummy, but like, why did you give it to me? And then
You-
she asked and you said no.
Oh, I said later. I'll get her one later.
But why?
We have a 2 popsicle at the table limit. It's a policy written in blood, as many policies are. Trust me, there's a reason for the policy.
But I didn't ask for a popsicle.
You made eye contact
Do you
with
want me to have it, darling?
You made eye contact with me.
I don't. You're on OnlyFans.
You
I
were
don't
like,
wanna share.
didn't. I thought she was looking at you and like Felicity communicated to me that you wanted.
It's okay, Brian. I think you just wanted. It's okay.
I think she wants to get rid of the lollipop.
You don't like
no,
it?
I do like it. I'm saying.
Wow,
I'm
this is
I'm
you're
not
really
complaining.
ungrateful.
No,
Here I am.
It's very yummy. Thank
I
you.
am such a hospitable host, and here you are.
Man is
I'm
before
not
morals,
complaining. I was
darling.
just
It's a
wondering.
car or something, or is it?
Oh my gosh.
What is that?
That smells
Something
so bad.
burning.
It smells like burning.
Maybe it's the bird.
It's a protest.
I don't
It
think
does
it's a
smell
bird.
like it's burning.
Something's burning.
The birds
God, what is going on?
Is
Sorry.
anything burning in the studio?
Firecracker.
No, that's
Oh, it's probably because it's about to be 4th of July. They're probably doing fireworks.
The downstairs sometimes.
Is it about
I
to be
think.
4th?
Wait, yeah.
Yes, I've been in the studio before
It's okay.
and
It's
that's
okay. Yeah, I don't know.
What?
I don't know. What were we talking about?
Why you gave me the popsicle?
No, that we were moving on to something else. You asked for it
I didn't-
indirectly.
Oh, I didn't mean.
I
to
was
ask.
back there.
directly
I was
asked.
back there, and you were looking back, and
Like,
you
I directly asked.
Give it to me and I'll throw it in the bin for
I'll
you.
eat
No,
it.
I want.
She wants it.
It's really good.
You guys are wasting my
So,
popsicle.
do you
That's
want
ridiculous.
it or don't you want
All right,
it?
I'm gonna read some chats here.
Just wondering.
Every single woman around the table is getting sexualized by other women. You all dress for each other, not for men. Chair 2 is barely dressed at all, and she's gross. Chair 7 and 3's 3 W's. So chair 3, chair 7.
What does W's mean?
Yeah.
W
Awesome.
Winning.
means you're winning. Yes, you.
Means winning, yes, winning.
And he sent another one. Women don't dress for men; they dress for each other and sexualize themselves. The feminism chair 2 is barely dressed at all. Gross.
Well, actually,
chair 7. No, he sent
let him
it
read
in twice, kind of. But chair 7, chair 3 W's. Thank you, actually religious.
W's are
W's in the chat from actually religious. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
This bird is killing me. The bird's killing me. You know, we're gonna do
wait,
something.
Can I say something about that comment? Like I don't know who DM'd me from the whatever podcast, but they told me to wear this outfit today. So
Well,
it
we
wasn't
don't have
really
to
my
do
choice.
everything that's gross men on the internet tell us to do, darling.
It
But-
wasn't your choice. You can't articulate your own thoughts.
I mean, they just asked me to wear this outfit.
Don't speak to her like
Her
that.
out-
No, like
her
I'm
outfit
just
is whatever.
kind of like curious.
Well, she's obviously gonna just wear what they told her to wear because she wanted to be appropriate for
she's
the
not.
place.
Bro, this
For the
meta
place.
conversation, frankly, is very boring.
No,
to
no,
me.
no. She's not
I'm
wearing
gonna
it
move it
because of
on.
what the
I don't
man.
care.
She's
I
not
don't
wearing it because
care.
of what the man said to her. She's wearing it because she's on OnlyFans and this is going to help her career.
Well, no, like
Right?
they literally
That's why.
asked me to wear this.
I just think you look hot in
outfit.
red,
You're just
girl.
going to do anything that any
Yeah, you look
random
great.
on the internet
Thank
says.
you.
You
Yeah.
look stunning. You're the prettiest girl.
And so that
People ask us for input on outfits, and if there's like an outfit, which you posted this exact same outfit
I did,
on
yeah.
your Instagram, that was an outfit recommendation.
Okay.
I wore white. It
That's
said wear
fine.
white.
Yeah, you can. People can wear whatever they want.
I didn't ask.
People
like,
can
what
wear
to
whatever they
wear,
want.
Like what I should wear.
Who
though.
who gives a fuck?
I
Who
mean,
cares?
well, someone just said I was gross because of what I was wearing. I just wanted to say that, like.
And they call
you
me
probably
Burrito
asked
Boy. They
me
call me
to wear
Burrito
this.
Boy. I
No,
don't fucking
they really
care.
do. That's so
calls you
messy.
burrito boy?
Why burrito
I don't
boy?
get into it. Oh well, they asked me to eat a burrito. They fucking buy burritos for me to eat on stream. I'm not like. Anyways,
I was
whatever.
just defending
DoorDash some
myself.
burritos
She's
into here?
sensitive about it, you know.
I just don't. I was just like defending myself because they said I was gross for my
Okay,
outfit.
cool.
You're not
Anyways,
gross, you're
moving
beautiful.
on.
Don't worry about
Moving on. So, let's see. Anya, you have a paper in front of you. Notes. They were for Andrew.
They're not specifically for
Here,
Andrew.
Let me read them.
No.
Let me read them. Come on.
They're not specifically for Andrew. It's just the podcast can go in a million different directions. It can go dating talk. It can go politics. It can go.
Okay, what's
Feminism.
the topic you want to hit on then?
It's not one particular topic. It's just
What do you have notes prepared for? Which topic?
okay. I don't know if I can say the pew rights, abortion rights, feminism, immigration.
We can talk about G rights. We haven't done that. I don't
What's
think
G
whatever
rights?
before.
G rights?
Pew rights.
Pew? Huh?
Pews. I don't know if I can say that
Oh,
word
guns?
for TOS.
yeah.
I'm just covering all topics just in case I get asked
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
not TOS.
Oh, wow.
It's not TOS, but I mean, I'm.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Just
so,
in
completely
Instagram,
anyway.
different
different in
comp-
English.
Are you in favor of gun ownership?
yeah.
Okay, there's nothing to debate then.
Abortion,
Boring.
feminism, immigration.
Feminism interesting.
Immigration interesting.
So what's your,
Immigration specifically because of what's going on in LA right now.
okay? Are you pro-immigration, or what's your position?
My official position is that my parents came here in 1997, so we are Russian immigrants, and I am fully pro-legal immigration, completely against illegal immigration. I think there should be a little bit of tweaking on the legal immigration process because it is pretty broken, but before we can do that, what's going on right now is probably the best option to kind of flush the system and start fresh.
Well, what's going on right now? What are you referring to?
The ICE raids in LA and any raids going on in Florida.
You mean throwing out all these fucking illegals? I totally agree with you.
I agree.
And
That's
it's
excellent.
Sorry.
And if we can round all of them up in a day and throw them all the fuck out of there at this country, I would be a very, very happy man. But unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to be the case. It seems like Mr. Trump, God Emperor Trump, may he live forever in the light, has failed us on this one. He seems to be
I love Trump
a
though,
little bit.
but guys,
There's a lot of
worse in
backtracking.
England right now with the immigration. It's
The problem
horrendous.
in England is horrible. Horrible.
Oh yeah, well they with their Asian immigrants, they got a lot.
You guys are losing your country day by day. And that would happen here.
Londonistan, they call it now. Don't they? Londonistan? Isn't that what they call it now?
Yep.
Yep. Could I have you just move your microphone this way just a little bit and then tilt it down? A little more? Perfect. Okay, so there's immigration, feminism. What's your position on feminism?
Strictly against feminism. I think all waves, first wave, second wave, and third wave, were all harmful for society. I think the reason that we're here is because of first wave feminism.
What do you mean by here?
This is okay. Hang on. Actually, this is a really interesting take. So you got to help me out here. You think that they're bad because they're bad for society, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then why are you doing OF?
I fully admit that it's bad. Fully admit it. I don't think it's great for society, but I also think it's something that I'm taking advantage of it, and I also enjoy doing it. So before I was doing OF, I was filming myself and doing it. Obviously, none of that is posted because it was a while ago. But I was filming
You're
it.
saying you would do that you would do OF for free?
Honestly, I enjoyed
Fun
just
sometime.
filming it and like.
Yeah,
Was it for
but
your
you know,
own personal pleasure?
Hang on. Here's my question though. Would you do it for free?
Probably, yeah. Depending on the workload
You
that
would
it
do
is.
Really? You would do it for free?
Depending on the workload. So, for example, like the workload that it is right now weighs out to make sense for how much I'm getting paid with it. So I'm willing to do all the other stuff because, hey, the money's great. But if I was doing it for free, I wouldn't put as much effort into it. But yeah, I would probably still do it.
Why?
I just enjoy showing myself. I know that's kind of weird, but
Do you just like having sex on camera in front of other people?
not even having sex, but like even just by myself. Like
And the
like
types
if
of
I'm
things that
gooning,
you're
I'll
doing
goon to
by
myself.
yourself, and the types of things you're doing by yourself, which are highly sexualized, probably include things like masturbation. Et
Why
cetera,
can't you do that on your own? Why do you have to put it all over the internet?
I didn't have to. Nobody told me I had to. I actually started out doing TikTok and doing like Legos on TikTok, and just like riding my horses and stuff. And I got 1,000,001 DMs about OF, and I gave it a few months of thought before I actually did it. And it was back and forth, yes, no, and I decided in the end to do it. In the end, I'm glad I did it. But if other people ask me if they should do it, I typically argue against starting it. Not that, like, I always try and frame it exactly how it is.
Yeah, and it can
Let
be
me
a
ask
tough.
you, let me ask you this.
Can be tough,
Do you
but-
think it's evil? Do you think OnlyFans is evil?
I think the general corn industry is, yes. Yeah. I think
about OF.
I think it's a better version of it because
Yeah, but is it evil?
I think at its root, yeah,
It's evil?
yeah.
Then why would you do evil things?
I fully admit that it's honestly it's because I plan to have children in the future, and this was a way that I wanted to make a buttload of money and be able to spend time with my children and provide them with resources, put them into private education, do all of that.
Couldn't you have just married a stud?
What's going to happen when your little boy
honestly,
turns
couldn't you just
13 and
marry,
his friends are all bullying him at school, showing him pictures of their mum spread eagle on a bed?
No, of course.
Do you think that that's going to be great for your children?
No, but I also think that a certain level of, not bullying, I don't want to say bullying, but a certain level of hardship kind of builds strength. Not saying that every kid should be bullied, but
We got to toughen the little Johnny up.
Poor little Timmy.
Pansy. We got to go over there and beat him up, stuff him in the locker because his mommy does.
Well, because at the end of the day, they shouldn't worry about what
That's
other people have to think, you know? So it's like, they shouldn't, like, he needs to, like, it's nice to teach them that growing up, like, you don't need to worry about what other people think, that has nothing to do with you. So if people were bullying him for that, then that's not.
It's the first time I've heard.
Andrew also asked a question. I was paying attention to that one. What was it?
I was asking you if it's evil.
Yeah, after that. It was right as she was stating hers.
Yeah. So are you engaging in evil?
I would say so, yeah. A part of it.
Don't you think you should stop doing that?
Eventually.
You can imagine somebody, if you say, look, this is evil, well, don't you think you should stop doing that?
I think there are certain levels of evil. I think there's certain levels of evil. So I think, like, for example, like, I think smoking cigarettes, I think it's technically...
That's not evil. That's not evil.
Smoking marijuana, I think using substances is evil because it's hurting you.
Those things aren't evil. I wouldn't classify them as evil. You actually classified this as evil. Yeah, it's evil. At its root, it's evil. So you, by your admission, are participating in evil.
Yeah.
Like knowingly. Now, all of us, I think, probably at some points in our life participate in evil deeds.
Correct.
Sometimes knowingly or unknowingly. But when you recognize that it's an evil deed, don't you generally steer clear of that because you know it's evil, right? Isn't that the whole point of being able to recognize evil for what it is?
Yeah, and I fully admit the hypocrisy, 100%.
Well, it's not, I mean, I don't even know if in this case it's hypocrisy. It's just inconsistency, right? It's just an inconsistent standard. Like, if you know you're engaging in something that by your own standard is evil, you just stop doing that, right?
I'll have a drink here and there at home. I'll have a beer, but I know it's bad for me. I know I shouldn't be doing it. I know it's going to hurt my liver in the long term.
Irrelevant.
Why?
It's not the same. That's you maybe harming your body slightly, but evil means that you're harming other people, right?
Okay, let's clarify real quick the definition, like what we're considering evil, because maybe I agreed to something that I don't know what I agreed to.
Yeah, that seems fair. What do you think evil is?
See, that's actually, honestly, I'm having difficulty like putting a pinpoint on that. Is what she said kind of more close to the definition of evil that we're going upon, where it's hurting yourself and others?
Well, in my tradition, the Orthodox tradition, evil doesn't have an ontology. It just means absence from God. So anything that's absent from God would be considered evil. But it doesn't itself have its own sense of thing. It's a phenomenon which we call a thing which would be absent from the energies of God. That's what we would consider evil to be.
I mean, I am absent from God.
What you consider evil to be. Now you know what I consider it, but I'm asking you what you consider it to be. You don't have the same standard I do. So I'm wondering from your view, what is evil?
I think, sorry to interrupt, Andrew. I think I think that the people who manufacture and create the cigarettes, they might be evil, but I think that the person who smokes a cigarette isn't evil, if that makes any sense.
Why? Why though?
Because they are knowingly distributing something that, you know, potentially could cause cancer or like health problems.
Okay,
you know,
so the
for
consumer,
money.
You wouldn't.
For
I
money.
understand. So the consumer you wouldn't hold responsible,
No,
but you would hold
no.
the pusher
I
to be
love a
responsible.
ciggy, like when I'm out for having a drink.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't
So-
say
but
that
you
because
you
I'm.
would consider the pusher to be
Yeah.
So in that case, chair one from your view is evil.
What?
Who's the pusher?
So the person.
She would be the pusher, right?
Are you saying,
She's
is she the user or is she the pusher?
I would be the pusher.
Yeah, because technically OnlyFans is just your pusher because the people that created the OnlyFans and then provided that platform for other people.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think that the men who are consuming this corn, whatever, are the best. But without the people who are providing it, it can't be done. So it's literally like the person, the Marlboro, you know, they are creating something that's dangerous, but the person who smokes the Marlboro cigarette isn't evil.
I think it's like 50-50.
I'm sorry, I'm not articulating.
Because you're always going to have a market, you're always going to have a supply. It's 50-50.
Because people are still, they wouldn't be able to sell it if people didn't buy it. So yeah, that's true.
I just kind of looked at it. The market
because
exists.
that would like there wouldn't be.
Sell it.
You're right. Like you are correct. If there's no demand, there's no supply.
Yes, exactly.
I agree. I agree that that's true. But what's easier to control? Is it easier to control the pusher, or is it easier to control the millions of consumers? Which one's easier to regulate?
I feel like sometimes though, if you think about it, like people are gonna want it anyways, and somehow they're gonna find a way to get it no matter what. If something really wants
well,
something.
then why have any law?
We're also kind of talking about a
Hang on, let her respond. Why have any law then? If it is the case that people will just break them.
What do you mean by that though? Like
why have any? If it is the case that you're saying, if you regulate this, people will do it anyway, then you could make that example for any law which exists in the books. Why have any law?
For example, like it's like the vapes, right? Like the flavored vapes. Like they banned it, right? But now they're still selling it, but now they're even faker. They're worse for you. Like because no matter what, people are gonna want it. So it's like if people just try to stop it altogether, it's just somehow, some way people are gonna find out. Like for example, marijuana.
Yeah, but hang on. Let's go one step at a time here because you didn't actually answer the question. If it is the case that you're saying, Andrew, listen, the reason you don't want to regulate this is because, hey, people will want it anyway. There'll still be a demand. I actually agree that that's true. There will still be a demand for it. But couldn't you make that case with any law that exists?
I would say so. Like, I mean.
So then why have laws at all?
Facts, but that's what I mean by like just in general, like marijuana, right? Like the reason they legalized it was because people were gonna do it no matter, they were gonna keep arresting them or whatever. The reason they legalized it was because a lot of the times people are
Final thoughts on this, please.
No.
Hang on. The reason they legalized marijuana was because there was huge NGOs pushing for it who knew that once they taxed it and pushed it out in the public, it would spread and the consumption would spread. And by the way, the people who resisted marijuana legalization, guys like me, for instance, who resisted it, told everybody that, hey, this is not going to be just the current crop of people who smoke marijuana will keep doing it, and now it's legal and safe.
Yeah.
It's going to spread. And it did. It spread all over the place, and way more people smoke it now than ever before, and it will continue to spread like a fucking cancerous plague. So the thing is like, it seemed like the laws were real helpful there.
Yeah. Well, speaking of cancer, there are, benefits to medical marijuana.
Can I ask you? You're saying that it's spreading like crazy. Is that in your eyes? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing.
Okay. Why is it? What? I agree, but why is it bad?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Under the district, well, I think it's just socially bad. So it would be bad for the social health and welfare of the people of the United States.
Okay. Why is it socially bad? Because it's hurting other people and the people that are smoking it, right?
I don't think it's just a matter of hurting people. That's where you and I might deviate. I think when we're talking about social goods or social bads, we're talking about what do we want to see as a social norm for society. So inside of society, I don't want to see people stoned out of their fucking mind when they're driving. I don't want to see people going up to pot dispensaries where there's security guards and walking out with joints. I don't want to see people shooting up with needles on the sidewalk. Even if that doesn't actually directly affect me, even if that's hundreds and hundreds of miles away, I don't want a reflection of that socially in my society.
But technically people aren't allowed to like drive and smoke though. Like technically, like if you get pulled over and it's like a DUI but for marijuana and stuff, like, you're not even allowed to do that. Like drive.
Sure, but you're contributing to people doing it with mass legalization of marijuana.
Yeah,
And
I
that
see
is
what
the
you're
case.
saying.
Can I ask, do you drink alcohol?
Sure.
Okay, so do
I'm
you
drinking a
feel,
beer right now.
So
Am I
do
driving?
you think that so do you think that alcohol and marijuana are different?
Yeah, I think
Like, do you
that
think the law
alcohol-
should be different, and if so,
yeah,
why?
So alcohol is completely enriched in American culture. It's part of the social identity of Americana. Our founding fathers, if you looked at the receipts of their party after the Constitution, it would make one of these fucking block parties in Santa Barbara, it would make all the kids there cry because of how much liquor they drank. That's what, in fact, they substituted water with alcohol often because
I
water
did
could
hear
be
that
brackish
before.
and poisonous. Alcohol is so entrenched in the American identity that when Prohibition was around, it was basically one of the first amendments that we actually repealed and got rid of as quickly as possible. I mean, it had a very short span because of the social identity which comes with it. Alcohol is a part of the culture, of the very fabric of the culture that's here. Marijuana's not, and never has been.
I feel
Okay,
like
so cultural difference, but
Yeah, there's massive cultural distinctions in how these things play a part. Could you make the argument that alcohol kills way more people than marijuana? Yeah, I would agree that that's true. Probably kills more people than probably any other drug that's out there. I would agree with that too. But I also think that there's a distinction in the culture and what we know that where it's okay to do and what's not okay to do. And the fabric of going to like a honky-tonk bar in the South at 9 o'clock and drinking till 1 a.m. with with your buddies in the local pub. That's an entrenched part of American culture, right down to the fabric of my daddy drink at this same pub. So I don't think you're going to easily disassociate that from the culture.
Interesting.
All right, we have some chats coming through. We have Pasty George coming in here. Thank you, Pasty. Appreciate it. He writes, Chair 1, while it is excellent that you denounce feminism and realize how detrimental it is to society, but you do OnlyFans, isn't that hypocritical?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like yeah, it definitely is hypocritical. I don't think OF is like empowering, like what feminism says. Like I don't think it's empowering. I enjoy doing it. I like doing it. I don't think it's like empowering though.
Hang on, Brian. I just wanted to finish it off though. Sorry. But yeah, the major take here away isn't just the aspect of culture, but remember that there's a lot of stigma around alcohol. There's stigma around alcoholics. There's major social stigma. That's part of the social responsibility that comes with alcohol. Nobody likes alcoholics. They have interventions. They have billboards everywhere saying don't drink and drive. They do all. Where's all that shit for OnlyFans? Anywhere? Is there a billboard saying don't let your daughter do OnlyFans? Is there don't there's don't drink and
I've
drive?
never seen that
There's
billboard.
no stigma for these other social plagues. There's only stigma for this social plague. And it's like, okay, look, it seems to me that it's absurd, kind of on its face, to be like, look, we have all the stigma towards alcohol, even though it's an entrenched part of the culture, but no stigma towards any of these other social ills and societal ills, and that's just fucking crazy to me.
It's quite
I think it's cyclical. So like, for example, alcohol, like it was on the rise, everyone was drinking, like it wasn't really that big of a deal. And then they stigmatized it, and not use went down, but we started looking at alcoholics as
Using it more
bad and
responsibly.
sick. And then same thing happened with cigarettes, same thing happened with vapes. So vapes went up and now they're going down. And honestly, I think the same thing is going to happen with this industry is everyone's kind of going up. A lot of people are doing it, and then we're going to start stigmatizing it, and people are starting to...
I feel like
What happens with stigma? Law.
What would you consider like right?
I
though?
also don't think that this is going to get outlawed because a lot of the people using it are the
think it
people that
will.
would be voting on it.
But what do you think?
it will.
So what do you think that is like a right thing? So you're saying like to do OnlyFans is wrong. Like what would you say is a right thing to do? Because I feel like it really comes to what people's, for example, like we were talking about, everyone does have different morals, but then I feel like like what makes that wrong? Like for me, like for example, she enjoys it. So is that wrong for her? No, it's not because she enjoys doing it.
You can enjoy a lot of things that are bad for
She
you.
enjoys doing it, yet she admits that it's evil. I mean, how can you enjoy doing something that you believe is evil?
Hang on.
People
Back
can
up.
enjoy Fendi, and it's
I
horrible
don't
for
even think
you.
you believe this. Should you just do things that make you feel good?
No, not all the time, but I
Why?
feel like
Why
if
not?
it's
Hang on,
something,
why not?
well, because I don't know, like you don't always have to do everything that you like to do, but I'm just
Well, I
saying
know
if
you don't
you're...
have to, but why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't you just always do things that make you feel good?
Well, I mean, if you can make like a living off of it, and it's like something that you're like using instead of going to like a 9 to 5, freaking working for somebody else, that's just not even considering like how you
but why
are as a
shouldn't you
person.
just hang on.
Why
shouldn't
don't you
just
find a
only do
talent,
things
something that
make
you
feel
enjoy
good?
doing, a job that you really love, that isn't 9
Hang on,
to
this
5?
is all a deviation. Wait. This is all a deviation.
Sorry, Andrew.
Why shouldn't you only do things that make you feel good?
Because they can be morally corrupt.
I'm asking her. Why do you think that you shouldn't just do everything that makes you feel good?
Well, I feel like at the end of the day, like you can do what you want. Like if that's what makes me feel good, then I feel like I can do that.
So then you
It's
should
a
only do
choice.
things.
It's a
So then
choice,
you
yeah.
so then you should do things that make you feel good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if somebody died and donated their body to a necrophiliac to have sex with, and it made the necrophiliac feel good?
Well, that's not
Is
me
that-
though, so that's not like
Yeah,
I
know
wouldn't
it's
have
not you,
anything to
but-
say
but-
about that.
But you wouldn't have. Hang on.
Wait,
you
so
wouldn't
you'd
have
be
any
okay with
objection.
that?
No, I'm
Just
not
let me
saying
finish the
that I'd be
question.
okay with
Let
that.
me finish the question. Let me finish the question. So, a guy dies, donates his body to a necrophiliac, and it makes the necrophiliac feel good, right? Why shouldn't he do that?
Well, because that's wrong, but I'm not saying what I'm
Why?
doing is
Why
wrong.
is it
I
wrong
don't
if it
think
makes
that
him
doing
feel good?
OnlyFans is wrong.
Why
So,
is it wrong if it makes him feel good?
well, because it's that's different though. It's different. I'm not doing things that are hurting other people or being
this guy
disgusting
hurting? Who's he
or
hurting?
doing that.
Who
like
is he hurting?
he's hurt. That's literally if you're doing that to somebody, that's still hurting
You're
them.
not
They
doing
still
that to
were a
somebody.
person.
They're dead.
That
They're
still was a
dead.
person though. So
They're dead. Yeah,
my
donated
choice
their
of
body.
feeling
Hang on.
good isn't
They
doing things to other
donated-
people.
They donated their body to him to do it.
Okay, well, I don't know about that, so I have nothing
You
to
don't
say
know?
for that.
You don't know if that's wrong?
Well, yes, it's wrong, but
Why?
I'm saying that
Why is it
no
wrong if it makes him
consent.
feel good?
that's not.
The
The body's not consented, right?
They donated.
It's
to the
disrespectful
person.
to the family of the person
It
who's
can't- how
passed
can it be
away.
disrespectful?
Well, I would hope
He
no
has
one would do
family.
that,
He has
so-
no family.
Well, people do
He has
that.
zero
I know, but
family.
that is wrong. But I'm not doing that, so
Yeah, but why is it wrong though? If it
because
makes him
it's
feel good?
disgusting.
Because-
And that's fucking
okay,
terrible?
then I agree. Because it's disgusting. So OnlyFans is disgusting.
No.
Therefore, it's wrong.
I don't feel like it's disgusting, but that's like I said,
Well, I mean,
different
as long
opinions.
as long as it's disgusting and that's what makes it wrong, I could use that argument against homosexuality. I could use that argument against OnlyFans. I could use that argument against anything that I find disgusting. I could just say it's wrong. It's morally wrong, right?
And that's his opinion, and he's entitled to that.
That's what I'm
opinion
saying.
and
Yeah,
that
exactly.
belief.
Everybody
Well,
has
no, that
different
wouldn't even be
opinions.
my opinion. That would just be a logical breakdown. So if
Okay.
it is the case that things that make you feel good are right, if I give you this scenario where this thing makes this guy feel good, he's not hurting anybody else, tell me why it's wrong.
I think it's just everybody's opinion is that
That's just
it's
not right.
everybody's opinion that this is wrong. So it'd be individual.
Just
But
it's
is
just
it
all
wrong?
different
Is it
people's
your
opinion. Because some
opinion
people probably would say that that is wrong, and those people are weird. But I'm saying that that is wrong. But it's like it's just a choice of what other people perceive.
Yeah, I know you keep saying it's wrong, but if I go off your standard of do what makes you feel good, right? Because that's how you know something's right.
But
then
I'm not
this
hurting
may-
anybody in the process.
Neither is he. Who's he hurting?
He's hurting the family.
What if the
Yeah,
family's
okay,
okay with
his
it?
body has no family.
Oh, Daddy Brian.
Yeah, baby. That's a way to change the conversation.
Holy crap! I'm scared of
Sorry, it was in response. But then I saw it was no champagne.
Jungle donated $1,000.
There's a fucking dent in the
It's not
ceiling.
an outfit that makes you gross. No champagne, Brian. None. Jeff,
Wait, what does
how
it
many genders did they
I-
teach you
I
there
popped it
now?
before I saw
What
the no
about
champagne
rest
pop.
Of the table?
Oh my
How
God.
many? Darth Andrew destroy them.
This
Well, I just
guy's
want-
a legend.
I do just want to quickly finish. I'm almost done, Brian.
All right.
He keeps trying to change it.
Because this one, this is really important that you guys understand this, at least where I'm coming from here.
Yeah,
right?
I'm listening.
Let's say that a person was alive who his dream after he died was to donate his body to some guy to have sex with it after he was dead. That's his dream. That's all he thinks about all day. That he loves the very idea of this. And then he dies and donates his body to some other guy, And that guy does that every single day.
Well, it's like
That would be his
Hang on,
choice.
hang on, let me finish. I just want to know if there's no family, there's no objections, there's no nothing, why would that be wrong?
Well, what if, it's like no one like talks about what if this, what if that. Like, I don't know that this isn't something that's reality right now that I could see in front of me, so I have no answer for that, to be honest with you, because it's a what if opportunity.
Is somebody getting murdered in front of you right now?
No, so both of them are consenting to that, right? The guy that
That's
passed
right,
away
they're both
is
consenting to
consenting, and the other guy is consenting. So
Yeah.
in their world, in their minds, they are not doing wrong, right? It would be
In your mind, are they doing wrong?
in my
Yes.
mind, yes, but that's my
Why,
opinion.
though? Why?
I
have no clue.
I
You don't
think
know?
I think
You don't
again
know why?
this
Just plain
this
and like-
becomes a society thing and society's
That's a lot.
opinions, and that's why so
don't
many
be thinking
people
about
think
things like that,
OnlyFans
honestly.
is wrong. I'm
Now
not.
you understand, though, why
Yeah.
it is
Yeah.
that if it is the case that I get society on my side to say OnlyFans is wrong and we outlaw it, you can't really have any objections to it. Because what you just did was you described that morality comes from the masses. And if that's the case, then any time a person like me can sway the masses into prescribing something which is bad for you, you can't object to it.
I also don't think that the issue is swaying the masses. I think the issue is swaying the people that are going to be voting on it. And as I said previously, a lot of the people
Masses?
this would all have to go through Congress and the Senate, right?
So, and those people get voted in.
I understand, but you can admit too that there's a lot of time they don't represent the constituency that they claim to be representing.
Yeah, a lot of times they represent NGOs and not the constituency.
They represent
but they still have
NGOs.
to get in there. They still have to get in there, right?
That's true, but they represent NGOs and they represent a lot of time their own personal things that they want, whether it's moving up in the political ladder. And they have to try and square the circle
I know
of
Brian wants to
banning
move it on.
corn.
We can move it on now, Brian. I just want to finish the point.
Brian has had enough.
I know.
He just wants to. And Brian, are you allowed to have any of that champagne or not?
Jungle says, I messaged him. He said, no champagne, Brian. So I'm just going to drink it alone.
Do what you want, darling.
You guys
Go
don't
for
get
it,
any.
my love.
Jungle, salute to you, Jungle, if you want to do a little cheers with me, Jungle. Salute.
Oh wait, so Brian's allowed to drink it and we're not?
Yeah.
That is
tipped like
unacceptable,
$1,000.
Jungle, whoever you are.
Why can't we do
But he did ask a question. He did ask a question, if
Okay.
you guys recall.
What was the question?
This is for Chair 5. That's for you, Crystal.
And
How many genders did they teach you there are? What about the rest of the table? How many? So you answer first. Go ahead, Crystal.
Basically, however many people want to say LGBTQ plus, but I mean,
HDMI. Joking.
So
Yeah.
are there an infinite number of genders?
basically
Okay.
what they teach you.
And then what about the rest of the table? How many genders are there?
2.
2.
I feel like there's like 2 genders.
No comment on that one.
2, male and female.
2?
Okay. Jungle, thank you again very much for the champagne. I do appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Daddy
Thank you.
Jungle.
Thank you, Jungle. Appreciate it. He said no champagne, though, but I didn't see that part. So.
But wait, you're not allowed to share.
Nope. Okay, I got to adhere to Jungle's requests.
Jungle.
Wait, so
naughty
what
boy.
other type of genders do they say that there is? Because I'm just familiar with 2. Like, what other kind of genders is there? Because I've never heard of another gender. Like, so what would be a term like of another gender?
Transvestite.
But isn't if let's say if you're a girl and then you want to be a boy, like wouldn't you still be changed to a male? So that would make you a male at that point, right? Or I don't really know too much about that, so that's why.
Be
I'm not too
transgender.
sure. Yeah, see, but
All right.
transgender is a gender. What you're saying?
Pasty
Well, I
George,
could say that.
Chair
I
2
would
and
say
3. Stop being boring and gross, LOL. That's to you too. He says stop
me?
being. He said stop being boring and gross.
I'm being boring and gross?
I guess so. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Look at-
your
look
name
at
is
her
Pasty
perk up.
George,
Look at her
honey.
perk up.
And you donated
somebody call
$100
me
just to tell
boring
me
and
that I'm gross. So maybe you should take a look in the mirror, Pasty George.
Ooh, Pasty George, shots fired. He has a follow-up. Anyone knows that that thing is gross and morally wrong, so why can't OnlyFans, camgirling, escorting, etc. be gross and immoral? Why does money and consent make the latter right?
Can
I
ask
was
you-
saying that I think that both of them are immoral.
Can I ask you
So catch
why-
up, Pacey George.
I agree that it is gross and immoral, but why is necrophilia wrong and immoral by your standard, by Andrew's standard?
Oh
Don't
my
you do
God,
OnlyFans,
you
though?
Can't go back to this topic.
No, I agree.
We're moving forward.
Do you know the meaning of the word necrophilia? Do you understand?
I agree. I think it's gross and morally wrong.
Now that bangeth the deadest body.
But no, this is going back to the conversation that I was having over here.
Bad things happen. That's why it's wrong.
This is
Well,
such
I'm
an
sorry, answer
uncomfortable,
that again?
Disgusting situation.
I want to change my answer too for the transgender thing because I didn't even know that transgender technically
I'm sorry, Andrew,
could
can
be.
you say that again?
Maybe
That's why
before
I
we
said no
speak, we should
comment.
I said because the law.
Yeah, I know. I'm like I didn't know what that.
Okay, so
Hey,
this.
hold on, stop. I need you guys to speak one at a time. If one person is speaking, my expectation for the entire panel is everybody else is silent while that person is speaking. Anya was speaking. You guys are doing, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, some sidebar conversation. Kindly, one person speaking at the time. The discipline on this has been terrible thus far. One person at a time. Go ahead.
This was just going back to the conversation I was having. I'm sorry, what was your name?
You can call me Pearl.
Pearl, yes, Pearl. The conversation I was having with Pearl was I was trying to get down to where her morals come from. Not that her morals were wrong, just where they come from. It's just going back to that.
I get it, but like when you're making an epistemic claim, which is what that is, right? Epistemology being the study, as we all know, of the epistles. No, I'm kidding, joking. So when you're making an epistemic claim, you have to account for it. And I can account for my epistemic claim with God. You're not accounting for your epistemic claim at all. You're just saying me, my preferences. Things that make me feel good is how I account for all the things that are around me, right? That's the distinction. So, like, it's easy for people to have this bizarre distinction where they're like, your morals are your morals, man, and my morals are my morals, man, and we just like all do our own little thing. But it's like, clearly, we don't think that that's true, right? So, for instance, if you looked outside right now and a bunch of Aztecs were cutting the fucking hearts out of people and then kicking them off the temple, you would probably get pretty upset about it, right? You'd probably be like, I think that that's immoral, and you probably shouldn't be able to. And that's kind of transcending, perhaps, this idea of preferential morality, right? It's kind of transcending it. So I don't think all morals codes are created equal. And I think that some worldviews can account for them and some worldviews can't.
I agree.
I was saying I didn't really know exactly about the gender thing because I didn't know that transgender technically was a gender. I thought that that's what they just would say for things. So I would want to change my answer because I feel like if you choose to want to be like who you want to be, then I feel like they have that choice. So I just wanted to change my answer on that.
Also, just to clarify, my morals don't come from what I find enjoyable. Because even though I do find it enjoyable and I like it, I don't think it's morally right.
Wait,
yeah,
hold on.
But then you wouldn't do it if you didn't find it enjoyable, right? So you're still just doing whatever makes you feel good.
It makes me feel good, but I don't think
That's
it's
why
morally
you do
right.
it, right? So
But
you do.
don't you do it for the money?
Things that make you feel good.
I also just enjoy doing it.
So you would do it without the money?
Yeah, I answered this previously, yeah. Again, balancing workload, depending on the workload.
All right, we have some super chats. Pelagic, logical fallacy is surprising here. Pelagic, thank you for the big super chat, man. Really appreciate it, guys. W's in the chat for Pelagic. You're a legend, sir. Thank you for the super chat. Irving, there are 10 million women between the ages of 18 to 25 in America, 1.5 million dog. Those same women have begun OnlyFans or S-work equivalent. Another statistic is that roughly 40% of all children in America is being raised by a man who believes that child is actually theirs.
What?
Oh, so paternity fraud. Okay. I don't know if the statistic is that high. What you might be referencing, Irving, is of the men who challenge paternity and they get a paternity test done, it's something like 1 in 3, so maybe closer to 33% of men are raising children that are not theirs in the event that there is in the event that they are contesting the paternity. So this wouldn't account for, it wouldn't be the case that 40% of all children being raised in America, that the father is a cuck, essentially. But I think that's the statistic you're referencing. Thank you, Irving, though. I appreciate the super chat. Poochie, thank you for the membership. Why don't we just do this early? Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Go ahead, Anya, starting with you.
I'm scared.
7.
6.5.
Okay, Chloe?
Like a 6.
I go 6.9, the year of our Lord.
I'd
That
be
was
like-
a joke. Sorry.
I'd say
it.
like
That was
6.5.
Okay.
I'd say 6.
Okay.
You can't pick 7, huh?
Can't pick 7.
That's my favorite number. That's like so not fair. Okay, I'm gonna do 6.9.
I would say beauty is subjective, so I would say it would fluctuate like up or down. I would say a 5.
6.
Wait, you said it would fluctuate up or down?
Yeah, like
Could it ever be a
depending-
10?
No, like no one is a 10. I think anyone who says they are a 10 is pure delusional, because I think a 10 you have to be like super flawless with absolutely no cosmetic procedures or alterations.
Hold on. Do you recall 5 minutes ago when I kindly told you to shut the fuck up? Do you remember 5 minutes ago? What did you just do right now?
I forgot what she said, so I was just asking her.
Why would that matter?
Because I think that she's like way more gorgeous than me, so I was just then thinking, oh, right, maybe
But
I should.
I understand that you're curious, but I just told you, you can't be doing sidebars. She's talking right now. It's rude and disruptive to her for you to be leaning over and whispering. It's bad for the audio quality for the audience. I just told you 5 minutes ago. Now, here's your opportunity, 100 women versus accountability. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it again. That's all I need.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
Thank
Brian.
you. Go ahead.
So yeah, based off of the fluctuating, it would depend on personal preference, beauty standards. Beauty standards are always changing, and I don't think anyone is a 10, because everyone has flaws and imperfections, and it's just a preference at the end of the day.
Lovely. Okay, going back to you. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Honestly, I think I'm looking better now than, no. Answer's no. I think I look better now than I will 10 years' time.
You're 19. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 29?
I'd say yes.
20 years' time, 39?
No.
Okay. You're 35. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 45?
Absolutely not, but can only hope.
Okay. And are you better looking now at 35 than you were at 25?
Probably less lucky. Yeah, no, I was better at 25, probably.
You're 23. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
I would say yes, because I can work on myself, you know? So I could,
Okay.
like, whatever I feel like I don't like, I could change.
Are you talking about plastic surgery?
No, just like my body or whatever, you know, like in like 10 years, if I were to be working out consistent,
Okay.
like, you know, like things like that, like it could
Like
change.
fitness?
Yeah.
Okay. What about 20 years' time at 43? Better looking than how you look now?
What did you say? I'm so sorry. 40
So you're 23 now.
Yeah.
In 20 years' time at 43, will you be better looking?
I would say, yeah, because it's, you know, I feel like a lot of the times, like when you age, like marks and stuff show like the things that you've been through. So I would say I would be more beautiful then, because it shows like the things that I've gone through, you know, or like that I've lived that long.
Okay. So 30 years' time, how about 53? Better looking than now?
Probably now than probably 50,
now.
but it depends, because a lot of women that are 50 are nowadays, you know, you can't even tell. So
Okay.
Yeah.
You're 32, better looking in 10 years' time at 42?
Probably not.
Okay. And were you better looking 10 years ago at 22?
Yeah, just because I was more of an athlete. I played sports. I was more in shape.
Okay. You're 44, better looking in 10 years' time at 54?
No, I feel like my prime was in between 35 and 40.
Okay. So if we go back, were you better looking at 34?
Oh, yes.
And then were you better looking at 24?
No.
Okay.
I was better looking in my 30s.
All right.
I would say it would depend.
Better looking in 10 years' time at
Yeah, it
35?
would depend whether I decide to get like any cosmetic procedures. I'm not against it, so.
what do you think, I guess?
I've seen like how people get like facelifts and they look unrecognizable. They don't even show their age, so it's a possibility.
So like you're 25 now, go forward 10 years, you have various flawless plastic surgery procedures.
I'm sure I'd look
better
nice,
at 35?
Probably not as good as in our prime 20s. Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, 20 years time, 45, better looking with all these plastic surgery interventions?
No, probably not. We start decaying as time comes.
Okay. Felicity, what about you?
No.
Do we have the things ready to go, Mayor? Okay. We have Pasty George, Chair 3, calm down, lady, calm down. LOL, I take back calling chairs 2 and 3 gross, but not the boring part, LOL, from Pasty George. Because you guys were shooting shots at him. All right, we have Pasty George, not to be rude or offensive, but Chair 5 looks like she's getting ready to assassinate someone, LOL. Are you an assassin?
No.
No, okay, all right. You're good to go? Do we have gender yet or no? Okay, maybe we'll get those later. All right, guys, so we do this segment on the show related to the previous question. We age advanced all of you guys. Some of you said you'd look better in 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it is. So we're going to put it to the test. Let's go ahead and go through that.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
No way. Oh gosh.
All right, next.
I hope not, because my mom is still like objectively very beautiful. So I hope that doesn't happen. But
Please make me a hot grandma.
What is that picture?
Oof, okay.
So what is the years there? We're looking at 30, 10 years ahead and 20 years?
It's just vague aging. It's just vague.
Okay, got it.
All right, next.
Wait.
Oh my God. I'm the worst.
I'm scared.
I feel like that's not bad.
I'll still.
you're actually kind of cute.
I'll still have my banter.
You're actually kind of cute. It's funny how you said that.
Wow.
Next.
Oh my god. That's terrible.
Hey, you guys. Wait, hey, it's mother-daughter here. All right.
Why don't we get one of Brian?
It's, goddamn. Relax. We'll get there. They're gonna do it. It's okay. We'll get there.
I didn't know. Sorry.
Oh my god.
The first picture is good.
All right. Next.
Oh my God.
This is crazy.
Damn. Okay.
I can't wait to see mine.
Next.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right.
Yours is the best, babe.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's a MILF.
There you go.
All right. Next.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely need the
Look bad. It doesn't look bad.
She's cute.
It doesn't look bad.
No, you look good. Look at you.
Gorgeous.
That picture is really good. The first one. And all of them.
Next.
They snapped a good one.
Yikes. Yikes. What the fuck? All right. Next. We don't.
Oh my God.
Silver fox.
He got a professional photo.
Is there another one? Oh, okay. They used an old photo. I guess we don't have one of Andrew, but all right. We have. Let's see here. Did we do this?
Aren't I already at the end of that aging threshold?
Something like that.
Yeah. I feel like I'm already an old man. You don't even have to add to it. It's just already.
We have a big super chat from Sean Bruce here, the big 200. Thank you, man. Happy Father's Day to the panel, at least to those who speak to their father. That's actually interesting. So happy Father's Day, Brian and Andrew. Oh, okay. So going around the table, are you in touch with your... Wait, a couple questions here. Are your parents still together? And do you have a good relationship with your father? Go ahead.
My parents are not together. I have a really good relationship with my dad. I know this is rich coming from me, but I honestly think he was the best dad I could ever ask for.
My parents are married, but me and my dad are really not close, but I'm really close to my mom.
My mother passed away when I was 18 and my dad died when I was 25. So I don't have a relationship with him anymore, but when he was alive, we were best friends and I miss him every day. And had a great relationship with my father.
Well, sorry to hear that. What about you?
My parents are still married, and yeah, I have a good relationship with my dad.
What about your mom?
No kidding. Yeah, no, me and my mom are like best friends.
Can you scoot your mic to the edge of the table? Crystal, go ahead.
My parents are divorced. I've talked to both parents.
Okay. What about you?
My parents have never really been together. It was kind of like a one-night stand thing. I actually found my father during COVID through an ancestry DNA test, and he's an amazing, incredible man. And so I'm close with, I talk with both of them. I'm getting to know my dad, but I was raised by my stepdad, but we didn't really have a great relationship. Complicated.
Okay.
My parents are divorced, and I would say I have a closer relationship with my mom.
My dad is dead. I've disowned my mom.
Oh, baby.
Damn. Sorry to hear that. My parents are still together. Great relationship with both parents.
Lucky you. I mean it.
Okay, let's get into
my parents are happily married and still together and adore me, and we're just phenomenal, fantastic parents in every capacity you could imagine.
Crystal, you getting into your pre-show notes, you said that your content is very hypocritical. Although I see points you make that are true, you concentrate more on women rather than men, whereas men can be held accountable in relationships as well, and the reason why things don't work out. So your disagreement is, you disagree with the views of the roles of women that the host talks about, as it is not realistic in today's society, and believes what he says is hypocritical, as he believes women should stay at home and take care of the kids, but also says women aren't realistic and gold diggers when looking for men making over $100,000, when in reality a salary of $100,000 a year is the least amount to make when trying to take care of a family financially in California without the woman working.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't recall I even have ever even used the term gold digger on the show. I do sometimes scoff, though, if a woman who is not particularly remarkable herself wants a man who, say, makes $500,000, which would put him in the top 1%. I think that's unrealistic. If a woman desired a man who makes $100,000 which, while it is above the average income, at least even in California, but throughout most of the rest of the country, $100,000, I don't think is completely unrealistic. It is a man who is starting to get to his way to being a high earner. But I think you're uncharacterizing this a bit unfairly. Most of my criticism rests when these women come on saying they want a man who makes seven figures, 500,000 plus. And they're, again, like I said, not particularly remarkable in their own right. Would you disagree with me that it might be unreasonable for an average woman to desire a man who makes, or hold out for a man who makes, say, $500,000 to over $1 million a year?
Probably. My point was that, like, a lot of points you make is that women should stay at home and take care of the kids, but in reality, that's not realistic in California. A lot of men who are minimum wage don't make enough money for the wife to take care of the kids by themselves. That's basically what my point was.
That is true. It's almost like there's 49 other states that you could move to.
I haven't looked into that. I don't know how much you have to make in other states, but I know that that's on average.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it is in California.
Everything costs the same everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're paying quite the premium for the sunshine.
Yeah, I would say so. I haven't really.
Taxes.
I don't know what minimum wage is over in other states, but my point was towards California.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about California is that it's a cesspool, and it's filled to the brim with either scumbag yuppies or degenerate losers. L.A. is a horrific place. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy to live in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
the
I
best
agree.
place in the world in California to start a business is anywhere outside of California. That's the best place.
Taxes.
especially.
I can disagree with that.
Pretty bad. So yeah, you can raise a family on a single income. You just can't do it there. I agree. It's really hard to raise a family on a single income in California where, I think San Francisco, I looked, the poverty threshold there's like $80,000 a year. That's insanity.
Yeah.
That's insanity. But the Midwest is filled to the brim with jobs. So is the South, right? It's just that people choose not to leave. But it's like you gotta set what your priorities are. If you actually want a family, you don't do that in California. It's a terrible place to raise a family anyway.
Yeah. I think a lot of the time too, though, if you're born here, your family lives here, you don't want to like move out, like your parents, your siblings. Just it's kind of hard moving to a different area, also.
Well, the whole point of that is, so if you get married, you also adopt your entire husband's family, right? That's part of that.
Yeah.
And so if your husband doesn't live in California, let's say he lives in the Midwest or someplace like that, you do have family then, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I'd say so.
Yeah, that's one big perk. But another one is like, that's how people start up family dynasties, man. That's why there's Wilsons all over. That's why it's such a common last name. They're all over the place, right? There's Wilsons running all over California, Nevada, all the Midwest, the South. Families starting up dynasties all over the place. If it's too expensive to live, you move somewhere else. If you want a family, anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question. Like, can we like go around and say like how much we put on the paper to, like, for our husband to make per year? I'm just curious. Like.
Yeah, we can do that right now. Minimum yearly income for your future husband?
I think I put 75K.
I feel like I put the highest. I put $1 million.
Okay. What about you?
I would want someone who makes maybe just like 15% more than I do, just because I feel like it just makes me feel like he's a bit more masculine. So I'm not looking for someone who's, a multimillionaire, but just someone who's just like got it. Like if shit hits the fan, can kind of protect me in a disaster. Yeah.
On your notes, you did write equal to you, but
yeah.
So I guess, 15%, sure.
Yeah.
What is that though? How much do you make?
It depends.
I don't know, on average a year.
If I'm DJing nightclubs, if I'm DJing weddings, it really like.
How much have you, if you had to average it out on a yearly basis, based off of how much you made the past 5 years, what would you say?
I can do like 1 year. My maths isn't great, but so I DJ'd Croatia Yacht Week, and I was paid like £8,000 for that week. Maybe it really depends. Sometimes I just do a nightclub and I make £1,000. Sometimes it's up and down. Sorry, that's not the perfect answer, but.
So how much?
But I also
yearly income.
I also own an apartment with no mortgage in London, so I have passive income from that as well.
Okay. So the guy should make what?
15% more than me.
Which is what?
It goes up and down, honestly.
All right. What about you?
Roll your eyes as much as you want. It's the truth.
Andrew's saying ballpark.
For me.
Ballpark?
Like 100,000 a year.
Ballpark.
Like I'm not asking for your exact income. I feel like that's what it feels like to you. We're not trying to get your exact income. We're just trying to figure out what you actually want from someone.
I just feel like it's not very ladylike to say your say how much money you make. So I'm a bit shy about it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just looking for like a ballpark of what your expectation is for a man to make.
You don't need to say how much you make. You just need to give us the ballpark of what you want your man to make.
Which is 15% more than what I make.
That doesn't tell us anything, though, really.
Well, it kind of does. I'm saying that I'm not looking for someone who's. Right. Okay.
Unless we knew how much you made, that wouldn't help us at all.
I'm not going to tell you how much money I make.
Well, then why don't I ask?
Exactly.
I'll just ask some clear. Would you like a guy to make over $500,000 a year?
No, it doesn't have to be that much.
Let's do bare minimum.
It doesn't have to be that much.
200,000.
That I doesn't have to be that much.
100,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
what about
not
you?
even,
Yep.
like...
What about you?
Well, to me, it doesn't really matter as long as somebody's working like towards something. Like, let's say like they don't really like make that much money right now, but they're working towards making more money and like having like a business or like doing like something that they're like passionate about. Then that's what I would say.
Okay. What about you?
Probably about 60,000.
Okay. What about you?
That's a trick. Oh my gosh. I got a little excited. Sorry. Okay.
Go ahead.
That's a tricky question for me because I'm already married. So, so are we
much-
talking about?
I guess how much does
Well,
he make?
let's pretend like, and I'm not saying this to be horrible or anything,
Yeah.
but let's just pretend meteorite strikes your car, right? Your poor husband taken out of commission. That's the end, right? You're single. You've gone through your 2-year grieving program. You're going back out in the dating market. What would you be looking for from the financial status of whoever that partner would be?
For me, there wouldn't be a number.
Yeah.
It would be also about energy. It'd be about there could be a guy that just bought a small business and is working to grow that business. For me, it'd be more about the motivation of what they're doing with themselves, right? If they're just going to be like a couch potato guy, like, nah, you know.
What if he's a couch potato, but he's really funny?
Oh, that's my type.
That's really hard because I make good money. So, like, listen, if he's going to make me
he's
laugh
really
and clean the
funny.
house
Like, on a
and
scale of 1 to 10, he's like at least a 10 and hilarious.
in funniness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would let him be a stay-home guy, stay-home husband, as long as he
He's
made me
hilarious.
laugh and like rub my feet at night.
Yeah, he's gonna rub your feet though.
Yes, it has to be. Yeah, I got pretty feet. What the heck?
Wouldn't you feel like taking advantage though, if like he's living off of you?
No, as long as there is,
That's how men
it's
feel.
more about
Just kidding.
behaviors. Like if he's behaving in a manner of like he's taking advantage of me, that's different. But if he's given me, you know, he's taking care of the house, maybe he's helping me file things, maybe he's helping me with my business in some way or some form. It'd be just different.
Well, that
If he
wasn't
has
what they
his
said.
behavior.
They just said comedy.
What about you?
Nothing too crazy, just something enough to sustain living. So I would say like 60 to 70 because a man's value isn't determined what's inside their wallet at the end of the day.
One question going back to you. So when did you start getting involved in S work?
Me?
Yeah.
Escorting?
S work, sex work.
Oh, I was like, I don't do that. For me, 4 years ago.
And was this like a prolonged conversation? Like, did you bring this to your husband?
Oh yeah, he
And was
told
he
me.
on board initially, or did he have?
He had his
concerns?
reservations. He definitely had his reservations, and we had good conversations about it. And with those conversations, we made a decision that this was something I was going to do. He kind of knew, though, for some reason. He told me like 10 years ago, he knew some way somehow I would end up in the corn industry.
May I ask, what was his initial when you brought this to him? Was it a
Wait,
no?
wait, how did he know that? What?
Was it
yeah,
a no?
What?
Was it a no?
Oh no, he never said no.
But what was his initial reaction at the beginning?
Like what? Like what are you talking about? He kind of knew. Like I'd been messing around with social media. I was doing, TikToks, Instagrams, Facebook. So I was just like, hey, I'm thinking about taking this to a different direction. Plus, he had already knew that people in our lives had been asking me like, hey, what do you think about doing this? I think you'd be really great at this. So I had other people in my life.
Wait, other people in your life? What do you mean?
Other friends that were saying, hey, have you ever thought about doing OnlyFans before?
Were they doing OnlyFans or just
No. I had one girl one night. Go ahead.
these were your like family friends?
Well, they're more like friends from like high school and friends from my previous work life and current work life.
Yeah. But it's okay. Some of your friends were trying to get you to do OnlyFans.
Well, they were talking to me. They're like, have you ever thought about doing
But
it?
so when you first brought the conversation to your husband, what was the period of time that elapsed between the first conversation and you so you started making content?
Probably, I would say, let's see. So this is bringing up February, March, April, May, probably about 2-3 months.
Okay, and remind me, what was his initial response?
Well, he was just kind of like, like I said, he already kind of knew it was being planted in my life, so he
But
wasn't
that was
against it.
You said 10 years ago when you brought it up to him recently.
He knew that in that, how do you say that? In that current time, he knew that people in our lives were talking to me about doing it, right? So let's say within a 6-month period of time, he knew that other people were asking me. He knew that the seed was planted in my head. So we had conversations about it, but go ahead.
So, but okay, that initial conversation, was he on board? Where was he?
He wasn't against it at all. He was just kind of like, okay, like, how's it going to work? How does this operate? What are you going to be doing? And it was multiple conversations. It just wasn't one conversation.
Was there any sense from you that you sensed he didn't want you to do it?
I mean, like, of course there was reservations and conversations that had to happen in communication between me and him, but he never once was like, no, you can't do this. I don't want you doing this.
That leads me to my next question. Had he said, either initially or in one of these follow-up conversations, I don't want you to do this, and that was his final position on it, how would that have gone?
I'm going to be honest. I don't think it would have went over very well with me. Yeah, I was going to do it.
But expand on that. Oh, you you were going to do it.
But I was being respectful. I was having conversations with him and talking.
How many conversations did you have with him?
Oh, we've been conversating, like I said, 3 months before I even opened my OnlyFans.
Okay. But it sounds to me like he was not on board with it from the get-go.
Well, he wasn't against it.
But you were exerting pressure and influence to get him to accept it, because perhaps you could paint a picture for me. If he had told you, don't do it, you seem to be indicating there would be major issues in the relationship. Would you have divorced him?
I don't know if I would divorce him. I mean, that would be having to be a conversation that we'd have. But throughout my life in 24 years, I've sacrificed a lot of things for my marriage and my family. And this one, I wasn't going to sacrifice this time.
Can I ask, you do boy-girl content, right?
I do boy-girl
content.
Do you
do boy-girl content with him?
We do. We have some videos, but priority, not him.
So wait, hold on. You do content with other men?
I do.
Wait. This is a new development. Hold on. How many, are you in the traditional adult content space, or is this just through OF?
What do you mean, like swinging?
Well, like in, what's the place in Los Angeles? San Bernardino, is that where they'd shoot all the, like, do you do traditional
I do
porn?
professional?
Yeah, professional.
Yeah, I do professional.
And question,
and independent.
You've been married for 24 years.
Correct.
Have you been monogamous throughout the course of your 24-year marriage?
Oh, no. Him and I have had multiple threesomes and other partners. Sorry, daughter.
But so at the beginning, was it monogamous?
I'd probably say the first maybe 10 years.
The first 10 years. Okay, whose idea was it to open up the relationship?
That would be me.
Okay. And
I was the instigator with that one.
Were there, now just not accusing you of anything, but
yeah.
Was there any infidelity prior to your desire to open up the relationship?
Honestly, yes.
Okay.
And he's aware of it.
On your part or on his part?
On my part.
Okay. So you were monogamous for 10 years. How soon into the marriage did you start seeing other men, I guess?
So I would say about 12 years into the relationship.
Oh, 12 years.
Yeah, 11, 12 years. So about
you said
2011.
You said you opened up the relationship.
So let's see
10
here.
years in.
So 2010 is when we go to Vegas, right? 2011, 2012. So I'd probably say 2013 is when we opened the relationship, to get my time right.
But there was infidelity on your part prior to you opening the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And
I was going to divorce.
Had you disclosed to him about the infidelity, or?
We had when we came to the decision to stay together. But we were not separating due to my, being with other people. We were separating for other reasons.
Okay, so when you opened up the relationship, there had been some infidelity up until that point. Can you tell me, though, when you guys opened it up, has he seen other women?
No, it's more me bringing other women home.
Oh, so you guys would have threesomes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you were cheating on him, was it with women, men, or both?
When I was cheating on him.
Well, you said there was infidelity prior to you guys opening up the relationship.
It was male.
It was what?
It was a male.
One male. Okay.
Yes.
And was this like a one-time thing, or was it ongoing?
This was a long-going affair.
Ongoing. Okay. And then was that the pretext or reason for you wanting to open it up, because there's maybe a sense of guilt related to the infidelity, and you felt like
I didn't have any guilt. I didn't have any guilt towards the affair that I had.
Why is that?
We were just in a really rough time, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think our marriage was going to survive, nor did at that time I wanted my marriage to survive. This is just being completely honest here.
Okay.
This is not covering.
Sure.
Yeah.
I appreciate the honesty.
So, in my mental space, I was done with my marriage. I was ready to move on, and I was moving on not only mentally but physically, trying to figure out how I could get out of the marriage completely at that time.
Okay. So you opened up the relationship.
And it was
But did he want I know the relationship or the marriage was on the rocks, but did he want to open up the marriage?
I'd say honestly, probably not. He is satisfied with just having me. I have always been very bisexual, and I have always been a very sexual individual, and I think that's why he knew prior to me even doing this that there was a potential chance I would end up somehow doing corn. So for me, I really enjoy having a man and a female.
And
It's a sexual preference.
While you guys were married, perhaps at the earlier portions of your marriage, were you stay at home, and was he working?
Here we go. So I would say the first 3 years, I was a stay-at-home mom. He worked, and then it went from the next 5-6 years, like he was a stay-at-home dad. I worked, and then it went kind of to us both working while the kids went to school, when the kids were completely off in school full-time.
Okay. I guess, though, bringing it back, you said there was some shaky periods of your marriage, but that was, 14 years ago?
That was 2010 is when I left.
Okay, 14, 15 years ago. You guys obviously have remained married, though, so you guys, I assume, reconciled your issues?
Yeah.
And that happened when is it better, I guess?
I don't know the exact date or year when I lived in Vegas. 24 years is a long time into timeline. I don't know, we just started building our friendship again and building our friendship, and then and then I think that when people live together for so long, it's hard not to reconcile. What's the word? I don't even know how to say the word. But you're like, hey, this has happened, and moved on.
Okay, and then just bringing it back to my initial point, you started doing OF. You're doing content with other men. You're sleeping with other men for content, not just for fun, I guess. He's okay with this?
Well, yeah. I we've had this conversation, right? I don't where my heart is today. I have no interest in dating somebody or getting emotionally attached to them in any way, shape, or form. When I have these encounters, it is just sex, and a lot of the time it's monetized, right? We're creating a video so that we can sell the video. I don't have an emotional attachment to them at all. Some of them are really great friends, but I'm not going to leave my husband for them. Me and my husband have a very strong relationship now.
So going back to the question though, would you, if your husband had said, I don't want you,
No,
relationship
the answer would be no.
The whole relationship being opened up, or the marriage opening up, kind of muddies the water a little bit, because there was already, prior to you doing OnlyFans, there's this component of
we were already
just a
having
total
sex together with other
breakdown.
people.
Yeah. Oh, he was sleeping with other women.
With me.
Okay, but then does he sleep with men?
No.
But he'll have devil's threesomes with you.
Yeah.
So there'll be another
is that
dude.
girl?
So it's girl, guy.
Yeah, so he's had threesomes with me with another male.
Are you feeling a bit traumatized right now?
I'm like, she knows.
Yeah.
So
she
hold
knows.
on. So wait. Has he ever done like cuck stuff, like
No.
he watches in the corner?
So he is my biggest fan, and he really enjoys my videos, and I really think that this was a kink that kind of progressed over the development of my career. But we found that he really does enjoy watching my videos while I do activities.
Wait, just to be clear,
yes.
just to make it blunt, he enjoys watching your videos of you having sex with other men.
While I perform activities.
Having sex with other men?
No, on him.
Oh.
Oh God.
I was trying to be.
All right.
Wait, hang on. No, I'm not. I just want to clarify this. You're performing sex acts on him while he's watching you perform sex acts on other people.
Yeah, on the phone.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
he watches.
But he's not the guy to, like, sit there in the corner and like watch somebody like have sex with me
Just on the phone.
Yeah, he just wants
and
to
not
watch you on his phone.
participate. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wants to participate, so
I
I wouldn't categorize him as a cuck. I know it's complicated. I literally.
Well, wait, hang on. But he does like watching other men doing things with you while he's doing things with you.
Yeah.
That would be definitionally cuckoldry.
Well,
like on his phone. So, okay, he's having sex with you. On his phone, he's watching a video of you having sex with other men.
it's really hot. Like, this is like intense sex, like crazy wild sex.
Excuse me? That's fucking disgusting.
Wait, okay,
Who
final.
said that? You?
No, it was the soundboard.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so, okay.
He's like, it's for me. He's like, don't blame me.
So, wait, if he had said, no, you're not going to do OnlyFans, would it have been the end of the marriage? Would you have divorced him?
Well, I would have said,
Into the
like,
mic,
if
into the
this,
mic.
oh, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, you were going to do it. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. If he wanted to leave, if he wanted to stay, he could stay.
Sure. So if he put his foot down, you would have said, well, we've talked about it. I've heard you out, but I don't care what you think. I'm going to do it anyways.
I can't download 24 years of experience, but during the experiences that we've had, this was this one time where I was like, this is something I'm not willing to sacrifice for
So
this.
you wouldn't, two more last things.
Yeah, no problem.
So
Yeah.
you wouldn't have divorced him, but you would have.
If he wanted to leave.
If it was such a deal breaker for him, he would have divorced you, I
Yes.
guess. Okay. It's
Yeah.
and then I guess my final thought on this, and then I'll pass it over to Andrew. Public service announcement to the men watching. If your wife, wants to open up the relationship, no. And then if she wants to start doing OnlyFans or other kind of sex work, no. That's a divorce. That's a goodbye.
Waiting to happen.
It's over. It's over. I mean, honestly, even if she brings it up, but then you like convince her not to do that shit, you should probably still get the divorce. The relationship's over. Once she's breached the conversation of open relationship, even if like you guys sit down and you're like, no, I want us to stay monogamous, and she's like, well, I guess okay. No, it's over. If she even I don't even know if she Google searches that shit, you have to divorce how to open
Not the Google search.
any sort of hint that she wants an open relationship or she's going to have a conversation with you, instant divorce. She wants to do OnlyFans, instant divorce.
I disagree. I have so many friends who are in happily married relationships that are swingers, and they have very healthy marriages.
Look, that's
it's not
fine
for
you.
everybody.
Prescriptively, what the advice I would give to men is, it is unacceptable for your girlfriend or wife to be having sex with another man. That is the bare minimum of just having any sort of coherent, reasonable standard for your partner. They should not be having sexual intercourse, carnal knowledge with another man. That's an L for you. If she wants to open the relationship, she wants to do OF, it's a wrap. Back to the streets she goes. Hold on.
She belongs to the streets.
Back to the streets. Look, if you're dealing with a chick that's already involved in that shit, that's on you. But if your relationship is monogamous and she's not doing OF and she's moving in that direction, that is the end of the relationship. If you have any self-respect as a man, you have something quick, then I'm passing it off to Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So it sounds like you, not to accuse you of anything, but it sounds like you really pressured him into both of these decisions. Do you think he holds any resentment against you long term over this? This is something that I keep in mind, and why I stay single, because I wouldn't want to force a partner into being okay with something that I do and then hold resentment against me for it.
I didn't force him to do anything. I gave him the opportunity.
Because they had a pretty Because they had a pretty rough relationship growing up, like in general. So it was like, if he wanted to stay like that was his choice. You know what I mean? Like, because he obviously wasn't doing the things that he needed to be doing as a man. And
wait, just to clarify, that's your biological father, right?
Correct. Yes, this is my father. So.
Okay, so don't you think there was any incentive for him to be like, well, I still want to be, there with my daughter. There's this pressure that I have to stay with her. I have a child, yada, yada, yada. I guess I'll let her do this just because I want to stay in the house.
All my kids are grown.
See, and the thing is my dad was never like that. Like, my mom did everything for us. Like, my dad was there and stuff, but my mom was the one that was really did everything for us. So, but it's true. Like, but if we're going to
I know, but
he did do stuff for us, though. He was there, but I'm just saying, for example, for the conversation of, do you feel like you were pressuring him that he did it for us? I don't think he did it for us. He did it because he wanted to be with her, not for us. Because it wasn't for us.
There's complications in marriage, with any marriage, especially a 24-year marriage. That's a very long time. There is so many things to contribute, and this was just... if he wanted to leave, he was more than welcome to leave, or he could stay and we could work it out with what I was doing. But
there definitely wasn't any pressure.
And people might think I'm a B, and I really don't care. I really, really don't. But I do love having the conversation, helping people understand that perspective.
I don't think it's fair to say there was no pressure over on this end.
Oh, no.
There's definitely pressure around it. I'm not saying you tied him down. You're like, you're staying here. But there's definitely an emotional, a familial pressure around staying with your wife.
Well, when I was like third grade, my mom had left my dad and took me, and we left. And so the reason why they got back together for the kids and for stuff like that. So to be honest with you, it was already to the point where it wasn't exactly like a relationship is already supposed to be like. So it was kind of like, it wasn't like they were doing it, it was different. It was different than that.
Well, I wanted to read.
Go ahead.
Very quickly. I wanted to read this to you. This was a super chat I got on my end that summarizes a lot of what people are thinking right now hearing this story. This comes in from Mikey, and he says, "My husband is great. I cheated on him. I let him watch me sleep with our friends. I would have divorced him if he didn't let me do OnlyFans. He's amazing." Right? That kind of summarizes, I think, the thoughts of a lot of people right now who are kind of listening to this tale. Here, I'll give you another example of this, why this is so foreign to me. So if one of my daughters, for instance, was ever bad-mouthing me in public, ever, talking, like my wife would lean over, doesn't matter, there's 25, 35, my wife would lean over and smack her across the mouth. You ever talk about your dad like that again, I'll rip your heart, right? She would never in a million years. right? But this is kind of almost flagrant, right? Like your daughter's there, and she just kind of runs her old man down, and
I'm not running him down. I'm just
you're kind of running him down.
How? I'm just saying that at the end of the day, like there's other things that my mom was gonna do, like modeling and stuff like that, and my dad, because of his being jealous and stuff like that, caused us to not be able to have a different life that we were supposed to have. So, for example, like she's trying to make something for us.
That he doesn't want other men to fuck his wife. Yeah.
No, she's not even. She's not talking about that. She's talking about other opportunities,
like modeling, because she was doing runway.
I wasn't even doing that.
She was doing
I was
like other stuff. She was managing a company, and my dad was so jealous that she had to leave and go do these things, trying to be a productive, responsible woman, trying to make something for her family. And my father was like jealous about those things, and so it kind of to the point where my mom had to stop doing that.
Wouldn't you want your dad to want your wife, your mom, all to himself, not to share her with any other men?
They're not going to understand because they don't know the history.
Was it SFW modeling or NSFW modeling?
She was doing the makeup and stuff. She was
until 4 years ago. I had nothing to do with the corn industry.
No, this was when I was younger. She was doing actual things for actual projects for runway and things like that. And because my mom had to go stay with the guy that was married, like he wouldn't let her. He wanted to like stand there and be there, and he like ruined that. So basically, but he wasn't drive to do something more for us. You know what I mean? So it was like my mom was trying to do all of this.
Let my wife go stay with some guy so she could go be a model? Like
no, but that's not what it is.
They're not going to understand.
She wasn't modeling. She was running model shows. Like she was doing the runway, like getting them dressed, doing the stuff, like doing productive things like that.
Their hair,
working with the guy that was running it all, and he was jealous that she was trying to work just because he was a man.
And we weren't staying in the same hotel.
They weren't. It was just the fact that she was doing something that he wasn't allowed to do too. That was the problem. So I'm not saying that like that he didn't do anything. Yes, he was there. I love him so much. I'm thankful for everything that he's done for me. But at the end of the day, like my mom deserves also to be able to make something for her family. And if he's not doing that, then like he can't stop her from doing that because someone has to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a husband can do that. I think a husband has the authority to absolutely say whether he's comfortable with or not comfortable with when it comes to the work of his wife. I think wives do that all the time. So I'll give you an example. There's a lot of men out there who work very dangerous jobs. And there's been times where I've seen actual grateful women. I go to them and say, listen, sweetheart, the job that you're doing is extremely dangerous and I just want you to come home. So I want you to switch occupations because I literally want you to come home. I need you to come home. I adore you.
But the job that she was doing wasn't dangerous.
That's not the point. The point is that it's a matter of responding to the preference of the partner also, understanding that people have boundaries, right? It's not that the guy wants to quit being a firefighter.
So he should have been doing...
Hang on. Maybe he loves being a firefighter. Let's say he loves being a firefighter, but the wife comes to him and is like, look, I need you to come home at the end of the day. I want you to switch occupations, even if you love being a firefighter. This happens all the time. And men will usually go, okay, they'll accommodate a switch in occupations, even for something they love to accommodate their women. I just don't ever see that vice versa.
Okay.
It's just, honey.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, in the beginning of the podcast, everybody has their own opinions.
That's fair. I don't know the history, but I'm just saying that.
And I respect that, and I totally respect your opinion. But like, I know what I've sacrificed and what I've given and what I've put in over and over and over and over again. And this was just, and maybe I'm 44 years old now. My kids are grown, right? Most of them are out of the house, right? And so this was point of my time where I'm making this decision. This is what I'm doing, right? And like I said, I love my husband, and if he wants to stay with me, he can. But if he doesn't want to stay with me, I'm okay with that.
You're okay if your husband didn't want to stay with you?
I'm not here to control anybody, right? And if that's something that somebody doesn't want to choose to be in my life, right? I'm not here to control anybody's life anymore. You know, maybe when I was, and don't take offense of this, ladies in their 20s, but in my 20s, I'm at a point where my life right? I'm not begging anybody to stay, and I'm not begging anybody to accept my decisions, that the things that I'm doing. Like, if you don't want to get on board and you don't like it, that's okay. I'm okay with that, right?
Actually, I am actually having some difficulty wrapping my head around this. I mean, I haven't been married quite as long as you, but I've been married for an awful long time. And if I said to my wife, I just don't really care if you stay or you go. Like, I don't think that she would see that as my husband loves me very much type of thing.
Well,
to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think that she would see it that way.
Yeah, I'm just not.
People see things differently.
Yeah, we live completely different lives, right? And completely different lifestyles.
Exactly, and I can't expect someone to understand things like that, and then I can't understand a lot of things that other people are going, so it's just sometimes when you're not in that predicament in your life, like, you can't really understand what is actually going on. But everybody has the right to their own opinions, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand we all have a right to an opinion. But I'm trying to understand the view, right? So I'm actually trying to understand it from your perspective, not just from mine.
Yeah.
Way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to obviously relate it to my own experiences, like you are, so I can try to understand where it is that you're coming from. But if somebody came to you, a friend of yours came to you who was a man and said, I don't really give a shit if my wife leaves or she stays, would you think in your head, well, this is a man who adores his wife?
Well, if they've had experiences in life, like 20 years of being together.
Well, you don't know all the past. You don't know everything. You don't know all of it.
I wouldn't know because
it's not that I don't love my husband. I love my husband. I really, really do. But I love what I do. I genuinely love what I do. And maybe it is my kids are growing. I've raised my kids. My kids are out of the house. They're doing their own thing. I have grandkids that are out there in the world, right? And this is where, I'm like, okay, what am I going to do next, right? And I love what I do, right? And I'm just... Because somebody doesn't want me to do that, I should make the decision that I'm not going to pursue the thing that I'm doing because I love it and I enjoy it because somebody said that I shouldn't do it.
Can I get a point of clarity?
Yeah.
You said you opened your relationship, and you did say that you do have relations with other men, just you two. Yeah. Does he have other relations with other women, just himself?
No. He chooses not to. He knows that he has.
Okay.
He knows that he has. Like, if he came and said, honey, I'm going to go meet with this girl, like all that kind of stuff, I would be okay with that. It would be hypocritical of me not to be okay with that. So I'm not going to be like, oh no, you can't do that. No, I'm going to be like, have fun, be safe.
Did you guys talk about this before you got married?
Oh, no, honey. We met, I was 19 years old. I met in January 14th of 2000, and we were married August 10th of 2000. So there was no conversation there.
You guys expected it to just be you two?
Oh, no. We got married because I was pregnant.
Yeah, that's the only reason it was, because my older brother, he's a year, 1 month and 10 days older than me. We're technically Irish twins. She got pregnant with him. She didn't even know him for that long. So it was kind of like they were just making things happen. And then they ended up, wanting to raise us and stuff like that. They didn't really even know each other for that long to begin with, to have conversations like that.
Yeah.
Because everything happened so quickly.
Yeah. We're literally, I was 3 months pregnant.
He has been there. He's a great dad.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, what I mean by that is, he has no right to tell my mom basically what she can or cannot do just because of the fact that my mom has done everything that she can do. And it would have been just selfish from all the other things that's happened in the past, from other things that we could have been doing right now instead of this.
Yeah. Is your dad supportive of your OF?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then
I think he's
a great dad.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think he's a great dad anyway.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think
that would be my view on it.
I think he's seen how hard we work, how much fun we actually have, how we impact people. And we don't just impact people on a sexual level. We also do social media,
And I'm also-
safer work, and we do a lot of positivity out there. So it's not just 80% of my content is safe for work, 20% of my content is not safe for work.
And he knows that I'm not doing this to do this forever. He knows that I'm doing this because I'm trying to be able to do the money, to be able to start my, my business, to go to school, to be able to have bigger things. Like, this isn't the long term. Like, I'm not expecting to do this for the rest of my life. I'm expecting for this to be able to make something of other things so that I can actually focus on those things instead of having to work a 9 to 5, not making anything, struggling to survive, trying to then go to school and make something of my life and for my children.
There are millions and millions and millions and hundreds of millions and actually billions of young women who go to school and work their way through without ever selling a single nude, without ever sucking a single dick, without ever doing any of that. There's literally over a billion,
Yeah, but
right?
those-
Who are alive?
I
Who are
agree.
alive? Who are alive right now, at least in that age bracket, probably around a billion. And it's like,
But a lot of those people.
how is it that this idea of like, I need money? It's like, well, everybody needs money. Everybody needs money. But me as a father, I think, I can't control my adult children. I can't do anything about the choices that they make ultimately, except to weigh in. That's true. There's nothing I can do. It's out of my hands except to put whatever pressure I can, which is very little in modernity, right? I can't go kick in the door and drag them out, whatever stupid thing they're doing, even though sometimes I would probably prefer to. But I would never support those endeavors. I'd never be like, I am here to support what it is that you're doing, especially when it came to something like that. That doesn't sound to me like
If
how
you're-
a typical father would think.
If your daughter came to you and said that she was doing this, what would you do? Would you disown her? Or would
Yeah,
you
well, at least
somehow
it's all
find
behavior
out a
stuff.
way
Listen.
to support her?
If you're doing something which is this horrific, at least from my view, especially a Christian view, it's not that I would stop loving my kids. I don't even think that would be possible.
Exactly.
Right? But that doesn't mean that I would ever enable such behavior. And I would let it be known, not only do I not support this, but I'm going to apply as much pressure as I possibly can within the confines and boundaries which are reasonable to make it known that I'm not going to support this behavior. And if that includes me distancing myself, I think actually that's what good parenting is. Sometimes putting down really staunch, tough boundaries, right? Because kids also like to shit test, don't they? You know that. They love to shit test. It's one of their favorite things to do. And one of the things that happens when they shit test, right, and they want to have a game of the wills against an old, stubborn man like myself, well, I'm going to win in the end, right? I'm going to win in the end. So the thing is like, look, I don't think that is ultimately what good fathers would do. I don't think good fathers would not apply that type of pressure. I mean, it sounds to me almost like the guy's a pimp in a way, right?
He is not. He's not in any way, shape, or form of that.
Well, I mean, is he benefiting from you sleeping with other people?
Oh, yeah, but he's not choosing who I'm being with and when I'm with. I manage my business 100% myself.
Yeah, maybe he's not setting it up for you.
No.
But
he
still
doesn't do anything with my business.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's not accurate to say pimp.
Yeah.
But it's something that sounds very akin to pimping.
Well,
something very closely related to that.
Yeah.
So, just saying. Just my 2 cents on it.
We have some chats coming through that we are going to read. We have Pasty George. If you have a kid or kids, your priority is the family, and the parent or parents should move to an area that is affordable and good for the children's upbringing. That's just my opinion, though. I believe that was in response to you, Crystal. We have Pasty George. Do appreciate your message. Thank you so much, man. Metro Matt, it's been a minute. Good to see you, man. This might be the most disgusting conversation to have in front of your daughter. Men, stop being feeble and propping this behavior up. Get some... Wait, where is it? Hold on.
Stop it. Get some help.
All right, thank you, Metro Matt. Good to see you back, man. We have Inquisitor Zeal. Andrew, given how this hag will burn in... What the fuck? Burn in hell. Has dragged her own daughter to hell, and her actions are unlikely to be rare. When do we as Christians reckon with our failure to evangelize the world?
I love the judgment. I love the judgment.
Hilarious.
You know, it's a common misconception that Christians aren't allowed to judge.
Yeah.
Very common misconception. Not only are we allowed to judge, we're told to righteously judge. Otherwise, how would we ever distinguish what is sin and what is not if we did not have judgment?
Yep.
So the thing is that this is something often that you hear atheists say, or people who dislike Christians. Christians are so judgmental. It's like, well, yeah, they're supposed to be. That's the way that we determine and keep ourselves honest and keep our own in-groups proper. And that's also the way that we engage with the world, so that we know that we're not engaging in sinful behavior. But it's just a common misconception. It's like, when you call a Christian judgmental, I'm always like, good, you know, I have judgment and I use it. Exactly, you're right. I have judgment and I use it, yes.
It's making me really upset that the bird, like, you guys are not, like, helping the bird to get out. Like, you're
it's
just
making you upset?
Yeah, Brian, can you, like,
What do you... Tell me,
bird?
Chloe, tell me what you would like me to do about it.
I mean, you could stand on that chair and grab it with your hands. Like, I don't think I can reach that far, even if I'm on the chair, but you're tall.
Can we not open one of those windows? They're not
Those don't... None of
Just
these...
grab him
The
with
windows
your
don't
hands.
open. Just grab...
You can
Chloe's
do it.
trolling. You can't grab a bird. Look,
Yes, you can.
the ceilings are like 30 feet tall.
You could reach
Come
that.
on, Brian,
There's-
man up and grab the bird.
There's literally nothing I can do. The bird is actually retarded.
Can they hear it flapping?
I'm not sure. Wait, chat. Can you hear the little occasional intermittent like?
He's literally suffering.
Wait, be quiet for a sec.
He is.
Wait, be quiet for a sec. I'm gonna.
Now he's not flapping at all.
Wait for it. Can you guys chat? Can you hear that? I think it's probably pretty minor, but
But what about the bird's feelings?
Yeah.
look, there's nothing I can do.
So what's going to happen to the bird?
You know,
Well,
Chloe,
You're gonna
by
let it die? Like, if it
How
was
do you know
in
it's a
my
she?
house,
Studio pet.
yeah, it's probably gonna end up fucking dying of exhaustion. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. It's fucking nature, whatever.
But it's in your
This
house.
girl over here, the British girl's looking at me like, oh my God, he's just gonna let the bird die. What am I supposed to do? There's literally nothing I
I mean,
can do.
I could, like, get on your shoulders
Nah,
and you could grab it.
I ain't putting your
I could grab
BBL
it.
on my shoulders,
we
dude.
could get a net.
I don't
I'm
have
not.
a BBL.
You have some. Okay, you have fat transfer or something.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I
Chloe?
really only have my boobs done. I don't
Chloe?
know. You DM'd me this, literally asking me if I have a BBL. You asked me so many times. I
Cap.
don't have a BBL.
I asked you once.
No, you asked me last time I was on the show. Too.
Oh, I asked you, yeah, on the show, because in the same way that you lied about your age.
you think
Wait,
I have a
Chloe.
BBL too?
Chloe, you remember how you lied about your
don't
age?
have a BBL.
Chloe,
You don't.
she's ignoring me because. Chloe, you remember how you lied about your age last show?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
I
so
did.
it's fair to. Given that it looks like you have a BBL and you lied about something
I
else.
appreciate that. I really would like to get a BBL, but I.
Okay,
don't
well,
have-
maybe you have like that fat transfer
I
things
don't-
that the
that's a BBL.
Kardashians have.
That's a BBL.
No, but they put it in the hip, like
I
the
don't
fat
have it.
transfer.
What's a
Bro,
BBL?
I don't.
Is it
Brazilian
I'm
butt
too
lift.
skinny to get a BBL in the first place.
Okay, then you have implants
no,
or something.
I don't. I really don't.
I don't.
swear to
You just be
God.
in the gym.
She's definitely had a boob
I literally
job.
don't.
Look, there's
have,
nothing I can do.
Yeah, I have my boobs done. I got my boobs done when I was 18.
I
do
don't
not
have like I would need a
I've
pool
done
net.
nothing else. I've done nothing else in my face or.
Well, hang on. Can we also
anything.
just point out that who cares if the bird dies? Fuck the bird.
Andrew, I understand that
literally don't give
from
a
a
shit if
man's
the bird,
like
if the bird croaks in the
perspective,
studio
but,
right this second, I don't give a fuck.
Are you
I
vegetarian?
literally
I
don't care.
used to be a vegetarian, but
Okay, well, you're
now
killing cows and pigs and.
I'm not
It's survival
killing-
of the fittest. That
I mean,
was a really stupid
I like
bird. Now it's
hunting
going to
and
pay the
stuff, but like
consequences. It's like
if
when the
an
dumb birds fly in
innocent
those
bird is
windmills.
in your house, like you.
We've
could-
left
And
like
it's a
the,
hummingbird, like it's a very sweet bird.
And it's quite distracting as well.
Did
If
you
it
say
was-
you
look,
like hunting, but you're
if it was
worried about
hold
the
on,
bird?
hold on.
I
If
mean,
it,
I'm from Tennessee, so.
if it was up to me, I would love nothing more than the moment that bird flew in to have brought it back outside. I don't want the bird to die, but if the bird is so retarded, despite the doors being open, like literally 12 feet of my wingspan, that's how wide the doors are. It's literally the same way it came in, it could go right back out the same way it came in. It's too retarded because other window here and it sees blue sky.
If you're worried about birds, all along California, have you guys ever drove up the coast and seen all those giant windmills that are going? The thousands of giant windmills, those kill hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of birds nonstop. All they do is run into them because they're stupid.
Like, I don't make those.
Justice for the hummingbird.
Yeah.
Hashtag
justice for the hummingbird.
Justice for the
No justice, Brian, no peace.
No justice. No.
It would be so easy for you to grab it. Like,
no,
it
literally wouldn't.
How tall
what do you think he is, Superman?
That's like 10 feet. That is 10 feet
There's
up.
a chair, like, literally.
I'm not
going to
do that. I'm not going to do that.
It's messed up, guys.
Now I just kind of want the bird to die because it'll make you mad.
It should die on the center of the table.
I'm just kind of like, well, let it die. Fuck the bird. Let it die.
All right. So, a hat. If I had a pool net, I would maybe be able to get it. But anyways.
He just doesn't want to stand up for some reason. It's fine.
Okay. You do realize if I tried to grab for it, it would just fly. It wouldn't go towards me.
Grab literally snakes all the time, and like
a snake is on the ground.
Birds, anything, a fucking eagle.
What if we bribe to grab an eagle?
Don't
grab eagles. You could bribe it with snacks.
For ground animals, how many axes? There's only 2 axes: an x-axis. Why? Birds are 3-dimensional.
So no one's ever captured a bird.
Hey, hang on.
Not with their fucking hands, bro.
Yes, they have. Yes, they
what
have.
If it's the case, hang on. Wait a second. What if it's the case that the bird flew in because outside there's a predator that was chasing it and it got scared, and so it flew in here and it's not leaving because there's a predator out there? You want trying to catch the bird?
That's outside the box thinking right there.
Death? What sort of psychopath wants to send this bird off to its demise? What the hell is wrong with you?
You are a fucking monster.
You just twisted that shit so fast.
Monster.
You twisted that so fast.
It's not in there for no reason. There's an eagle out there who wants to destroy it.
Oh, Andrew, that was so brilliant. That was so brilliant, Andrew. Andrew, actually, when I went off to the balcony, I actually saw a falcon, multiple falcons out there, and falcons prey on hummingbirds. So Andrew has a great point. Fantastic point. It
You're
flew
actually
in.
Protecting it from demise.
I have given the bird sanctuary. I'm keeping it in here. This is a sanctuary for the bird.
To murder the damn thing. What the hell?
You're trying to send it back to the mean streets of Santa Barbara.
Back to the streets.
The mean streets, and I'm here just letting it chill. Y'all freaking out. I'm like, it's my homie now. That's the homie.
That's hilarious.
He does this shit all the time. Anyways, good talk. Good talk. That was great. Okay, we got some chats.
We should name the bird.
Yes, we should name it Buckingham. Okay, the open relationship thing is so fucking stupid and just a reason for a woman to be a 304. Any guy who condones this or takes part is a pathetic cuck and total degenerate. The times that we live in, and he follows this by saying, thank you, Pacey George, appreciate it. One of the main problems we have today is that many women have become modern-day succubi and only care about what feels good. What is easy and what they think is right when it is, in fact, wrong.
The way you made a British accent made it a little bit better. It made it better, though. It eased it. It eased it. Didn't I see the British accent does sound...
Pasty George. Chair 4 and 6. It sounds like that men just gave up on both of you, and I don't blame him for doing so either. Now it's like South African.
That was your words.
Besides, what else could he do? That's like New Zealand.
That was great.
Like the trashy London voice.
Scouse.
Hello, governor. Like that one.
Right, governor. You want some fish and chips, mate?
I could try to do a scouser.
That's the hardest one.
I can't do it. Chair 2, why can't you get the bird? Aren't you a strong, independent woman?
I could. I asked if I could stand on the chair and try to
just fall on the table.
This is why the patriarchy exists. When there's ever, some sort of animal or an insect that comes inside, the women are like freaking out.
Muffin.
You see,
Anyways.
when I was young, we played this stupid game. It was called "I'm Not Going to Get Off the Couch for Any Reason" game, and we would literally look for things around us to build tools to get whatever the fuck it was that we were trying to get.
There has to
Not
be
kidding.
something
Men
in
do this
here.
all the time for no good reason at all.
Look, it says melt a popsicle and they'll leave. I think that.
I mean, you
I don't
could
think that would happen though.
Grab one of the sex dolls over there and just like.
Well, that would smack it.
Is that what those are?
What a lovely way to go.
These are sex
Love
dolls.
it. Okay,
right?
we have some more super chats. We have name taken
That's
chair
pretty.
6. If your husband was in a terrible accident and he needed 24/7 care, so you had to choose between either A, quitting OF so that you could provide him with the care he needed, or B, leaving him in his infirm state so you could do OnlyFans, which would you choose?
Well, how would I be able to financially support him? Would I have to go back to doing facials? I think I would say that his medical expenses were going to be pretty high, so I'd probably have to pick up the pace, probably hire help.
Work a job? Why are you financially
does.
supporting?
No, but it's the question. It's saying if he was in a terrible accident and he needed 24/7 care.
If neither one of us are working, we live in California. We will be homeless in like 30 days if you don't pay rent here. What they give you like a 3-day evict. Like there would have to be some form of financial support, and to make sure that he had really great medical care, I would continue doing what I'm doing.
No,
and
but
hire
the
help.
question is, it's kind of an either or.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there would be other circumstances where perhaps there would be a financial impact on you, but it's quitting OF so that you could provide him with the care he needs. So that it seems like it's a time commitment. You're his caretaker. Or B, leaving him in his infirm state so that you could do OnlyFans.
Well, if we won the lotto, I would stay home and take care of him.
In the hypothetical he gave, there's nothing about winning the lottery.
Well, the thing is like when if she quit, then how would you be able to afford? You could afford to pay for care,
Yeah.
and then
So I'd
still
have to
work
do OF
instead of
and
you
hire
both
help.
failing and then like no one working, and then all of a sudden the whole economy in the household crashes.
Please may I ask you a question? How much time does it take to have an OnlyFans account?
I'm
Couldn't
home
you do,
way more now.
Could you not do like?
Can we get an answer to the question though? I don't.
Well,
It's a hypothetical question, not
hypothetical.
Like,
okay.
Be able to afford it.
So I have no income coming in, and I'd have to do OF to support my household and to support him. So I would have to do OF.
But if you could afford
So you could do both.
Now, if I could,
hold on,
afford it, and there was a
Wait. Here, I'll make it super simple. I'll
Yes,
make it
please.
super fucking simple. Oftentimes, the state will provide benefits to a caretaker. Let's assume for the sake of this hypothetical, the amount of the benefits you receive is enough to sustain your bare bones. You can keep staying where you live. You can, food, basic necessities that the state is providing you to be his caretaker through social services or whatever. Of course, I'm assuming you make way more money than this by doing OF and you enjoy doing OF.
Yeah.
Thus, the question is, would you leave your husband so that you can continue making more money?
Well, I wouldn't leave him. I mean, I would care for
would you
him.
quit-
So if I have
would you
to
quit
pick
doing
one,
OF?
so if there was income coming in, I would say 24/7. I would care for him. I wouldn't leave him.
And you would stop doing OF?
Yeah. If that
Okay.
was the only choice that I had, yeah.
Name taken. I hope that's
As long as there's
sufficient
some
for
form
you.
of money coming in so we can take care of him. I don't want him homeless
Sure.
on the street in medical
Pelagic.
necessity.
For a hummingbird.
A bright red object outside of the open door. Oh.
Chloe?
I could just stand there.
Literally just stands there.
I'm not sure that's gonna work, but. All right, we got Lucas. Hey, dude, Lucas, thank you so much for the super chat. Pelagic, thank you also. Questions for the harlot of Babylon. Be honest, what does your son think about you? Turning into Priscilla. Would you want your son to marry a bottom feeder like you? Oh, shit. Gross. We just threw up in our mouths, both of us.
Well, my sons have no judgment. They're very, very supportive, and they're like, Mom, do you. If it makes you happy, do it, right? So, and then what was the rest of it? So, I mean, my sons know everything I do. I just respect their boundaries, and they're unbelievably supportive. But I've always talked with my children. So we have a very open dialogue. And if my sons married a bottom feeder like me, well, I would support them 100% in the decisions that they would make. And I would know that that bottom feeder could support my son and his household significantly well. So I would definitely support that.
All right,
I'm
Lucas.
sorry,
thank
I can
you for
get you a napkin
Thank you for the
if you
super
need.
chat, Lucas. You're a legend, sir. By the way, Lucas, is that Matthew Fox from Lost? Looks like the guy from Lost, the main protagonist. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it. Hunter, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right, guys. $100 for Reed, $200 for TTS. TTS comes in, gets priority, comes in nearly instantly. Sometimes there's a bit of delay. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards the show. Marina, thank you for the 2. Jennifer, thank you for the 2. Thomas, thank you for the 1. Hannah, thank you for the 5. And then, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Also, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. Also, guys, get yourself some merch, shop.whatever.com. Join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Support Big Labia Matter, really important. And then we're going to do the gender swap. So this segment of the show is, would you date the male version of you? Starting with Anya over here, whenever you're ready. Whoa, okay.
Oh, damn.
Would you date the male version of you? Maybe zoom it out one. Yeah, just one. Yeah, that's better.
He looks kind of skinny, but if he was like a little bit beefier, then yeah.
Let's assume he's beefy. It's just the face, though, I guess.
He's cute.
Amazing.
He's cute.
Okay, all right. Next. Oof.
Mine is so bad every single time. Absolutely not.
I'm
Oh my gosh, like what? I'm just too
I'm
like
so
feminine,
scared.
you know?
You're one of those nerds in Cobra Kai that he like taught how to fight. That's what you look like in that pic. One of the dorks from
I'm
Cobra
so
Kai.
glad I'm a girl.
Honestly, it's kind of somebody did I saw this on Twitter. Somebody did a gender swap on Sabrina Carpenter. And like basically the idea here is if you take most women and you change them, like gender swap them into men, like most of them would be like incels.
What? What does that mean?
What do you mean?
It means that.
Well, yeah, because incels are kind of feminized men.
No,
right?
It's not even that. It's just like
inbred.
It's basically like you know. Oh wait, we have a react on the. Okay, so after this, we're gonna do a react. I think I pulled it up. It's the TikTok. Okay, Mary. But
I just want to see mine. I'm so
We'll finish
scared.
up the gender swaps, but.
Oh God.
Yeah. Next.
Me. I want me.
Okay.
Wow.
Daddy energy. Yes, I'd do him. Oh my God.
Like,
He's exactly my type. Narcissist alert. All right, Brian, come on. It was kind of funny.
Hey, no, it's good. It's good. I was just taking the piss, mate.
All right, mate.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
It's taking.
oh,
All right, next.
the one with the beard, obviously. No.
what the?
What's up with the curly hair?
Wait, is that like how your son looks or something?
No, not at all.
Nothing, literally not at all.
Not even a little bit.
Why is my face exposed?
Wait, that looks like Sean William Scott.
It's the
kinda.
hair.
It's like some.
A little bit.
The
Not
curly
really.
hair is crazy. Honestly, I like the highlights, so I don't know.
Would you smash?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay. Next.
Oh my
Did you say ooh?
Yes.
I mean,
He looks like a predator.
let's be real here, though. That's you if you were a man.
Yeah, it's
He looks
gross.
Slovakian.
Disgusting.
Why is he gross and disgusting?
I don't know.
What's wrong with him? He's got the same jaw structure and facial features.
looks
He
weird.
gives me the creep.
He looks weird. But that's you're talking shit on yourself.
I guess I am. 'Cause it does. It looks weird.
What, you wouldn't date him then?
No.
Why? He's
I don't know. The board's kind of crooked.
A crooked forehead.
It's not that bad, actually. The bearded one, the bearded version, slightly better, I think.
So, all right.
He looks like a
The
progressive
bearded version is
podcaster, honestly.
But it's,
Little bit.
it's fine.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. He looks like Dave Rubin, scuffed Dave Rubin. Like really fucked up Dave Rubin, sorry. Like Dave Rubin. Sorry, I need to make another Dave Rubin joke. Dave Rubin, if he wasn't gay and just had to deal with a really belligerent wife.
So you look straight.
Bearded one is so much better than the one in the middle, definitely.
Dave Rubin, if he saw some shit.
Okay, hang on. He does look like he'd save the bird, though.
That's a bird saver right there.
That's a bird saving face right there, yes.
Look at that guy. That's the guy you want in the trenches with you. You know? Like he'll just...
Well, no, that's a guy I wouldn't want in the trenches with me, because he'd be too busy saving birds, but... you know,
I'm not saving no birds.
I saw that movie. What was that movie? The Vietnam film, Me Love You Long Time. What movie is that? Anybody?
No,
Chat?
Oh, me
That's
so
Full Metal
horny,
Jacket.
Oh, Full Metal Jacket. I was watching it the other day. He's like you say he's like a private pile?
Yeah.
He's like a private pile.
Yeah.
Get that fucking bird.
Oh my God.
I don't think it's...
Oh, look, he's making progress.
I've got laser.
You're using the red laser.
I've got laser pointer.
Oh my God, you're doing it.
Brian, you may not know this, but...
Brian, oh my
the reason he called
lead him
private
out.
pile
Lead
is
him out
because
with
he
the
was
laser.
referencing
If you guys could be quiet.
a very famous show.
You guys could...
Don't scare them.
Yeah, if you guys start...
He's so close. Wait, you
Oh,
can
shit,
grab
wait, be
him.
quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Wait, shh, nobody move. Nobody, hold on. Nobody move, don't say a word.
Brian, grab him.
Shut the fuck up, Chloe. Shut the fuck up, Chloe. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna get up very slowly. I'm gonna fucking kill it.
You're gonna get the bird?
Don't kill it. Get the cat.
I'm gonna get the bird.
The cat. The red cat. This is all on camera, right?
Shut the fuck up.
Stop talking.
Fly away, bird, fly away, bird, fly away, bird.
Shut the fuck up.
Be quiet. Get it. Is he okay? It's a hummingbird. Oh, no, he's not. Is he okay? He squished
I think you got it.
He squished away. I think you.
Finish him, Brian. Finish him.
Shit, there's blood. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude.
Get a napkin.
Oh, shit. Wait.
Guys, sit down.
Is there actually blood?
Uh-oh.
You killed him.
Oh, shit.
Where's the napkin? Oh my God, Brian, no. Brian! You should have just grabbed him. You. No,
You
to be fair, that was
murdering
Holy
psychopath.
shit.
What did you do?
Bro, I was trying to...
Why they're doing this?
Just let him breathe. Let him breathe.
Be able to breathe.
Go.
He's done.
No, he's fine. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's so terrible.
That's my info paper.
Oh my God, Brian. Killed him.
Bye, birdie.
Hey, it moved.
There was so much blood.
It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. Close the fucking shit, bro. Close the shit. Close the fucking shit.
Let him back in here. Unless he's
Close the shit. What the fuck? Whatever. Fucking clean that shit.
Can he fly?
Okay, it got a little bit of a bruise, but it's alive.
A bruise. It's bleeding to death.
There was a little blood. I think I...
Now it's gonna get eaten by a falcon.
Yeah, they're gonna smell.
That was
There was
really traumatic.
You know what's traumatic is... Never mind. I was going to say something about your OnlyFans.
How the fuck do these women get spit roasted on camera but can't take a fucking bird? Like, what the fuck is this? What? Oh, wait, that was a hot mic. Sorry.
That was... Hey, you know, I mostly got it in the cup. I should have taken maybe a bigger cup. I don't know. The bird's alive. There was a bit of blood.
To be fair, good precision.
I did get it. To my credit, The bird's alive. We put it outside.
What part of it was
But
bleeding?
I think I might have.
Like its wing?
I might have pinched the wing a little bit.
It was
But at least-
trespassing
It's
on
okay,
private
Chloe.
property.
Chloe,
Are you allowed to do anything about that in California?
Birds die
Stand your
all the
ground
time.
Oh my god.
Wait, let me just Google.
Is there stand your ground in
Yeah,
California?
Is there a law against like?
No.
Wait.
That wasn't
Law against hummingbird.
Yeah, you probably committed.
You just got a felony on camera.
And it's all on camera.
Cruelty.
Uh-oh, Brian, what'd you do? Brian, what'd you do?
Chloe's
Hold
gonna
on.
sue.
That wasn't
Wait,
a
wait.
hummingbird anyway.
No, I'm a little worried now. We need James Sexton here. Now, I don't know what it. Look, if a bird comes into your house, you can get the fucking bird out of the house, right? Chat, Lucas, are you in chat, bro? I might need an attorney.
It could have been Karen.
Peter's gonna be after you, Brian.
It does say it
Brian,
is.
Brian, I'm going to tell you an old hunter's adage. Okay? Here's what your mistake was. You didn't say it was coming right for me. If you said it's coming right for me, and then you had done that, it would have been fine.
Is a hummingbird.
Because we all know that animals are ruthless and evil bastards.
Hey guys, we all saw it coming right at him, right? We all saw him like attack Brian.
I think I should maybe wash my hands.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna wash my
surprised that you
hands.
didn't wash your hands actually.
I'll be right back.
Wash your hands of the shame.
There's blood on you.
Did you try? Did you say? You said wait. Andrew, you said that animals are evil. Is that what you just said?
He said that.
Yeah, I was making a joke.
Okay, I was gonna say because that's crazy.
Were you being facetious?
I was like, don't play with me, because.
Okay, good.
I'm like, that is not.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't give a shit about a stupid bird. That's all. I don't care.
I know,
If it
but
died, if it
Chloe's a
didn't die,
sensitive
it's
soul, aren't you?
irrelevant to me.
Princess Chloe.
You want some, Chloe? You want some chocolate milk? You want some applesauce?
I think we feel better.
Need some candy.
Here you go.
I think you're adorable.
It's got.
Oh my god, he actually has chocolate.
Have you guys ever seen? Have you ever seen the salt guns that are designed to kill flies and bugs and shit?
We used to use them at the restaurant.
Yeah, it's called like a bug assault.
Boy.
You pour the salt in the top, and then you blast the bug with it. I found something out that if you use kosher salt, it's like buckshot. I would have definitely have tried that on the hummingbird. I think that would have worked.
Look, I
It's a
feared
bit
for.
late now.
I feared for
Instantly
my
dropped
life. Oh my God, the
It was coming
feather.
right at you. It was behind you was plotting its next move.
What?
I
just floated in
feared. I feared for my life. It was self-defense. So Chloe, I have chocolate milk for you, and you get a little sippy straw with it. Okay, pass it down. Pass
It's
it.
gonna be okay, Chloe.
It's gonna be okay, Chloe.
It's like, why do you want a hug?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Save the dolphins or whatever.
Save the turtles.
Save the turtles.
Save the turtles.
Where were we? Sorry, chat. By the way, there is a little blood lingering on the just a teeny bit of blood, I think.
I cleaned most of it.
Oh, you
was
cleaned it
all
off?
in the
I
cup.
will auction off that poster to the highest bidder. Just kidding. Okay.
Oh my
We got some chats here. Do you want some applesauce too?
Are we finishing
Write your
the mill
signature in
version?
the blood, Brian, and sell it.
It's
Oh, yeah.
probably pretty easy
We
to
were
get that
doing-
bird out of there after you snapped its wing in half, you inconsiderate jerk. You literally just snapped its wing like it was nothing.
I don't think we finished.
How could you, Brian?
Fine.
I don't think we finished the mail thing.
We're gonna get back to it. You doing okay, Chloe? You doing
I'm still a little
You doing
upset
better?
at you that you didn't just grab it with your hands.
my fucking
That would
hands?
be worse.
Bro, I
I
would.
feel like like
Just like it wouldn't have flied away, just like this.
he was just sitting
won't-
there. You could have just grabbed it.
Did you see that chat?
Nope, I didn't see that shit. Look, Chloe,
Would have been Chad if you threw it off the balcony too.
I should have just thrown it at
just
Chloe.
Chucked it right off the balcony.
Just grabbed that shit,
That's
just
how,
chucked
that's
it
how
at
Mama
her.
Bird makes them fly. That's how Mama Bird makes them fly. You got to throw it off the balcony. That's how it works.
You need anything else, sweetheart? Do you need a little? Do we have applesauce? Can we get her some applesauce?
We literally have applesauce. And
Yeah, in case one of our more sensitive guests has a moment. And
That's kind. Thank you.
Okay, no applesauce. All right.
I'm okay with my milk.
All right. Well, you enjoy that. Okay, we got chats here. We got to get through. We have Pasty George. Oh, wait. Did I already do this one? If I were there, I would catch, cook, and eat it in the studio. Oh, you know what? We should have cooked it up for Chloe. Do a little dinner for her. Get her a little hummingbird dinner. Okay. That probably is illegal.
I hate hummingbirds.
All right. We have Hunter Wallace. The bird should start paying rent. Also, Anya. I just wanted to say that I think you're incredibly beautiful. Uh-oh. If I ever get the chance to meet you in person, I'd love to ask you out on a date. Aww. Hunter Wallace, we have a rule here at the Whatever Podcast. If you're going to be a simp, you have to pay the simp tax. You have to send in another message as a tribute to the Whatever Podcast in the form of a simp tax. So get to it. Chop, chop. Chef Dill Pickles, why did Chair 3 say inbred as a response to incel?
Because I don't know what it means, I'm sorry.
Is it because inbreeding was the last plague to hit our country before lack of immigration policies plagued it?
I just didn't know what it meant, sorry.
God damn, that was my cup too. Shit.
What does incel mean? Can someone...
got a bigger... I should have got
involuntarily,
the bowl. Should use the bowl.
I'm sorry, involuntarily celibate.
Involuntarily celibate. Oh God, I really, really, really got that one wrong.
So, Chloe, have you ever dated a guy who committed any knife crimes? Or sorry, not Chloe, Annabelle.
Me?
Yes, have you dated any...
Oh, because of England.
Because of London, that whole thing.
I was once in the pub and I saw a guy get a knife out of his pocket and kind of... But then the situation was...
Can you show us his technique?
It was like it wasn't even a good knife. It was like more like a shaft thingy that you get from prison. Yeah, and he was, but he had it under, so the guy couldn't see. It was a bit of a brawl, and he just had it, and then was like,
show me what he was doing.
I'm trying.
Do it to Chloe.
I couldn't do it to darling Chloe. It was like the guy couldn't see the knife because he took it out of his pocket and he was like hiding.
But was it like a rapid?
He didn't do it. He didn't.
Oh, he just had it out.
He had it out secretly in case it escalated.
So like a defensive use.
Yeah.
He had it out. Okay.
Yeah, he had it out. But other than that, no knife crime.
All right.
Luckily.
Kat says L simp. W Kat. Thank you for the memberships earlier, by the way. Thank you, Kat. She says L simp. That's 2. Hunter. Still waiting for the simp tax. Hunter. Don't be. You got to pay it. You got to pay the simp tax. All right.
You can pay it at my link.
Chef Dill Pickles, Brian committed murder tonight. Clip it and ship it, boys. It's alive, he says, for now. How much blood do birds hold in them?
That was a lot.
Hummingbirds?
Hummingbirds.
They don't have a lot, Brian.
Their wings are their main thing. And you
But he flew away, so I feel like if he could fly, right, he would have been like, if he couldn't fly.
He did fly.
Did he really fly away? Okay.
I don't know how it got.
But he might bleed it out. Hopefully not, though.
Its wing.
The wing got pinched?
Or maybe it got a
Dude,
because they don't have doctors or anything.
I just want to point out.
like they can't go to the hummingbird doctor. Like he's gonna have to deal with that now, huh?
Yeah, I just point out to all of you that if
hopefully he
you had
doesn't
a
bleed
heart
out.
attack in the studio and fallen over dead, that the hummingbird would have eaten your eyeballs and not given a shit. I just want to point that out.
I don't think that they're aggressive.
Where did you get that information from?
I don't think that hummingbirds are aggressive at all. Actually,
say they're aggressive.
I feel like grandmas
Just say
have
animals don't care. I'm just making the point that animals don't
care
care about you. They don't care.
They don't give a fuck.
Certain animals do care. I feel like.
No, they don't care.
Did you ask?
That's why women always pick the bear in the woods, because they think that bears care and shit. They anthropomorphize.
My animals definitely care about me.
They think that it's like Baloo from Disney. That they're going to start dancing in the forest and start fucking singing about bare necessities and shit. They anthropomorphize these wild-ass animals that would rip them limb from limb, and they start eating you at the groin up because that's the fattiest part. They really like starting with the groin up.
That scared me.
My animals definitely care about me, though. That's the thing.
Speaking of fucking animals.
You have domesticated animals.
Oh my God, I thought that was real for a second.
Thousands of years.
I was like, where has he
breeding.
got that from? Is it a ferret?
Yeah,
It's a weasel. It's a fucking weasel.
What's the difference between weasels
speaking
and
of
ferrets?
fucking animals, fucking weasel, Warren, the fucking weasel, Warren Weasel Smith.
Yeah.
What's the difference between
Well,
weasels
hang on,
and ferrets?
Does anyone know? With Warren. I think we're going to be able to clear this up this week,
I have no
Brian.
clue.
Oh, okay. You want me to? Am I gonna host it, or what do you think?
I think we're gonna get this all cleared up. So.
All right.
You know.
Okay.
To Warren out there, I had a nice DM exchange with him. You know what I mean? He said he's willing to have the conversation with us, so I say we just have the conversation.
All right.
Before we make the accusations of him being a weasel or a backbiter, I'm going to give him every benefit of the doubt first.
Okay. You know what?
That's great.
I'll save this for next week. But Warren, if you're watching this, I don't just have one, okay? Here,
Yeah.
Felicity, put that shit on. Warren, I don't just have 2 weasels.
I am so
Why do you have
many.
so many weasels?
I have
Because you're a weasel
3
yourself.
Right.
weasels. All right, Warren. Don't let this be your legacy, okay, Warren?
Yeah.
You see the 3 weasels? Listen, Warren Smith, Secret Scholar Society.
Hang out with a weasel.
I'm just saying, Warren. You got a good thing going on, and I would hate to see something happen to it
Be sad.
because of weasels. Because of
The
weaseling.
Jersey accent.
And I got some fucking weasels right here, okay? So I'm just saying, Warren.
Better
I'm just
watch
saying.
out.
You better watch out. No, it's all good. Me and him, we talked.
It's not all good.
Oh, he came for you too?
I have some beef with him.
Oh, hey, Warren. Felicity here has some fucking beef
Yeah.
with you too, okay? You need to apologize to my girl
Yeah.
over here, Felicity,
Yeah.
okay? Good talk. All right. All right. I got the weasels, though. Okay.
Weasel out.
All right.
Perfect. That was so perfect.
Warren, you saw what I did to that bird? Don't fuck with me, okay?
You're next.
Okay, Warren. Hey, no, I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying.
I'd be nervous.
That hummingbird,
Brian has
it ain't
potential.
humming tonight.
Oh gosh,
It ain't humming.
that's terrible.
You don't want to see.
It's bumming on the. Okay, anyways, whatever.
fucked up.
What the fuck? All right.
No.
Just kidding. I'm Warren. It's all jokes. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, Pacey George. Brian captures a bird. Brian captures a bird, says there is blood, and the women think it is dead and freak out. Yes, LMFAO.
What?
Yeah, they thought I killed it. They were, oh my God. Oh no.
Also, I don't actually see any blood.
There
There
was.
was.
There was a little. I feel like there's
A
some
lot.
crazy going on.
There was a pretty decent amount of
I
blood.
can't see it on the windows,
I
to be
cleaned
fair.
it.
They cleaned it. Oh, they cleaned it, right.
It was all in the
There
cup.
was.
Yeah, it was in the cup and on the paper.
There was a little bit of blood. Okay, we have Pasty George, Chair 2. Don't worry, you can take comfort in knowing that the bird flew away and later died somewhere outside. LOL.
That's so kind, George.
Take a sip of your chocolate milk.
I drank it all.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice. All right. I feel like we need a champagne pop for that effort,
Definitely.
Did
Yes,
you finish that?
please.
Is the Creators Inc. guy, is he watching? Who owns that? Is it a dude or what? Is it like a group of people?
It's a guide. But he's probably not watching it.
I think
He's
it
probably
is
on a yacht.
Andy.
He's too big for.
Yeah, he's just.
I saved you, Chloe. He has you signed to his company, and if I had not intervened, that bird was coming for you. I think he owes me a thank you for having saved you from the bird and its corresponding diseases. So I would like him to
Some compensation.
a little.
Some comments.
No, he doesn't have to pay me, but a thank you would be nice. Just saying.
I'll let him
What's his
know.
name? Bart?
Andy.
Is it top secret?
Oh, or the bird or?
The Creators Inc.
Andy.
Oh, I think it's Andy.
All right, Andy. Look,
Go Andy.
that was some chivalry
We
there. I
love
protected
Andy.
I
We
protected
love
multiple of
Andy.
your creators here from a vicious and feral bird. Okay, moving on. Oh, we have the rest of the photos to get to.
Champagne
Let's
pop.
do that. Oh, right. You said ew. You said ew.
Yes.
Right. Okay,
Why
next.
did mine look so much older than everyone?
Oh my gosh, dog.
Oh, he's all right.
That does look like
Into the
my
mic. Into the mic.
Now that looks like my son.
low key. That does look like my brother.
I'm gonna say pass.
No wonder. Okay, now I
Pass.
Okay. All right,
I
next.
don't even want to see mine. Oh God.
see. You actually look good.
Like, look at that hair.
I think you look good.
Would you date the male version?
I like him.
I'm good.
I like
He's
that.
hot.
If you were single.
I'm good.
Okay. Next.
She said not my type.
Hey, a little better than normal.
Kind of like a Backstreet Boy dude.
That is way
It's like
better.
Aaron Carter.
Very young looking.
I mean, like Fly. He looks good with the beard.
I like
Would you
it.
date him?
No.
All right, next. Okay.
Wait, who was that?
What was that? You can't.
Is that you as a? Oh yeah.
The third one is good.
Oh my God, what's that actress?
You actually look great.
Actress? I would date. Sure, I would date them all.
Is it
The long hair.
Shannon Doherty?
The long
I
hair
don't
is a
do
little
names,
better.
but looks like famous actress.
Yeah.
Doherty. If that's her name, Doherty.
I feel like 'cause that picture is just so good, you know? Like, it's like a professional, like the lighting and everything. Like, I feel like that definitely changes it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Next.
They both look good, though.
There's
Oh,
Andrew.
gosh.
Young Andrew. Oh, I haven't seen
Looks like his wife.
That's a new one, right? Andrew, would you date?
Your girl
Is
version?
that kind of like Rachel with dark hair a little bit?
Yeah.
On the right, a little bit.
That looks like Rachel.
Doesn't look anything like Rachel.
You know what's interesting, Andrew? You guys, I don't know if it's your mannerisms that are kind of similar in some ways. You guys kind of look a little bit alike. Like the masculine feminine version. But
Maybe
Am
you
I
should
making
try
sense?
to
I don't
do
know.
like what
Well,
I
you see,
did.
when people are with each other for a long period of time, they start to mimic each other's mannerisms. That does happen. It's true.
that's probably what it is.
It's terrible.
That's probably what it is.
Like, for instance, she mimics my debate mannerisms, and I mimic the she can't open a jar mannerism. So you see, sometimes we all have to kind of just mimic each other a little bit. That's how
No,
it
we
works.
can't bring out that now. That's depressing. We can't bring out. That was for the birds. She's for the birds.
Let's see here. We are going to get into. Crystal, did you have any other disagreements?
I don't think so.
You just
that one.
What you got? You got some smoke, Crystal. Come on.
I don't.
Bring the smoke, Crystal.
You know that's my aunt's name.
So, okay, let's go back to sociology.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
my aunt's name.
Or should we not? I feel like I kind of beat that. That was kind of beating a dead horse a little bit. I don't know.
Why are
Let's
these
see. You said,
animals?
Crystal, you said you bailed your ex out of jail because he said he'd pay you back after you did.
Hang on, Brian. How come nobody commented on how hot young female version of Andrew was? Nobody? Really?
Daddy.
That chick
She
was
was
smoking
fine.
hot.
I mean, wasn't that picture
Smoking
old though?
hot.
She was
She was
pretty. She was
beautiful.
pretty fly. Can't lie.
Yeah, she was pretty
the
good
female.
looking, right? Not a one of you. Not a one of you.
Sorry.
So disappointing.
It's because it looks
We're-
like your wife, so it's.
We're still stuck on the bird.
Yeah.
We're still grieving Bart the bird.
The largest narcissist on the internet, according to all the sociologists. You know, I couldn't help but not let it pass by that young female version of Andrew is just really good looking.
She was a
She's
stunner.
really good
10 out of 10.
objectively.
Is that what you want to hear, darling?
Actually, maybe, yes, grab and then take that off the table. Okay, we are going to do, we need to react to this because this is going somewhat viral on TikTok. Can you pull up the TikTok, Mary? And then
Well,
go
right
full screen with it. And then there's another video I think I pulled up too. We'll do that one. Let's just do that one first, then the TikTok. Do you have the other video? But not the TikTok, the other video?
Probably 5 more hours.
Dude, my legs look from the seat.
Do you have it?
My butt hurts so bad.
There's another video in the tab. It should be like the last or second to last. You're going to have to close out all that other crap, though. Yeah. We have a video of yours that we're going to react to super quick. I just thought it was funny.
Mine?
Yep. Go ahead,
gosh.
play it.
I'm nervous.
Window tab is fine.
So nervous.
Window tab is fine.
Oh God.
Oh, no, not that.
So wait, when God get you for being a hoe, I thought it was funny. Go ahead, play it. Oh, wait, pause. Mute the audio, please. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
What's about to happen?
Just this is crazy. Watch.
All right, so there's music, she's dancing. When God gets you for being a hoe, and then you fucking eat shit. Oh my goodness. One more time from the fall. Play it again.
High five, babe.
Play it again. Play it again. Go.
That was
Play it again.
me.
Come on.
I can't believe I did that. Honestly,
all right, do some dance.
I guess I didn't put it up perfectly. I didn't put it up right.
And then, oh my god.
Dude, I hit the fan. You seen that? I literally hit the
damn, dude.
When was this?
Andrew's loving that shit.
Did you do it on purpose?
No, that was like that was I actually.
One more time. All right.
I
just skip to the go.
Shit
Play it
fell
again.
off. Like I did it wrong. Like I didn't put it up correctly. I guess.
Yeah, there we go.
Go. Play. Hit play. Come on. Wait, mute the audio. Goddamn. When God gets you for being a hoe.
Bro, I literally ate shit.
Oh,
that shit hurt. That shit hurt. I almost broke a table.
Your head hit the fan.
Told me, she's like, Mom, look at this video. Should I post it? And I'm like, yeah. Honestly, my friend wrote the caption because her parents, like that girl, her parents are bishops, so she was like, this is gonna be hilarious. And then she wrote the caption, like on the thing.
It was funny.
Thank you.
I'm just worried about your head.
No, honestly, it hurt. There was a big glass table too that was there, and I literally, like, I was this far from breaking the whole table. Like, it was actually terrible.
Oh my god.
So okay, Mary, here's what you're gonna do.
This always reminds me of, I have a famous saying. It's what I call a Wilsonism. It's come from my family tree from the year 1000 to right now. Being stupid hurts.
Yeah.
It's literally a family motto. Being stupid hurts.
It definitely hurt.
Yeah, it definitely hurts.
All right.
I'm not stupid, but there was a stupid mistake.
It's just on our profile, you said? Yeah. Okay, it's the one with 1.3 million views. Just click that and then get it full screen. While you're doing that, we have Pasty George.
So as
hold on, pause, just pause it or mute the audio. Enough with the stupid bird. I find it ironic that women would freak out over a teeny bird or even a ladybug, but stay silent about abortion or praise it as a woman's right. Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid.
Fucking. Come on, my fucking
stupid, I.
My fucking gosh.
What's like a go-to Scouse word?
It's hard.
How to
All right, there. How you doing? I'm from Liverpool.
Oh yeah.
That's like the best I can do, guys.
Hold on.
Wait, hang on. How did you throw the ack in there? You threw the ack.
It's Scouse.
It's Scouse.
Scouse.
Liverpool. You know what I'm saying? Get some chips and a butty. That's the best.
Can you understand the people who are from like the weird places of Scotland that have the really thick accent?
Yeah.
I can't understand a word they say.
The Glasgow, people from Glasgow, they really are like really hard to understand, but people from Edinburgh are easier to understand for sure.
It's Tuesday, innit?
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, innit?
No, they don't talk like that.
Right?
They're like,
no.
on the shoe side there. And you're like, what the fuck did you just say? What did you just say?
I know. England's such a fucking weird place.
It's Tuesday, innit? Okay, all right, good talk.
You can drive 1 hour and there'll be a completely different accent.
Yep.
It's crazy.
It's true.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, let's see here. Oh, the video. Let's do the video. Oh, we have a lot of supers too. Is it ready? Is it full screen? You have to hit the 3 dots and... You got it?
She knows she did.
Refresh, well, it's not normal? What do you mean? Are you able to go F11 on the page? Is it full screen? Okay, just pull it up. Show me what you see. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, guys, we're going to react to this. This is going kind of viral, so we're going to get everybody... put it on video tab, please. All right, start from the very beginning. It's ahead. No, start it. Pause. Start it from the very beginning.
So as we're all very much aware, we are living through a chopped man epidemic, and there's a fake shortage of baddies. It's gone so bad to the point that, like, if I see an attractive man, it genuinely makes my day. I was walking on the sidewalk earlier, and I saw a cute guy in his car, so I waved to him, and he smiled back at me. And obviously he drove away after that, but I was like, oh my God, a cute guy? This was at 6:50 p.m. It's 7:17, and I'm still like, oh my God. And I feel like this is gonna power me through my evening. Like, wow, I actually saw an attractive man today. Like, diamond in the rough, needle in the haystack. Seriously. So
all right,
as we're
pause it.
all very much
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, maybe in the audience, chopped means ugly. So when she's saying there's essentially when she says a chopped man epidemic, she's saying there's an ugly man epidemic. Do you guys, just curious, do you guys agree?
I disagree. I feel like...
What, and just one final addition to this. I've heard a lot of criticisms from women that they think there's way more physically attractive women than there are men. You'll see pretty women all the time, but then you'll like rarely see... This is what I've heard a lot of women say. You'll rarely see like good-looking or attractive guys. So why don't we, we'll start with you since you wanted to go first.
I feel like I disagree. I feel like there's women, like, not that like this is like the difference, but like a woman can like get ready and do all this stuff. Like I feel like for guys, there's not really much that they can do to like enhance anything. So I feel like to say that it's not really fair because like that's just like naturally what they look like and stuff. But I feel like there's a lot of attractive men. I feel like there's been more attractive men than there's been like not like I feel like more because like not because of Instagram specifically, but like there's more attractive men than there was like before because actually people are starting to care about like what they look like and stuff, you know. As for back then, like people didn't really care about looks at all. As for what I know of, but
I've got an idea. I think that like girls can get boob jobs, lip filler, like, you know, hair extensions, and I think obviously, I mean, men can get Botox and stuff as well, but it's not as commonly done as women. So there's probably going to be more aesthetically pleasing women than men for that reason, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. Because we can like, there's more things that we can do.
We can improve ourselves. We've got
like
makeup,
hair extensions, makeup.
Yeah, we can trick people into thinking we're pretty when we're not, and men can't really do that.
I think it's also regional. So like, for example, I've been in LA for I think 2 days, and honestly, I haven't like seen one guy that I'm like, oh, he's like really attractive. I think it's also just my type. Back home in Florida, it's full of cowboys and actually manly men, like guys with not even muscle, but just like some fat on them. Every man that I've seen here is very feminized or just gay, and I don't know, just not really, I don't know, maybe it's just LA, but I think it's regional. If you stick in LA, you're not going to see a lot of men that
not as masculine. The men.
Yeah, I agree. In California, there isn't really that many. Well, not Cali altogether, but LA specifically, there is more feminine men. That's for sure, because it's more like a fashion state. I feel like it's a lot more like fashion stuff like that. So they kind of like tend to like be a little bit more of like pretty boys. But
no, I'm telling like country bars back home. Like you walk in and. It's
like in Texas?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Texas, I see some sexy guys.
We experienced that when we went to Texas. We're like, whoa.
Yeah. It is a whole different ball game, that's for sure.
LA is green juice, Texas is steak.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Yeah. So, I totally agree with you. It's regional.
Word. Sorry, one sec, guys. I wanted to actually pull it back up because the comments were kind of interesting. All right. I wanted to ask the panel, going around the table. So she's saying she doesn't see attractive men, chopped man epidemic.
Can we also just point out that chick is fucking ugly? Can I just point out real quick that is a fucking hideous woman who's saying this? Like, just an objectively fucking ugly woman. I'm just saying.
Oh my God,
I was going to say that in a more polite way, but basically, yeah.
It looks like she's been picking her face off for the last 2 years, man. I don't know what the hell is wrong with her.
I did want
to. She's a foul, hideous-looking woman.
Oh my God. He said no.
I was about to ask though the panel. Do you guys do you think she's beautiful?
He's like, I'm not sugarcoating nothing.
I don't think that she's a stunning 10 out of 10, but I don't think she's really, really, really ugly.
I don't think she's ugly.
I don't think she's ugly, but
bullshit. Hang on, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. Pull it back up.
I think average looking, average.
Hang on. Oh, come on. Look at
Okay, baby, wait. Show me the video again. Show me again.
Oh, she was so.
Pull it up. But then just play the video. Just go ahead and play it.
So as we're all very much aware,
Oh my God, this chick's face is busted.
That's so fucked up.
You know it's true. Am I lying though? Am I lying, or is that chick's face busted as fuck?
I feel like she doesn't really have a place to be really talking about specifics.
Yeah,
but I feel like beauty isn't always about how you look. Beauty is not always about how you look. It's about your personality. But I guess the way she's acting is.
Right,
Let's pull it back up though really quick. I wanted to read some of the comments on this.
So as we're
All right, scroll down. Damn, seems like you've upset the chopped men. 17,000 likes. They're mad at you because you're right. Danny, ignore the positive. Scroll down. Scroll down.
All this man hate has to stop.
All this man-on-man hate has to stop. That's hilarious.
Down. There's some interesting photos. Scroll down.
No one's saying that she's average.
Scroll down.
Come on, this chick is a two-bagger. At least.
Scroll down.
What's a two-bagger? Does that mean when you put it on?
I'm trying to find it. Keep going.
Yeah, you gotta put the bag over their head.
No, Andrew,
You know what a two-bagger is. Come on.
People were posting a bunch of funny
No
photos.
one's saying
but maybe
anything
she
mean.
deleted it. Wait, keep going. Just keep going though. Maybe it'll pop up. Damn, she did us dirty because they were all kinds of funny photos on photo comments.
If it's a million views, she could have.
That must have been very time-consuming for her to.
It might be. Maybe it was just on mobile that people were making all these funny edits. Yeah.
Who does she think she is speaking about men like that when she's
I think she
got
has
that
more videos like
face?
that on her channel.
Is that her brand? She's trying to
Maybe
do?
she's doing it for what's it called, to trigger people so that she gets more views.
Oh, totally. Of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm sure that that's exactly what she thought. She was what can me, a hideous wildebeest, do to trigger as many men as I possibly can? Me, a busted ass, looking well below average, hideous woman. What can I do to trigger as many men as possible? And so that's what she did.
You're right. You're right.
There's a lot, there's a lot of people coming to her defense, though. In fact, maybe we'll pull up my Twitter.
Also hideous wildebeest.
TikTok is kind of like an echo chamber.
Oh, TikTok is the most. It's terrible.
Andrew's really funny.
I find Facebook the worst.
Do you have my Twitter?
No. TikTok is the worst. You know why? You know why TikTok's the worst?
Why?
Because most of the user base, it's 60 or 70%.
Okay.
I think it's 70+% actually, is women. And so when you're on TikTok, especially when you're on the lives, you're in the mind of a woman.
Yeah.
And so it's just absolute carnage and chaos and fucking madness and stupidity all the time. That's why. That's why TikTok is fucking horrible. Horrible.
I had no idea that it was mostly women.
Oh, yeah.
It makes so much sense.
Overwhelmingly.
That's why that. Well, I mean, obviously the comments were deleted, but it makes sense because
Well, that's why
guys would
when
be
Trump was
saying what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's why when they were like, they're going to delete TikTok, I was like, no, they're not going to delete TikTok. There'll be 200,000 dumbass women tomorrow with signs who'll be like, don't delete my TikTok. Oh my God.
That would be me. And before
TikTok. And guess what? I was 100% right. Hundreds of thousands of whiny ass women who were like, no, we have to have the Chinese invade us and fucking take over our social media because otherwise I can't post fish lip selfies with my busted fucking face. That's literally what happened.
And before that they had Musically, they had Vine, they were gonna make another one too. There was Musically, Vine, and then there was TikTok. So they were gonna make another one no matter what.
Right,
they weren't gonna just
pull up my Twitter.
let it.
No, did you send the link? Oh, okay, yeah, scroll down. All right, scroll down. I'm going to tell you there were two girls. We're only going to watch part of it. Wait, stop there. The one with the nose ring.
Oh my God, who's that? Oh God, why are you doing that?
Click it.
Gross, dude.
Pause.
It's terrible.
All right, video tab.
I don't know why you guys you guys are coping so hard.
All right.
Just take one look. You see the same thing I see.
Go ahead, play it.
This thing about the war going on against the chopped man epidemic girl is that she's actually quite beautiful. Hello? She's actually quite beautiful. Like, actually, dare I say, more than conventionally attractive. But you guys are brain rotted.
Okay, pause it. And then X out of that.
What?
That's crazy.
And then go to the other video. Go to the other video, the one with the yellow shirt.
I'm in.
You have it? Okay. Video tab.
Oh, Lord.
Play it.
The war on the side of the chop man epidemic girl. She's right. Y'all are ugly. You don't put effort into your appearances. You don't have hobbies, and you expect women to want you. And you're gonna screenshot pictures of me and her while she's talking in an effort to make her feel ugly, when in reality, you would cry of happiness if me or her or any of the women in her comment section touched you with a 10-foot pole. Why? Because you're a virgin.
Pause it. Just pause it.
Wow. This isn't real.
That's a little creepy.
This is clickbait.
But she's not either.
I know what this phenomenon is called. What happens is, when one ugly chick sees another ugly chick, they instantly compare. And the one ugly chick's like, I'm hotter than her. So if I'm friends with her and I'm out hanging out with her, I'll look pretty in comparison to this ugly broad. And so I actually see this happen all the time. That's why you see cliques of really pretty women together, and then you see cliques of really fucking ugly women together, where they're all like fat and they're hideous and shit like that. So it's literally, look, I'm sorry, but all the time, this is what I see. Cliques of really good-looking chicks, and then cliques of really fucking ugly chicks. That's what I see all the time. So there must be something going on there.
It's rage bait. Is that what it's called?
We
Rage?
have.
What do you
hold on.
consider?
We have Pasty George. Brian, why are you showing us videos of crackheads? That is a good question. Good question. A really quick question, not related to this. Just, is anybody here Christian? Just curious.
Kind of.
You? What denomination?
I would say Orthodox.
You would say Orthodox. Okay. What about you?
Lutheran.
Sorry, what?
Lutheran.
Lutheran, and then.
I'm not really sure. I went to a
Wait, can you
Catholic
scoot
boarding
the mic
school.
to the edge of the table?
Sorry. I went to a Catholic boarding school, so but I'm not
You didn't even move
Catholic.
it,
I'm
but-
just
You just touched it.
sorry.
Scoot it to the edge of the table. There you go.
I'm just kind of my own Christian. I don't really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Non-denominational.
I
Okay.
just okay.
All right. We have Pasty George. To be honest, the woman on the video who said that men today are chopped, she looks like an indigenous crackhead. Okay. He had to add a qualifier there. She's not just a crackhead, or looks like one. She's an indigenous crackhead.
Wait,
Looks like
so
she eats bad head soup.
Andrew, what would you consider, like, so you're saying like that was ugly, like what would you consider like pretty? Because you say you see pretty girls and then you see ugly girls. Like what would you say like your level of pretty would be?
I don't think that attractiveness is nearly as subjective as women like to cope about, right?
Yeah.
The truth is that it seems like angular features with hourglass shapes, things like this, are universally accepted as being highly attractive, and here's why.
Don't do that.
The reason, stop doing that. It's gross.
What?
But the point is the reason for this is just think of it from a reproductive standpoint. There has to be something that signals inside of men's brains and inside of women's brains to reproduce.
Yeah.
It has to be something, right? So there has to be some features which are universal that women have. They don't look sickly.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, great. We got that out of the way. But what else?
They like take care of themselves.
They have an hourglass type feature.
Yeah.
Wider hips, robust.
They like go to the gym and stuff.
Things like this. That's all signaling health and reproduction. That's what men are going to be attracted to.
Yeah.
Because sex ultimately is about reproduction, right?
Yeah.
So of course men are going to be attracted to youthful women with angular features, hourglass shapes, things like this.
Yeah, like people that take care of themselves and things like that. Like they actually like care about their appearances
No, not
and
just
things like
taking
that.
care of yourself, but also there is a genetic element where there are some women who are born fucking ugly, and there's some men who are just born fucking ugly, and that's the case. That is the truth, objective truth, not sugar-coated, with no bullshit. There's some people in this world who are fucking ugly.
But at least women can use.
Pretend that that's not the case. You can pretend it's not the case.
But at least women can use makeup and stuff like that, you know, and men can't. So it's kind of an unfair advantage.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, the amount of fakeness of women. I would actually counter and say I think that there's probably better looking men than there are women in the world. The truth is
We
that
don't
if I
know.
go back and I just look at what women looked like in the 1800s when all of the filters weren't there, no breast implants, right? None of this shit, the rigors of hard living. Oh my God. They are, ugh.
Yeah,
You
but
wouldn't want to see it, right? Go look for yourself.
Yeah,
right?
I
The
feel
men,
like-
though, looked about the same as they do now.
I feel like back then too, like food and stuff was different. So it's like I feel like a lot of times a lot of things are more processed nowadays. So I feel like because back then like people would eat the same stuff and do the same things a lot of the times, but they've changed a lot of that stuff. So I feel like it's harder to keep that type of body, you know, like because everyone, if you look back in like the 50s, like everybody did have glass shapes, and I feel like that does have a lot to do with like the food and stuff. Like nowadays, like the processed stuff.
Right. That's
It's like,
why
Not just
the
that, they
mini
smoke.
skirt was
They all smoked. They
in
all
the
smoked
60s
in the
because
30s,
they
40s,
didn't
and 50s.
have as
Yeah.
And smoking is an appetite suppressant. And you didn't see, like, women smoked. All women smoked. Once upon a time, almost every woman in the United States was smoking. And almost every man was smoking. It was prescribed by doctors to smoke for stress, and it was an appetite curbing. That's what it did.
So are you saying like smoking is what helped people keep the hourglass shape?
It's one reason, yeah.
Keep skinny.
Yeah, and that's why people like like vaping and stuff. Like when you stop vaping, you like turn to something else. Like and then people like start doing like certain people like if you stop vaping, like they'll want to eat more, then they'll gain weight and stuff like that. And I could see why because it's the nicotine that suppresses it. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't just that. You didn't have fast food. You didn't have any of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But also,
yeah.
the reason why the mini skirt was so popular in the 60s was because we didn't have as much, but we were malnourished.
Yeah.
So women were skinnier. So that's why we could pull off mini skirts.
All right, malnourished in the 60s?
Not-
You're crazy.
Okay,
Yeah,
not
it's the opposite.
malnourished, but
It's the opposite, right?
Oh.
okay.
Like we had much better quality food.
Well, maybe, but I
early
mean,
50s and 60s.
obesity levels now are much higher
still
than in the
have it?
60s.
I'll just-
You
Obviously.
mean for men?
Yeah.
Sorry?
You mean for men? The T levels are lower now than they were in the 60s.
Really?
Significantly.
Oh, I didn't know that. So
Yeah, the T levels in men have been dropping off since the early 1900s like a rock.
fascinating. Thanks for
Yeah,
educating me.
there's a correlation of, there's a massive combination of factors that goes into it, but it's a mixture of plastics, diet, bad genetics. I mean, there's a whole host of issues speculated as to why, but the testosterone levels has drastically decreased in men, almost globally, by the way.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
All right, we have Josh Brooks, British accent at Beard Rayleigh Gate. What is coming for it, ya? Huma wuzo fukinuta. Please give me your best British accent and say this phrase. Thank you, dude.
I don't understand what you're up to, Josh Brooks. Is this?
I'm not sure.
Is this?
I'm not sure about this.
Yeah.
That's definitely an interesting one.
Like you could have just signed for something.
Oh, I should have used a different paper. That's annoying. Okay. One sec, guys. We're going to get into the questionnaire here, I think. Actually, you know what? We're going to... I'm
sorry. Maybe I missed this. Did you say obesity or testosterone? I'm sorry. Did you say obesity?
Who?
Me.
You, chair 3. Yeah.
I said I thought that back in the 60s, people had more of a healthy body.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
That's what
about
I was
that.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. I'm sorry. I think maybe I misheard you.
That's
because
why
of
I
the
got
accent.
so confused.
Yeah. No. You're good. Somebody corrected me. They were like, no. She was talking about obesity.
Yeah.
But I guess I heard it wrong. So
Right.
my apologies there.
I was like, oh my God, I've got it completely wrong.
No. You had it completely right. That is
Okay.
the case. That in the 40s, 50s, 60s, obesity was not an epidemic like it is now.
Right. Okay. Cool. Thank you for clarifying.
What are the red blue pills?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
It's a reference to the film The Matrix?
Yeah,
I know. I just didn't know if it was for that specifically or
Yeah, it's just like a
different.
reference
Okay,
to the
got it.
film. Okay, so...
That's pretty cool. And I never knew that they made those. Like the
hold on,
little
I gotta pull this
boxes.
up. Oh my god, yeah, there's fucking... Okay, I'm just going to do, Anya, your questionnaire because it's all scuffed.
The bloody one.
You said that men should have the same standard body count as the women they're dating?
Yeah, so the question was if I disagreed with anything that's kind of talked about on the show. I feel like a lot of the times in the red pill community, a lot of guys want women to have a low body count, which I agree with, but then they'll have a very different standard for themselves, which, to be fair, I think body count is different for men and women. I think men can have a higher body count than women and still with it working out. But I think if you're a man who has a body count of 100 and you turn down a girl who's perfect, but she has a body count of 15, and just because you're against the body count issue, you have no room to talk.
So you think
Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
I mean, do you think it's hypocritical? You think it's unfair? What?
I think it's the same reason that you want a woman to have a lower body count. You'd kind of want the man to have a lower body count. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hypocritical. Which, again, I still state that it's different for men and women.
Right, but you would agree. Well, I don't know if you would agree with me, but do you think that there are certain things that women want that they don't possess themselves?
Yes.
Okay, like, would it be hypocritical, for example, for a broke woman to have a preference or be attracted to like a really rich guy?
I think I think it would be strange for a woman. It would be really rich of her to be like, oh, I only go for millionaires, as she is making no money.
I don't think it would necessarily make her a hypocrite.
I mean, I think it would just, she wouldn't have room to talk. Like, she can't be that picky.
Okay, well, how about this one? A woman who's not a professional athlete. So you're kind of muddying the water a little bit here by saying only wanting to date this. So is that your original position? So like, what if a guy, his general preference is towards low body count women, but he himself has a high body count?
Okay.
Well, even if I was going to, you know what? I'll just bite on it. So the guy with a high body count, he only wants to date low body count women.
Okay.
Don't actually have a problem with this. I don't see what's wrong with it. Would it be wrong for, I shouldn't even phrase it this way. What would actually be wrong with a woman who has a preference for dating professional athletes, but she's not a professional athlete? And women do this.
Yeah.
Like, women do this
Why
frequently.
do they do it? They do it for the money and the fame, right?
Or they're just attracted to professional athletes. I don't know.
I mean, now we're getting down to like what the root cause of attraction in that specific case is. But I think if she was going after...
It's money and power, right?
So if she's going after money and power, then I would call her a gold digger.
But I mean, can you help who you're attracted to?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think you can actually, I think you can work towards it.
You work towards it, okay. But if you can't help generally, like, can you right now find men you find unattractive attractive?
I can somewhat push myself into it, but I'd prefer not to.
Not generally, though, right?
Correct.
So if you only found men who were 6 feet tall attractive, is that something? You're not 6 feet tall, right?
Right.
Okay, so are you a hypocrite?
I mean, I see what you're saying. I think we're talking, like, what's the purpose of wanting a woman with a low body count, right?
Because you're more attracted to it.
You're more attracted to it, but why?
Well, let's just assume that whatever the reason is fucking ridiculous and stupid. Let's just assume it for the sake of the argument. So what? Even if it was the case that it was just a stupid and ridiculous reason why they were attracted to it, is that any less stupid and ridiculous than the reason you're attracted to men who are 6 feet or taller?
I mean, I think it's fair to want a woman with a low body count. I'm not against that.
Yeah, but that's not really the question. The question isn't whether or not you think it's fair. The question is about attraction, right? When you're talking about being attracted to men, right, who are, let's say they're over 6 feet, do you find men who are over 6 feet attractive?
I think it's, I guess then, how does he feel about the fact that he does have a high body count? And is that something that...
How do you feel about the fact that you're not 6 foot?
I didn't put in my question in there to be 6 foot,
if
but...
if I can jump in really quick.
But let's just say you're attracted to men who are 6 feet or taller.
Uh-huh.
What would be actually wrong with that?
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's just a little bit hypocritical. That's it.
Because you're not 6 feet or taller yourself.
No, I'm saying the body count debate is a little bit hypocritical.
Well, I don't understand the difference, though. If you're attracted to
You also can't control your height.
If you're only, you can't control it, but that's my whole point.
You can control your body count. You can control who you put it in.
Okay, maybe, but so what? But are you attracted to black men?
I mean, I can find them conventionally attractive, but they're not my type. Typically, no.
Okay, and if there's white people who are not attracted to black men, is that somehow wrong because that's an immutable characteristic?
I don't think it's wrong. No.
Yeah. So
but body count is something you can control.
You just said you can control this thing, right? But you can't control height or things like this. But you can't control skin color either, and that could ruin your chances for conventional attractiveness, can't it?
Right. You can't control your skin color. You can't control your height. And
so you can't control.
But you can control your body count.
Sure. But what if you're attracted to women who have a low body count? You just don't want to have a low body count yourself.
I mean, I think it would just be a little bit hypocritical because the reason you want a woman with a low body count is because she is all yours. You have like the privacy of her. I'm trying to look for the specific word. I can't think of it, but like, she's all yours. She hasn't been passed around by a bunch of men. I wouldn't want a man who's been passed around by a bunch of women. You know what I mean?
Okay. So you're saying you wouldn't find that attractive?
A man who's been passed around by a bunch of women, not necessarily. I'm not saying he has to have a body count of 0.
I think that's fair. I think that there's some women who wouldn't find that attractive.
Yeah.
But I think the overwhelming majority of men don't find it attractive when women have high body counts.
I agree.
And so here's where we run into this kind of issue. So that woman, there was a woman, you just heard her talk, who said, you would be lucky to be with a woman like me. You're still a virgin. It seems that she's equating status with men who are able to have lots of sex with beautiful women. That's really strange. Why would women, do you think, equate status with men who have sex with many beautiful women, but also give them a lower status if they've had sex with no women?
I wouldn't give them a high status. I don't think like that
specifically. I'm asking about women. Why is it that women seem to give a higher status to men?
I can't give you an answer because that's not the way I think.
Women, and give a lower status to men who have sex with no women.
You're asking me to explain. You're asking me to explain the reason why a woman thinks the way she does when I don't think anything like her.
Did she say beautiful women?
Beautiful.
When she said.
She said that she said that she was conventionally attractive, and that the other woman was conventionally attractive, and that these men would be lucky to have them because they're still virgins, you see. So if that's the case, it sounds to me like she's assigning a lower social status.
I think it's because she thinks women are the gatekeepers.
Than she would assign to a man who is able to, I don't know, pull women in her category, right?
I guess she's the hypocrite because she's thinking that women are the gatekeepers of sex, schmex. Women are the gatekeepers of schmex, but at the same time, that men, like, she's saying the same thing, but for both sexes.
Do you smoke?
Somewhat.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Does that make me a hypocrite?
How do you feel about it?
That you shouldn't smoke.
Okay, so I think we all do things that we know are bad for us.
Yeah, does it make me a hypocrite, though? I'm smoking.
I think a little bit.
If I tell my 10-year-old not to smoke, am I a hypocrite?
No, I guess not. Because you...
How come I'm not a hypocrite when I tell my 10-year-old not to smoke, but only a hypocrite when I tell you not to?
No, I mean, if you told both of us not to,
I feel like it also comes with age, like when you're legally allowed to.
Hang on. Before the sisterhood kicks in, I just want to finish the exchange.
I mean,
10 years old. Why is it if I tell my 10-year-old not to smoke, even though I'm a smoker, that I'm not a hypocrite?
I think it's because you have a responsibility to instill knowledge and to instill values and to instill like behaviors into your child. You have a responsibility over this kid. You don't have any responsibility over me.
It's also leading by example.
Here's where the problem comes in, is that you misunderstand what the word hypocrite means. Hypocrite does not mean I am doing the same thing I'm telling you not to do. That's not hypocrisy. Hypocrisy requires pretentious acting. That's what hypocrisy.
Not believing what you're saying.
If you're really fat and you're on a treadmill and you look over at a guy who's really fat and you say, hey, you shouldn't be so fat. That's not healthy for you. There is no hypocrisy there. He's correct. That guy is fat. He does need to lose weight. The status of you being fat has no bearing on that whatsoever. It's only if publicly I said smoking is bad, let's say, and then privately I was smoking away, then I would be a hypocrite.
So it's not believing the things that you're putting out there.
Yeah. There would be a sense of acting, yes. So if a man says that he prefers a woman with a low body count and he himself has a high body count, where's the acting?
Okay, so that's what I said, is that it depends on how he feels about it. If he regrets it and he...
No, he doesn't regret it. That's all he seeks is virgins, and that's all he wants. Mm-hmm. How does that make him a hypocrite?
Because he's not practicing what he believes.
No, he is practicing what he believes.
Or he isn't putting...
He believes that he should have a high body count, and she shouldn't.
I mean, I don't know.
So where's the hypocrisy?
Let me think.
It's just like, let's just say I'm fat, because I am, and I wanted a woman who is skinny, right? Am I a hypocrite?
That's your preference.
Of course. That's not hypocrisy. That's not what hypocrisy means.
It's not.
I think you have a bad idea of what hypocrisy is.
I think with the smoking thing, it's more about like trying to, what's the word? You want your son to grow up to maybe not have the habits that you have. So it's more about setting a good example.
So it's not hypocrisy?
It is hypocrisy, but...
How is it hypocrisy, though?
Well, if you're smoking...
If I smoke and tell you smoking is bad, that's not hypocrisy.
Well, it's
if I tell you smoking is bad and I would never smoke.
If you're smoking a cigarette in front of your son and then tell him not to smoke a cigarette, that's hypocritical.
That's not hypocrisy.
Okay. Wait, so then, okay.
So what is hypocrisy then?
So then the man in this scenario, he would say a high body count is bad. But then he has a high body count himself.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit lost on our definition because I feel like we're bouncing back and forth.
What you're doing is classic reframing, right? Sure. In a case where a man says high body counts are bad, right, and he has a high body count, maybe you could make the equation of hypocrisy then. But that's not what men say.
Okay, so I guess that was my statement.
I have a high body count, and that's fine, and I want a woman who has a low body count. That is not hypocrisy.
So my statement is, I guess I should have clarified in the note, that a man who thinks that a high body count is bad and prefers women with lower body counts, but then at the same time goes out and sleeps with a bunch of women, while also saying that having a high body count is bad, I think that that's hypocritical.
Well, that would be hypocritical.
Okay.
Who's doing that?
So let me So that was the clarification on my opinion.
Yeah. No, I mean, if there was a serial killer who told you serial killing was wrong, he's not being a hypocrite. It's if the man was actively pursuing serial killers because he said it was wrong, and then secretly he was serial killing, then he would be a hypocrite, right?
So, like, for example, like I've seen Fit. I think their name is Fit and Fresh. I think I've seen Fit and Fresh say having a high body count is bad, but then at the same time they'll talk a lot about...
I can tell you right now that I can tell you Myron's exact position.
Okay.
Myron's exact position is that men and their status equation with having a high body count for women actually makes them more attractive to women. And women who have a higher body count makes them less attractive to men. And here's how he backs this up. And it's really hard to argue this point. Because what he says is, look, women will usually insult men and put them in a lower social category if they haven't had sex with multiple women. They say you can't pull women, you're in a lower social category. Women, though, never put men in a lower social category because they have slept with many women.
I actually, if I go on a date with a guy and he tells me he slept with like loads and loads of girls, it actually puts me off him.
Sure.
If it's
your
like
preference of attractive, hang on, your preference for attraction may go down. Sure. But that doesn't mean his social status goes down with women, because it doesn't. Your particular and specific preference may go away. Just like your preference maybe to have blonde-haired guys. That doesn't mean that the social status of a man goes down because he doesn't have blonde hair. The truth of the matter is the social status of men, at least in the current society, if they can have sex with beautiful women, is real high.
Well, that's
and the
depressing.
social status for women having sex with multiple men is not, because it's really easy for women to do that, isn't it?
It's of course. Pretty much any woman can walk outside and,
but almost no
get
man
laid
can.
within 5
So
seconds.
if you and I go out to the street tomorrow and we're holding a sign and you say, first man who honks, I'll suck your dick, right? And I say, first woman who honks, I'll sleep with you. Who do you think is going to get honked at first?
Probably the girl for sure.
Of course,
Yeah, the girl for sure. So it's not some big feat. It's not some great task that you've accomplished, is it?
Oh, absolutely not. I don't think
But
that
for a
a woman
man,
having a
it
huge
is.
body count is something to be proud of at all.
But for a man, it is actually a big task, isn't it? That if you could pull tons of beautiful women, that actually is something. Which is not something most men can do. But for women, it seems to be super duper easy. So that's why the social status seems to be associated with that.
You said something specific. You said if he can sleep with many beautiful women. I think women can sleep with a lot of men, but certain women choose to be chaste, right? That's the word? Chaste?
Yes. And their value goes exponentially higher.
Exponentially higher. So
Man's does not.
If you look at a man and you're like, oh yeah, he can definitely get it, but then you talk to him and he's like, yeah, I don't throw myself around there. I think maybe we can go around
Most
and
women
ask.
see that as a red flag, actually.
Can we actually go around and ask? Because
Most women will see men in their 30s who are virgins as being red flags. What's wrong with them?
Okay,
What's going on with him? What's the problem with that guy?
Okay, but like if I see a conventionally attractive man, and I know that he could get any woman in the bar at that specific time, and then I come up to talk to him, and he's like, "Yeah, I've actually only really had one relationship, I only had one partner." That would instantly make me attracted to him.
Yeah, that's hot.
I honestly think everybody here would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think we can see an attractive man, understand that he can get it, but knowing that he didn't is hot, and it's the same way for women.
Yeah, well, let's find out if this is true. Okay? We'll do this with just a quick social experiment.
I'm ready to be proved wrong.
I want you, if you have slept with more than 3 men who have had only one body or less, raise your hand. If you have slept with more than 2 men who have had more than 5 bodies, raise your hand.
Wait, can you say that?
If you have slept with more than 3 men, and those 3 men have had more than 5 bodies, raise your hand.
Wait, sorry, I was getting confused.
What's confusing about this?
Sorry,
It's a man.
I zoned out.
Hang on. If you've slept with 3 men,
Not 3,
men,
no, sorry.
okay, who have had more than 3 women, raise your hand. Raise it up. Come on, raise it up. You fucking lying sack. Raise your hand. Yeah, there we go. But nobody was raising their fucking hand when it came to the man who had only slept with 1, but you want me to believe that you just find them to be conventionally attractive. Yeah, right. Sell me some more bullshit some other time.
I feel like it's kind of hard to find men that's only slept with like one good guy, especially like where we are at, like in LA and stuff. I feel like a lot of people, like, typically it's either you haven't had sex with anyone because you're saving yourself, or like you've had sex with more people when it comes to men. That's how I feel.
Let's see. Let's put this to the test. Do you think it's easier to find men with a lower body count or women with a lower body count?
Women.
You think it's easier to find women with a lower body count?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shall we go through the stats?
Just because we can get more doesn't mean that we do.
Hang on. Shall we go through the stats of how many men remain virgins versus women by the time they're 21 years old? You want to go through those stats?
Love to hear
Let's
it.
Let's do it. It's because they're watching porn and they don't have hunter mentality.
Men definitely have a lower body count than women in general.
Definitely have a lower body count.
I disagree.
Generally speaking, than women do in their same age bracket. And why? Because of sex selection. It's just sex selection. They just can't.
Maybe I've seen the wrong people because all the men I know slept with multiple
I think it's also age brackets. So I feel like women women get more action when they're younger. So between the ages of probably, I'm pulling this out of nowhere, but probably like 18 to 22. And then men are probably getting more action once they've actually set up their careers. They're making more money in the field. Women are more attracted to them. So then it's like 24 to 26.
Nah, they stay sluts for a minute.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, at which, I'd actually really be interested in seeing the numbers on this, is when each sex kind of accumulates their body count, at what ages, generally. Do you understand what I'm saying?
He's not even here. He's gone. Well, here,
do we understand what I'm saying?
Well,
like kind of at what age range?
I want to bring it back to like the central thing that we were talking about. Hide the Discord really quick until he's back. So to your original point, you're like, oh, well, a guy who has a high body count, if he desires a low body count woman or a virgin, blah, 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 like that's wrong, whatever. But on that same questionnaire, you indicated that you have an expectation that men pay for first dates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have that expectation, you have that desire, you have that want. Do you pay for first dates?
I mean, I haven't gone on many dates, but the ones I have, no.
Or even if you don't go on many dates, do you want to pay for the first date?
No.
So you desire something in a partner that either, in this case, the trait of willingness to pay for the date, you don't possess said trait of willingness to pay for the date, yet you want men to pay for the date.
I don't think it's wrong. I think what we clarified was it would be me saying that it's wrong to want men to pay on the first date. And then expecting that out of men. Because that's what we clarified with Andrew on, was that I clarified my opinion was that I think a man who thinks a high body count is bad, but then expects that out of a woman, that is hypocritical. And I think that's what we agreed on, was that that's the definition of hypocrisy.
But what if it just is the case that it is the case, perhaps this is pattern recognition, that this high body count man, through his experience and through getting that high body count, he's realized, well, it seems like the women that I've had longer term relationships with, or the more pleasant women, or just like a general vague sense of lack of an ick or whatever it is, he's come to that determination through his high body count. I prefer low body count women. Mm-hmm. What's actually wrong with that?
I feel like everyone's allowed to have their own opinion.
Don't we all want to get the best that we can get?
Yes.
And if we can get it, we're going to go for it. So if it is the case that the highest quality women, the best quality partners, girlfriends, wives, whatever, the lower body count, the better, wouldn't even men who are promiscuous themselves have a preference towards low body count women, because these women lower likelihood of STDs?
But does he think a high body count is bad?
Does he think a high body count is bad?
In women, he thinks a high body count is bad.
Let's say he thinks it's...
Because that was the clarification that we came upon, was that if he thinks it's bad, but... Because that was the definition of hypocrisy.
If he thinks that having a high body count in general is bad,
yes,
right? Like, oh, this is bad. This is blah 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 blah. A man can have a preference even if he has a high body count to have a woman with a low body count. That's not hypocrisy. It would only be if he's making a moral advocation of X while at the same time doing X. That would be what would make him a hypocrite.
Agreed.
Definitionally, it would be. I'll just tell you the definition.
But agreed. So he wouldn't be continuing having a high body count.
To have moral standards or beliefs to which one owns behavior does not conform. That's hypocrisy.
Okay, so he has a belief that having a high body count is bad, but his actions, as you just said, don't conform to that.
How is his actions not conforming to it?
After having a high body count that he doesn't regret, or he doesn't think, hey, maybe
Let's say he does.
I
Let's
shouldn't
say he
have done-
regrets it, but he still has a preference for a woman with a lower body count. That wouldn't make him a hypocrite, right?
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again? There's like people screaming
So
outside.
let's say he says, high body counts in men and women are generally bad, right? They're bad. Men shouldn't be promiscuous and women shouldn't be promiscuous. But in my dating life, I prefer women who have a low body count. That is not hypocrisy.
But wasn't that what we agreed on was hypocrisy?
No, you said something different earlier, I think.
Well,
you said that there was an advocation that he was saying a high body count is bad while he was out fucking.
right, that's
That
what
would be
I'm, that is what I'm saying, is that
Yeah, but that's a distinctly different thing.
if he settles down and says, I'm not going to increase I'm not going to keep doing what I'm doing and keep sleeping around, that's what I'm saying, then that's fine. But if he continues sleeping around and at the same time he's, let's say, running through all of us and telling every single one of us, high body count is bad, high body count is bad, and just running through us, that's when I think it's kind of silly.
Yeah, that would be a moral advocation of a thing you don't actually believe. True,
Yes.
you're saying, but that's only if the inference is towards the man. If he's saying in both men and
I'm saying
women,
both.
this is bad, then yeah, that would be a hypocrite.
I'm saying both.
Yes, if that was his advocation, both. That's bad, and then continue to do the behavior, yeah, that would be hypocrisy, correct?
That's my statement. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't help us reconcile anything. Because it's not actual hypocrisy then if a man has a high body count, prefers a woman with a lower body count. It would just come down to preference, right? Not hypocrisy.
Can I
Okay, so
quickly say
I'll
something?
take the paper and I'll rewrite my statement into exactly what you and I just stated. Is that, and I'll write it with the 1,500 characters, is that if he...
Well, it's not 1,500 characters. I'm just making sure that we're clear on what it is we're talking about. That's all.
And yes, that is the clarification, is that if he continues saying that a high body count is bad, but continues in those actions, and we're talking about men and women, not for men, not for women, and
Yeah.
continues in those actions, I think that's hypocritical.
Well, and the other thing is to remember, like on the Myron side, everything that he's saying there when it comes to power dynamics between men and women seemingly plays out socially as being at least somewhat true. When men have these ridiculously high body counts, they pull in, let's just say that they slept with 300 women, right? And they're, multimillionaires and things like this. Their social status in society doesn't seem to go down a bit. It just doesn't seem to go down a bit. And
Just
yet
because
it
they
seems to
win,
drastically nosedive for women.
Just because they win from it doesn't mean it's good. Like, just because I'm making
I'm not
money
saying
from
it's
OF
good.
doesn't mean that's good.
Look, I don't advocate for that.
Can I just
I'm
say something
explaining
really
to you
quickly?
why he comes to this conclusion.
I've been waiting.
Can you guys finish up your
I'm
exchange?
I'm done.
It's literally
Go
just
ahead,
going to
go
be
ahead.
30 seconds.
Is it related to this topic?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And I know this, I'm not condoning, I don't know, but men, I think, are hardwired to sort of, this is very cringe, but to spread their seed. And women are meant to, because, they're pregnant for 9 months. So it's like, on an animalistic level, it kind of makes sense that maybe men would have more sexual partners than women.
I could agree with that.
I wish I'd explained that better, but
Well, just because you're programmed or want to do something doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. Like, for example,
biology.
I understand, but you can say the same thing about gay people. They make the same argument. Well, I was born and I was wired to have schmecks with the same sex. So it's right for me to do it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the argument that they make.
But I feel like there are people, like, men are actually meant to have, do that. Like, that's just a choice. Like, people
I agree.
So, but that's actually in the guys are there to produce. So I could see why it could be more, because
I think that's where religion comes in. Is that okay? So are we saying that cheating on your wife is good just so you can spread your seed all over? No, because
I'm not saying it's acceptable. I'm just saying that maybe that's one of the reasons why it's more acceptable in a way for a man to have a
think it's
higher body
simpler.
count than a woman.
I think it's way simpler than this. I think that in women's lizard brain, man who virgin, right, can't pull women, red flag come up in lizard brain. Man who lots of women like, green flag come up in lizard brain. Super simple. I don't even think it's that
she's saying
complex.
that she wants a
Oh,
virgin,
lots of women like him. There must be something about him that's great. Oh, women don't like him. There must be something about him that's bad. I think it's really that simple. I think that all of this is you're or trying to make something complex that's not really that complex. If it is the case that women avoid the company of a man, right? Likely, it raises a red flag in the lizard brain of other women. Why is everybody avoiding the company of this man? And if you see a man, on the other hand, who women seem to really enjoy his company, I think that you go, well, I wonder what that's all about. That's what I think. I don't even think it's that complex.
Well, the question was, what did I think about it? Did I think it was hypocritical? Maybe all the women here don't think it's hypocritical. Maybe they all want a man with a high body count. But I'm saying for me personally, I think it's hypocritical, and it's not something I would want in a partner. And again, I'm not saying you're also making a black and white statement. You're saying he's either getting thousands of women or he's getting no women. I want somebody who's like over here.
That's what
I'll make it super simple. Me and Andrew don't have objections to women having the preference of, I myself as a woman want a low body count man. But would you be willing to agree to this? That generally speaking, women are far more forgiving of promiscuity in men than the reverse. Like, women will deal with, if the guy's super attractive and he's got a high body count, then that's like less of a big deal. Whereas promiscuity in women is a bigger issue.
I can agree to that on a societal level.
Okay.
I'm not saying on a personal level, but on a societal level, yes, women.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the case for you.
Yes.
But I would say, generally speaking, women either care a little bit.
I agree.
Less, don't care at all. Chris Brown, who's probably slept with hundreds, if not thousands of women, and also has a history of like
I could see that.
Alleged domestic violence, or maybe it was, well, is it alleged? I don't know, whatever.
You just look at the
men
groupie
do tend to care more. That's for sure.
Like literally, just look at the groupie phenomenon. There's rock stars out there. They got hundreds of female groupies who are just on demand to sleep with them whenever they want. That does not happen in reverse. It does not happen. You don't see a bunch of females out there who are big pop stars and this and that who have hundreds of male groupies who follow them around. You just don't see it. It's not the same thing. When you're looking at the social status, what is compelling all those women to fuck the rock star? What is doing that? What is compelling those women to get a hold of the serial killer in prison and have sex with him? What is the deal with this, right? That is not a phenomenon which happens in reverse. It doesn't happen in reverse.
Although, I don't know, there's a lot of desperate dudes, though. Like, the dudes who fuck Bonnie Blue.
Yeah, that is
I don't know
pretty
if that's a
freaking
fair
wild.
comparison.
Yeah, but it's not impressive because any woman can go out tomorrow and be Bonnie Blue. Any woman sitting at this table tomorrow can walk out in the middle of the street, hold up a sign, say any man who wants to fuck me right now can, and there's going to be an unlimited supply of men who are going to pull off.
Bonnie Blue is revolting, but so are the men who are engaging in that. They are revolting as well.
Hang on, lady. If a man goes out there and holds up a sign and says, hey, I'm open for business, okay, he's going to go home real fucking disappointed. That's just the truth.
Wait,
that is the truth.
I have a really good test. I have a really good test for this. Anya, who's a guy, maybe you can give us a male celebrity, who's like your celebrity crush, who you really find super hot, super attractive?
Morgan Wallen.
All right,
and I'm sure he has a body count of 1 million.
Morgan Wallen. But so the question is, hold on. God damn. The question is, if you knew that he had slept with 1,000 women, but he wanted a long-term relationship with you, and he was serious about you, whatever kind of relationship dynamic you wanted, would you date him?
Is he?
It's behind him.
I mean, yeah. I would still get in. I would if he said, I'm done with this lifestyle. I'm done with sleeping around with tons and tons of women, and I'm ready to commit to just to you. I'd be like, okay.
Sure. And then how about this? He's still actively kind of being promiscuous, but you get the opportunity to hook up with him. Do you do it?
Probably not.
Probably
no,
not,
I don't
really?
like a roster.
You pass off?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't have a roster. I don't like being on a roster.
But there's no male celebrity you could think of, like, despite him being maybe promiscuous actively, let's like remove like risk of STDs or whatever from this.
No.
You would.
I think just leads to heartbreak because schmex for women is very different than schmex for men, and women get very attached.
Okay. Are there any girls here who, like your male celebrity crush, whoever you think is like super attractive, maybe they're promiscuous, maybe they're not, let's assume they are, would you have a casual encounter with your, I don't know, the guy who you think is like the sexiest man in the world, whatever?
Like, for example, so let's say he was messing around still. Would I still do something with him? Is that what you're asking?
Sure.
I mean, if like I want.
Here, let's start with this. Who's your male celebrity crush? Does somebody else? I'm sorry. Can somebody else who can actually give me an answer? Just please give me an answer.
I can try. Okay, so my celebrity crush is Theo Von, right?
Okay.
If he asked me out on a date, I would definitely go, and he's obviously slept with thousands and thousands of women. But would I just have a casual one-night stand with him? Probably not, because I've never done anything like that before.
Sure, but you don't rule him out as a potential partner.
But
no.
But just so I can get through this, what about you, Chloe?
Literally Morgan Wallen is like one of my biggest celebrity crushes.
Okay, would you?
But I wouldn't sleep with him if I just met him. But I would if he wanted a long-term relationship. You're a fucking liar.
You're a fucking liar.
All right. What about you?
I would say maybe Zac Efron. I wouldn't.
Okay, Zac Efron.
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
Honestly, I can't think of anybody.
Okay, what about you over here?
No, I wouldn't, because.
Well, hypothetically,
What was that?
Hypothetically, if you weren't.
No, hypothetically, I wouldn't. Even if I was single, I find it meaningless to have casual sex.
Okay, what about? Would you? Okay.
What about a date? Would you go on a date with him?
No,
Your celebrity
because
crush?
no, because if there is no intention or purpose behind that date, I wouldn't.
No, there's an intention. He's willing to date you.
Okay, yeah, if it's going to lead into something more with purpose and like commitment.
What if your celebrity crush had slept with 1,000 women before, though?
It would definitely be in the back of my mind, but I don't think it would be equal to what a guy's perspective would be towards women.
Okay, so the point I was trying to make here is, at least for me, you could present to me whatever the most attractive woman I've ever seen. If I know, even for a casual encounter or long term, if I know that she's actively promiscuous, it's 100% a deal breaker. If she fucked a dude last night, I don't care how hot she is. For me, it's a wrap. It's over. Don't care how hot she is. Don't care how outside of my league she is. Don't care. She fucked another dude last night, not interested. If she's got a high body count, not interested. It's just 100% a deal breaker for men. Well, excuse me, I shouldn't say.
For you.
It's for me. For me, it's 100% a deal breaker. Don't care how hot she is. Don't want to have sex with her once. Don't want to friends with benefits. Don't want a relationship. Don't want anything with a girl who's currently actively fucking other men or has a past of promiscuity.
Well, let's say is someone for example, how you guys were talking about how if a guy wanted to change his ways, let's say a girl when she was younger and dumb or whatever was doing a bunch of stuff and they didn't want to be like that anymore, you would say that would affect it completely. You wouldn't give them any benefit of the doubt.
There you go. That's the $1 million question, right? You finally kind of hit on the thing we're getting at here. So I think that since all of you basically said, if it came to my celebrity crush and they're reformed, I would still go on a date with them, and maybe if things went well, I would definitely settle down with a guy. Maybe he's a really good guy, something like this. For a lot of men, it's a complete disqualifier immediately, right? Even your past still remains with you. There's a lot of this that happens where women will move over to the Christian church, right, after having a love life filled with threesomes and every horrible thing in the world. And they should, right? They should come into Christ. I agree with that. But it doesn't erase their past. You don't get to buy a new reputation. So a lot of them think that they deserve to have men who are extremely high quality, even though they have that past. And, well, they don't. Men still have a preference against that. And they're like, well, you know, you did fuck 300 guys, and I'm going to, you know, take a hard pass on that. Or, you know, even 20 or 15 or 10, you know. And the reason for that is because exponentially, it makes them feel like they're not special, really. If you think about it, isn't that really what they would feel like? Like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I have you, but so did fucking half the block, right? They wouldn't. Why would it make them feel good about themselves, right? That's not an accomplishment, right?
When you mentioned groupies, I'm not saying you were using it to justify it, but when you mentioned groupies as a example of kind of how this dynamic works, I don't think just because it happens that it's okay, and I think it's also just a product of dating culture.
Well, look, I agree. I don't think male promiscuity is good. I don't think female promiscuity is good.
So we're on the same page about it.
On both fronts. I think both are bad. I'm not in the same camp as a lot of different people are. I think it's bad for men generally to be promiscuous, but I also understand social dynamics. And while I can say both things are bad, I can clearly tell that women care way less about it than men do. Then if that's the case, then that needs to be taken into account in the dating scene, right? It really does. Because what happens is women limit their prospects later for fun now.
I feel like, yeah, and if that's like something that someone wants, I feel like there shouldn't be a problem in it looking, because, you know, everybody, like when you're looking for somebody that you want to be with, like you obviously, everyone's going to have certain standards. So I feel like if that's just what somebody wants to hold a standard to, then I would say that that is their right to do so. You know, some people are different, but I feel like that is completely like understandable if that's something like in their future, like where they know like they're going to spend the rest of their life with this person. If that's something that they wanted to have in a woman, then I feel like that should be respected, because there is a million different people.
The thing that's funny about all this is, like, I can tell you how history is going to go. Like in a crystal ball right now, I'll tell you exactly how it's going to go. You can imagine that men, let's just say men magically tomorrow had access to the NFL en masse. They could all just go play for the NFL. Whenever they, you know, basically any of them could just go do that. A lot of them would go do that, and they would get brain damage, they would get fucked up, they get all kinds of messed up going and playing in the NFL, right? But when they were young, they wouldn't care, because they'd be making a bunch of that NFL money. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't think about the stage 2, stage 3 of life. They would only think about that stage 1. What we're seeing right now is the phenomenon of women in the same exact mindset. They can all join the NFL. They can all join OF and be part of that sexual elite and make that big bag of cash, easy money, right? But that's only stage 1. What happens when you get to stage 2 and stage 3? Well, the boxers, men who box, they get brain damage, they get messed up, they have all sorts of consequences. Men in the NFL, all sorts of consequences. Men who do these things end up with severe damage in exchange for that money. Same shit's gonna happen to all these OnlyFans girls. Same stuff. They're not preparing for the future. They're not preparing for the future them. They're only preparing for the right now them. And you can imagine the damage that would do to men if they had that kind of access, but for some reason, women don't even think about the amount of damage they're doing to themselves.
Well, then you've got to blame the men in a way, because they're the ones who are paying for it.
You got to just let him finish his thought before you.
Yeah, you're gonna run into stage 2 of life, and you're not there yet. And when you get there, you're gonna realize that, oh shit, there's a heavy price and a heavy toll to be paid for the bag now.
I'm not on OnlyFans.
Okay. Chair 1, you're in the corn business. Most men in the corn business have to start with corning men. So would you be exclusive with a guy with a higher body count than men? Why? Was just making money like you? Thank you, Zach, for the super chat.
Would I be exclusive with a guy with a higher body count than women? I think that's presupposing that I have a high body count just because I'm in the corn industry. I don't.
Well, he's also saying that often men, I mean, this is like in the traditional adult entertainment industry, that they start out sleeping with men. Yeah. I don't know if that's really the case anymore. But
I don't really know, what the point of the question is, because it's like, he's basically asking me, there's two different things here. He's saying, would you sleep with a man who slept with other men?
Here, I'll frame it like this. Do you think a woman's past should not matter?
I think it should matter somewhat. I think
her body count.
Yeah.
Her body count.
Yeah.
Like if a guy didn't want to date you just because of your body count.
I think that's totally fair.
Oh, okay.
That's totally fair.
I think he would then argue, okay, well, if you said, oh, woman's past shouldn't matter, he would probably posit, well, okay, what about a guy who used to sleep with men?
No, that's totally fair.
Okay.
I wouldn't sleep with a man who has slept with other men.
Going to Chloe, should a woman's past matter?
No. Or no, yes, it does matter. Sorry.
Annabelle?
Yeah, I think so. I think that men respect women who aren't easy.
What about you?
She said the first that I feel like it depends to a point, and to a point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about you?
I would say past
matters.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you? Into the mic.
For me, if a guy chose not to be with me.
Can you tilt your mic down? Can you move your mic over this way?
Sorry, I keep getting.
Is this one?
Just leave it where it is, please.
Is this one right here?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I would say that if a guy didn't want to be with me due to my body count, then he's not the right guy for me. So.
Okay, so it shouldn't matter.
Okay. No, not at all.
It should matter, just like we were talking previously about preferences of life choices, to do OnlyFans or to not do it. It should be the preference of a man or a woman to decide whether they want to pursue this partner, and it's all about compatibility.
All right, going around the table then, people, past should matter, shouldn't matter. Body count, Felicity, you go first.
2.
We're going to skip over to Chloe.
5.
Okay, we're going to go around. We're going to go to you.
I mean, I don't really want to talk about that because I don't really know exactly
Did you lose track?
No, I just don't feel like I really want to talk about that topic exactly because I'm not. I don't really want to talk. I would say 7, but I don't really want to say that. But I feel like it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Going to you. Body count.
I never counted ever.
You want to do a range, a ballpark?
For me specifically, I'm 44 years old. I don't know, at least 100 men. And if you include women, probably 200.
Okay. And wait, question. Do you recall what it was like? Because you guys opened up your relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was it like when you got married?
When I got married, I really honestly never ever counted, but
do you think that the high proportion of that, you said 100 plus for including men, 200 plus if you include women, do you think that occurred after you opened up the marriage and then started doing?
I'd probably say half and half. Yeah. So I was promiscuous when I was young.
Okay, promiscuous. Okay.
I had no intention on getting married or doing anything like that.
So you think it was maybe between the range of 50 to 100 prior to marriage?
Yeah, I'd say around 50. I'd probably say 50 women, 50 men before marriage, and then 50 women, 50 men after marriage. So
didn't you get married super young?
At 19, yes.
19? Wait.
Yeah.
So at 19 years old, you had 50 and 50?
Yeah. Yeah, I never counted. Like I told you, you're asking me a question of, I never saw a point of counting. Like if I wanted to have sex with somebody, I would do it.
Was it, do you recall, how young were you when you first?
Yeah, I lost my virginity at 13. Mm-hmm.
With a boyfriend or?
Yeah, with a boyfriend. Well, it was my best friend's brother, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Well, she knew. Sorry. She knew.
The tea.
And then by the end of high school, do you know what it might have been by end of high school?
I never ever counted. I was never one of those people that were like, oh,
but, there was Bobby and Justin and Damien and Jaquarius.
No.
And birds, the hummingbird.
I've been on my own since I was 13 years old, right? When girls were worrying about prom and dances and things like that, I was worrying about like how I was going to feed myself, where I was going to stay, things to that nature,
Wait,
right? I just came from a completely different life then.
Wait, have you done any escorting?
Oh, no, I never did escorting.
okay,
No,
okay.
I never did that. I mean, I worked. I had a job. I lived on a reservation. I had a job at Arby's. At 14 years old, I was doing paper routes. I was literally surviving.
Okay.
By the age of 16, I was traveling across the United States, selling magazines door to door, and I had a fake ID. I was going to bars. I was having one-night stands. I was going to Mardi Gras. I was just doing crazy things that a normal 24, 25-year-old do, but at a very young age. I had to grow up extremely fast. So I just never... I just, why girls were worrying about prom dresses, like, I wasn't going like, there's Freddie and Lisa and Marie and all that kind of stuff. I was living it up.
Got it. Okay, moving through the rest of the notes here. Chloe, really quick, just a recap here. You said last show that you pass out during sex because of a condition that you have.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about? Well, that's one of the reasons why I think like, I mean, some people might think that 5 is like a high body count, but for me, like, I just don't like trust people because I have that problem with passing out, because you can like take advantage of me. So yeah.
Doesn't it only happen though while you're already having
No,
sex,
like if
or?
someone fingers me or like eats me out, it happens too.
Aww.
Allegedly.
I
We don't know
mean,
if this
I
is a
have to
ruse.
deal with that.
We don't know what the truth is, Chloe. We don't know.
How can you
I
make
did have
that
a follow-up also from the previous question on body count. Those of you who answered the body count question, can you quickly raise your hand? Very quickly.
Oh, wait, we need it. Did we not get the answer? Oh, Anya. Okay, really quick. Let's finish it. Anya, body count?
5 men, 2 women.
Body count?
I prefer quality over quantity, and I'm...
So 50?
No, but I'm basically just my boyfriends, so...
Which has been like 1 million?
Like 5, so...
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
5.
Okay,
Come on.
whatever,
There
Andrew.
wasn't that one time in Ibiza. There wasn't that one time. There wasn't that one time
Wait,
in
back
Monaco.
back then,
There wasn't
I
that.
was too busy doing drugs and drinking. Then
Oh.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh.
I'm joking.
Oh.
Kind of joking.
Did we get body count?
1. I wish it was 0. Biggest
Is it your current
mistake and
boyfriend?
Regret.
Wait. Sorry, go, you said.
Yeah, I said 1. Wish it was 0. Biggest regret and mistake because I wish I like waited.
Is it your current relationship?
Yeah.
But you regret. Wait, question. Are
Yeah, I
you?
just regret not waiting. I just wish like it was postponed. Like I wish it didn't happen.
But are you guys? So you like
has
had?
nothing to do with him personally. I just personally I wish I had waited. You know.
But
makes
so
sense.
are you continuing to wait? Or are you guys in an active sexual relationship?
No, it has nothing to do with whether we are or not. It's just I wish it never happened.
No, I know. I'm just asking
based
if.
off of just the way that I like perceive.
Okay, but I'm
things,
just
yeah.
I'm just asking. I get that you wish it never happened. Are you? It's with your current boyfriend.
Yeah.
Are you guys in an actively sexually active
No.
relationship?
No.
So it was like a one-time mistake.
Not a one time, like it happened, but he's like the only person. That's why I wish it never happened. Does that make sense?
So
Like,
it happened once.
no, it happened multiple times, but I'm talking about like it happened with one specific person. I just wish it never happened.
With
in
your current
general.
boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I wish I waited. Like I wish it didn't happen.
Wait. So you've been dating for 3 years.
Yes.
How far into the relationship did that happen?
I would say like within the first year.
Okay, but you guys are now both remaining celibate.
Yeah.
Was that your idea or his?
Mine.
Is he a religious guy? Is he also Orthodox Christian?
Yeah, he is. But like him aside, just personal preference. Like I wish it never happened. No diss to him, nothing towards him specifically.
Okay. And was he on board with that?
Yeah.
With not having sex anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody answered the body count question?
I prefer not to say.
Do you want to do range or ballpark?
Less than 10.
Okay.
Dope.
So my follow-up here, okay, this is a fun social experiment. So all you guys got to put your hands on the table right in front of you. Go ahead. Everybody puts their hands on the table right in front of them. All right. So I'm going to ask a question, and if after I'm done with the question, I just want you to raise your hand, okay? If you know, depending on if it's true or false, raise your hand. If I asked you if your body count would increase based on blowjobs, would it? Raise your hand. Fucking capping ass, lion ass, fucking women, fucking capping ass,
I don't know.
lion ass, fucking women, fucking capping ass.
Maybe.
So every single time you like
had a
sucked dick,
blowjob,
like you had sex?
But no,
Most of the
every time
time.
you gave
No
a
sex.
blowjob,
No.
but
Would your
no
body
sex.
count increase if you counted blowjobs? If you counted blowjobs, would your body count increase? Show of hands.
I don't know. I'm gonna half.
time in
I'm a half
Arizona.
hand. It's my half hand because I don't.
All right.
I really didn't like to keep counting, anyways.
Are you coming back to the table, or?
Oh, can we move our hands? I thought we were doing like the, if you've done this, have you done this?
All right.
Yeah, I'm just asking if the body count would increase. Would that body count answer be different if we based it on things like blowjobs, fingerings, things like that? Would the body count?
Probably fingering and stuff like that might have changed because like when you're younger, you know, like I feel like it was like different because I didn't have sex until like I was with the guy for like 3 years. Me and him were together for like 2.5, 3 years almost. But before that, like I've done like little side things like that. Like when you're like younger.
All right. Moving on to the notes. Annabelle, you said you used to live in London when you were 23. You're the epitome of a good girl. You ended up doing a runaway bride type situation. You actually ended up running away with your fiance's best friend, but that relationship ended up being 6 years. So arguably the cheating, which you still felt bad about, was kind of worth it?
Well, yeah. Well, I still feel like that's such a sickening and awful thing to do. But I did... I'm sorry. However, the only thing that kind of like stops me from kind of hating myself so much about what I did is that at least the person that I ran away with and cheated on, like it was a long and loving relationship. And but like I take full accountability and trust me, karma got me.
A couple questions here on this. So you guys were engaged.
Yeah.
How long had you guys been dating?
2 years.
Okay, and a clarifying question: was there infidelity prior to the running away bit?
We kissed, and then it was kind of like, this sounds really, really, really crazy, but like the moment we kissed, we both kind of like realized that we were like really in love with each other. And so then we kind of like were like, we've got to run away, and like because we didn't want it to go any further because we knew that would be like even worse, you know.
But did you literally run away? Like you left the city? Or?
Yeah, we booked a flight to Bali, and this is like karma is real because on the plane to Bali, my dad died. So I landed in Bali with my runaway lover, and then, yeah. So karma really is real, guys.
Did you say Bali?
Bali, yeah.
Indonesia.
Yeah, was his name Jake by chance?
No, why?
Oh, okay. I was just curious. I know
some clarifying questions here. So you were dating the guy, the original guy, your fiance, for 2 years? You said 3 years?
2 years, yeah.
Okay. And had you cheated on with him on anybody else? Or sorry,
absolutely
with
not.
anybody else, or
No,
just
no,
this guy?
no.
With
Never.
his best friend.
Yeah, only with his best friend, yeah.
But so how soon after the kiss did the runaway happen?
Like 2-3 weeks. We were trying to, because we didn't want it to keep going on. You know what I mean? We felt so guilty. Like I felt sick.
You wanted to be in a different hemisphere before you had sex.
I mean, I was
his
young.
best friend.
Yeah, I was young. It was
How old were you?
despicable.
Oh, you said 23?
Yeah.
When this happened? Okay.
Yeah.
I assume the wedding was. Had the wedding been planned?
I'd actually paid for the whole wedding, so I cancelled it.
How close to you? How close were you to the wedding?
6 months.
Okay, 6 months away.
Yeah.
How much had been paid for the wedding or whatever?
About £50,000.
£50,000. And had you had feelings for the best friend during the course of the relationship?
No, it was literally just like in one night, just like boom. It was like absolutely. It was the strangest thing ever.
Best friend, his best friend. That's like multiple betrayals.
I actually
his girl?
sometimes think that the best friend is like, obviously what I did was morally despicable, but I think the best friend is even worse because friendship of like 20 years. I don't know.
Yeah, who's more evil?
Right.
Her or the
best friend? Yeah.
I mean, both. It's
both. It's
know.
both. Just it's disgusting. And I take full accountability for it, and I've apologized. And
How did he take it, your fiance?
He was really confused. He was very upset. And then I had to come back to London for my dad's funeral, and everyone thought we were engaged, and it was just a complete shit show. Absolute shit show. Mm-hmm.
Damn. Okay. You said, however, now that you're 34, you're still single, so you'd love to discuss the topic, whether you've done the right thing as a DJ, whether your job could be perceived as promiscuous.
Yeah.
You said you have a lot of regrets, yet respect yourself. You're super MAGA, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So I do think that sometimes because like, so I don't really go out like clubbing and get wasted and stuff, but if people see you behind the DJ decks, I am out at night and I am in that environment. And so I think that, you don't exactly find like great men in a nightclub listening to hip hop and R&B. And so I think I'm kind of sometimes like pushed into that category of the like party girl when I'm not really. I'm just the DJ, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good times.
By the way, guys, it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Got to get out of here this evening. I enjoyed the conversations back and forth. I never hold any ill will or bad blood towards anybody. I know that the panels can get contentious, but that's part of having conversations is that you have contention. So I was happy to talk to everybody, and I hope all of you have a wonderful evening.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for tuning in, Andrew. Appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night. Have a good night.
I have to go soon, and I'm
Salute.
All right, you can hide that on Discord. We'll probably hide it also on the center Zoom too, if you want to just grab that. Okay, hide it there. Yep. All right, so getting into Anya's notes. Anya, I noticed you have a God tattoo on your side.
Yeah.
What does it say?
It's not an actual. It's not like in the Bible or anything. It's the Serenity Prayer from AA. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. It was mainly to. I don't want to get too deep into it, but to. It's in AA, and it means a lot to my family, and it means a lot to me. I struggled a little bit with addiction in my own life, and even though like I can still drink here and there, I choose not to use any illicit substances, but I still think it's a great prayer to kind of use in your daily life.
I literally have that in my room. I have this glass thing, and it sits there, and it has the same exact. It's literally the exact same prayer.
Yeah.
And it has a rose on it, and it literally sits right there. And I was just looking at it literally yesterday. I was like, I've had this for so long.
Yeah.
It just follows me, and that's really cool that you have that too.
Yeah.
That's freaking.
It was actually the first tattoo I ever got. It was something. Ever since I heard it, I carried it with me through my entire life.
That's beautiful. I love that.
And But you're not Christian, as I understand
Somewhat
it.
half and half.
Somewhat half and half. Okay.
Yeah.
And hold on one sec. So do you believe in God, or?
I do. Yeah.
So related to your OnlyFans then, and being involved in sex work, and you do have that tattoo, and you do say you're pretty conservative and so forth. Do you think God wants you to do porn?
No.
Okay. What do you think Satan wants you to do?
I don't think it's necessarily something Satan. I mean, maybe, but I think it's going back to what I said before. I think I understand that there's definitely a lot of bad about it. I don't think I'm doing charity work, but I also think that I'm setting my life up in a way where my children are never going to have to worry about, oh, their mom's at a 9 to 5. Mom can't come to my soccer game. Mom can't do this. Mom can actually spend time with me and provide me with everything I need. And she's actually going to instill, I mean, I know this is rich coming from me, but instill some kind of morals into me. And yeah.
Well, I'll respond to that really quickly. Thank you, Andrew, for the raid. Crucible crew, welcome. Welcome. By the way, really quick, as you guys are joining us, we've lowered the TTS to, it's going to now be a $69 TTS. I'm going to let some chats come through in just a moment. $69 TTS. Let's get those roasts in. If you want to roast me, you want to roast anybody on the panel, $69 TTS. Well, I guess my question is, though, is you said, well, I understand that OnlyFans can be very lucrative. You can make a lot of money. But it seems like you believe in God, but you don't want to take on the title of Christian. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I was actually raised Russian Orthodox, which, if anybody in the audience knows Russian Orthodoxy, it's the strictest and most harsh form of Orthodoxy. So me and my mom both actually left that denomination, and not to speak for my mom, but for myself, I've been slowly trying to rebuild a relationship with God, and I'm kind of letting that build as a relationship. I don't think I'm educated enough or practicing enough to actually label myself a Christian, because I think that actually takes on a big role. So yeah.
I mean, look, Andrew's probably better suited for this conversation than I am, but there is a Bible verse that I think he often cites that I find kind of compelling in this case. Again, it's not totally clear if you actually consider yourself a Christian. You say you believe in God. It's Matthew 16:26. For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? And you said, well, you're doing OnlyFans so that you can amass a significant amount of money that you perhaps otherwise wouldn't be.
It's for my children. Not that I have children now, but
wow.
I would sell my soul for my children.
You would sell your soul for your children?
Yeah. For them to have a good life, I would do anything.
That'd actually be an interesting conversation for Andrew.
Very powerful statement.
Like, what do you do?
I would die. If I had children, I would die for my children. I would sell my soul for my children.
You would die for your children?
Yeah.
Sure, but...
Also, this is coming from somebody who doesn't have children yet, so let's take this with a grain of salt.
I'm curious what the chat thinks, and I know there's a lot of, we have a lot of religious viewers, a lot of Christian viewers. If it meant protecting your... well, hold on. You're kind of sneaking something in there, but if it was the case that in order to save your children, this is a ridiculous hypothetical, in order to somehow save the life of your children, you had to become an OF strumpet. I know there's a lot of men out there. You men have to become OF man whores, I guess. Would you do it? And would this be in contravention of the Christian faith? But the thing is, though, is that plenty of people are capable of providing for children absent doing sex work.
I agree. I think it's a lot harder nowadays. I think that's why you have a big financial crisis going on in the U.S. and a lot of people aren't having children. Our birth rates are significantly declining to the point where we're below replacement rate. And I don't want to contribute to that. I actually want to have children. And you've heard people around this table say, hey, it's impossible to raise children in California for financial reasons.
You're in Florida, though. It's
right. I live in Florida. It's completely different. Also,
rent.
Florida is getting so expensive. But cost of living is still extremely high. And the market is there. I was already getting sexualized all the time my entire life, and I thought, hey, if it's going to happen anyway, I might as well make a profit out of it and at least set myself up for something in the future. And Andrew said something that was interesting to me, that we're kind of going in this cycle where we don't understand what's coming next, like what the second wave of this is going to be for us. I totally understand. I understand that even now, and I'm less than a year in, and there's definitely part of my psyche and part of a mental health aspect of it that's definitely hurt and definitely affected. I already know these effects. I've spoken to other people where I can understand the effects. But I'm willing to take on the effects to have a future where my children don't have to worry about those things.
But couldn't you have chosen like any other job?
Yeah, I could have. But again, the money versus the time spent into it, the time that I can spend with my children later on.
You don't have your children yet. You could become a lawyer and you can make way more money than an OnlyFans. Well, actually, I don't know how much money you make, but
yeah,
you could do that, and then you could have your children, and then your children would look up to you, and you'd still be able to support them.
Would school be better in the long term?
I'm honestly so against college. I don't even want to have the argument about college.
Then what about an electrician?
No, I totally agree. But I'm not going to get into how much money I make, but that's why I went into this saying I'm either going to go all the way in or I'm going to go all the way out. I'm not going to half-ass it.
What do the we got an Orthodox Christian here. What do you think? You want to weigh in?
I totally respect your preference and everything, and your desire to, make a living for your kids in the future. That's great. My question is, as an immigrant yourself, what would you say?
First generation?
Yeah, but you have like an immigrant background. What would you say to all those other countries in the world that are less privileged than the United States? What would you say to those families and mothers who are trying to make a living for their kids?
In terms of what, like?
You're like, this is the easy way out.
I'm not saying that. Let me clarify that real quick. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not advocating this for everybody. I never said that. I will not advocate. Like, I've had many, many, many people come up to me, mostly like girlfriends that I have in my past, people just randomly that I'll meet that know that I do it. I always say, unless you're willing to know that your brother, your dad, your grandparents, your children, everyone is going to see your door. Unless you know that that's going, like, you're ready for that to happen, don't do it. Unless you're ready for everyone to know you as an S worker, like, don't do it. This is not, and also, if you're going to go all the way in this, it's hard work. I'm not saying it's as hard as being a doctor or being a lawyer or anything like that. Please don't get me wrong. But I'm saying there are hours that people don't see in the back of it. Like, I easily put in 65 to 75 hours of work in every different aspect of it every week. So it's definitely hard work. It's not the easy way out.
Yeah, and you still have to deal with like the backlash and all that stuff too. Like, it's even harder because it's like you have to deal with all that.
I would never advocate this for 99% of people that I meet. No.
And what I can say as a mother, right, I understand what you're saying because I did go to school, right? I went to 2 different schools to get 2 different educations, and I did make decent money. My husband made decent money, but we were still riddled in debt. It was so hard to put the amount of groceries that needed to be put on the table, the bills being paid, and provide the life that we really wanted to provide for our children. Yep. Since I've been doing OF, I get way more quality time with my family. We go on great family vacations together, and I can afford to be like, hey guys, guess what? We're going to Hawaii for 7 days in a great location. I am debt free. All my lifetime of debt is paid off. So I do understand that, and I understand, and I understand, like you're saying, that this, I don't know if what we're doing is right or not, but I do know that it has provided a lifestyle for my family that even when I went to school and worked my booty off, that I could not get to my
And
pursuit.
everyone's going to argue that we're saying that we can buy things for our children, we can buy vacations. That's not what we're saying. It's the time spent. Most parents, like...
All right, I'm done listening to the cope. I'm sorry. You guys are just rambling on about this. I'll just repeat it one more time, then I'm going to move it on. For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? We have some super chats here. K. Zach. So chair 1, no kid wants to know their dads had happy times with other dads, just like they don't want to know their moms were spread as wide as the Grand Canyon. How can you... Wait, did you hide?
It was a duplicate.
Okay, we should have... Well, how can you possibly say... you would do this for free and want to have a family in the same breath? Zach, thank you for the super chat. Just FYI, with super chats and Streamlabs messages, they don't get pulled up right away. I think you sent this in at 10:04. It's 10:24. They get batched typically at 30 to 60 minutes. But I saw you sent in a duplicate. It's not that we missed it. We were just waiting to pull it up. So thank you, Zach. Do you want to do a quick response to Zach here?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know what the second part has to relate to each other. Definitely not been spread as wide as the Grand Canyon, but I don't understand why it's hypocritical for me to say that I'll do this for free but also want to have a family.
I think because he's saying that you're doing it so you can provide for your kids, but at the same time.
I mean, maybe it's just the cascading downstream consequences of being involved in OnlyFans when it comes to your own mental health, the desirability of yourself. Correct. As it relates to men. Most men are going to at least, look, I'm not saying all men are going to not want to date you because you
I agree.
are or were involved in OnlyFans, but it is going to close the door for a certain caliber of men. And then in addition to that, there's the downstream ramifications as it relates to your future children. It is going to probably result, you are going to have to parse the whole potential bullying thing. That's a factor there too.
So what I was going to say is the exact same thing that I said before, the workload. So if I would have done it for free, I would not be putting in that same mentality of I'm going to go all the way in or I'm going to go all the way out. If I was doing it for free, which I said I would not be posting a million times on Reels, a million times on TikTok, a million times on X promoting.
Okay. MAGA Ramble, Anya, I've seen your numbers. You can retire right now and our kids will be pampered. We don't need more money. Is your boyfriend or something?
No, I have no clue who this is.
MAGA Rambe. All right. You got to pay the SIM tax. He's got to pay the SIM tax. Send in another super chat. Guys, go use Streamlabs. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Streamlabs.com/whatever. I almost always give priority to Streamlabs, but thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Pasty George donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, Pasty George. Appreciate it.
Math proves that men have a much lower body count than women, using available statistics and charts to demonstrate this. Nowadays, it's just a fact that many women sleep around more than men.
Thank you, Pasty George. This came in a while ago. Thank you. That was when we were talking about the whole body count conversation. Homath, great channel. We've had him on the show before. Be sure to check him out. Thank you, Pasty George. We have Dill Pickles.
Chef Dill Pickles donated $100.
Thank you, man.
How many women at the table would marry a man that took another man through his back door?
Was it just once?
Show of hands. Would you marry a dude? Your husband didn't though, right?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. God. I've slept with bi men. I think it's hot.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Cool. I love that for you. Okay. Chef Dill Pickles.
Chef Dill Pickles donated $100.
Thank you, brother.
Ex-Arby's worker. Among the absolute plethora of men you've invited into yourself, what was the most popular male name?
Well,
Who was working at Arby's? That was you?
That was me. I was working at Arby's when I was 14.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
What was the most popular male name? Were there a couple Jacobs or Bartholomew's or
like overall name?
Cornelius or
Cornelius.
I like that. Can we go with that?
That's a good name.
I have no idea. I didn't collect names and put them and be like, oh, look, there's 13
Benjamin.
Georges and 14
Oh my gosh, that's my
Benjamins.
dog's name.
Yeah, no Benjamin.
No Benjamin.
I've never slept with a Benjamin.
Okay, all right. We have Chaw coming in. Guys, $69 TTS. Streamlabs.com/whatever.
Chair 1's arguments are ones we've heard 1,000 times. It makes no sense though. In the pursuit of money and a traditional family, you're doing the exact thing that damages your chances of getting it.
I think it's already really hard to get it, but
it's hard out here.
It is.
Hard out here.
Shit. I think it's definitely going to be difficult, just as it would be if I didn't. But I think I offer enough in my personal life to a man that it would make it worth it.
But let's be honest. On a scale of 1 to 10, how crazy are you?
I mean, honestly, I'd probably say a 4 or a 5.
4 or 5?
Maybe 4.
Do you have any diagnoses?
No. Mm-mm.
Nothing? BPD? Bipolar?
When I was like 12, I had a doctor tell me I had anxiety and depression, but not anymore, no. I don't care about that stuff. We've all probably had.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to
we could ask hundreds of women outside and they'll all say yes.
Yeah, I used to take antidepressants too.
I have ADHD.
The women SSRI epidemic is
any
insane.
of your ex-boyfriends, you haven't really, would any of the ex-guys you've dealt with, not necessarily boyfriends, and you might disagree with them, would any of them, have you ever been called crazy by a guy?
Actually, no. And if I called them up right now, they'd be like, I mean, yeah, we had kind of a rough breakup. But any of them, if they still texted me right now, or if I texted them, we wouldn't be like, oh, I hate you. We're like, hey, you okay? I'm good.
What kind of music is
that?
Okay.
Suspicious of her.
All right. Okay. Look, I don't know if it's even appropriate for me to go there. Can I go there?
Go wherever you want.
I can go wherever I want? Whoa, calm down, Anya. All right, relax.
That's a little kinky.
I noticed, and you don't hide it, so I feel like it's kind of fair game, and I'm going to try to be as polite about it as possible. I was looking at your Instagram. I noticed that you have markings on your legs.
Yes.
Is it okay if we talk about this? I don't want to talk about it if you're uncomfortable with it.
Go on ahead.
Okay, so these were self-inflicted markings.
Yes.
A lot of them.
Yes.
Was this associated with an episode of something?
Yes.
With drug use or what?
No.
Okay.
It was one particular incident that happened when I was 12. That was like a family situation. It was an accumulation of a few different traumatic incidences.
Mm-hmm.
I took it out in that manner, and I shouldn't have, but
so that was like a limited episode that was not ongoing, really. It was just when you were younger.
It was ongoing for like a couple months, but it was very minor. And then it was one day where it was just like most of them.
But it's self-harm, not someone else did it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
It was like most of them, and then I never did it again after.
Were you did you see a doctor about that, or I mean?
Yeah.
Did they give you a diagnosis, or?
Honestly, because of all the other traumatic incidences that were happening that led to that, that was the one that diagnosed me with anxiety and depression. They put me on SSRIs. I was on SSRIs for like a year or two, and I realized that they were horrible for development and horrible for me, and got off of them, and yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you went through a difficult experience when you were younger, and I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you overcame.
Yeah.
And that was an episode that's in the past. So, wait,
Well
we
done,
have some other chats coming through. We have Brad here, Big Brad. Wait, is it? Sorry. Oh my God, Streamlabs. There we go.
Brad donated $70. A man will see the value in you as how you conduct yourself. Doing of reduces your value, and the man you want will not commit to you. Men care about your past as women care about the man's future.
Ooh. That's very wise. That last.
Yo, Brad, thank you for the message, man. Appreciate it. We have, well put, Brad, well put. Chef Dill Pickles.
Chef Dill Pickles donated $69. She's had the meats. Bum, 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 bum.
He's talking about the Arby's thing.
What's her name back there has an Arby's show. Can you like just kind of tilt yourself?
Oh, the scary doll.
Tilt. I don't know if I'm.
Oh, she has an arm. She's sporting it.
Let's go this way.
That's my girl.
She doesn't
Just like tilt. Not tilt.
To your
No,
right,
tilt
to
that
your
way.
right.
Tilt that.
Yeah.
Boom. She's got fucking Ashley. Her name's Ashley. She has an Arby's. She worked at Arby's before she became a whatever podcast enjoyer, I guess. Okay. We have MAGA Ramble. Thank you for the soup chat, man. No taxation without simpresentation. Damn, bro. Are you doing it on the YouTube app too? You realize if you say, because if this is how you tell, if it's $99.99, it means you're using the YouTube app. YouTube takes 30%. Apple takes 30% because you're doing it on probably the YouTube app. They're taking $49 of this. They're taking more than half, bruv. They're taking more than half.
Bruv.
She didn't even, bruv. She didn't even
You're English now, Brian.
She's got this little paper thing on the table. Get that out of here. You didn't even look at it the entire show. Throw that shit out.
Get rid of it, bruv.
Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, Maga Ramba? Bruv. Guys,
You did it so perfectly.
$69 TTS. $69 TTS. Get them in. Okay, so as far as the rest of the notes, going back to Anya, finishing yours up, you said you're very conservative and you're selective with dating. 2 of your exes turned out to be gay, and 1 ended up becoming a trans.
Damn. Oh my God, girl.
Damn.
You have been through it. You have been through it.
I really do.
Shit.
Yeah, so the one who transitioned was actually the long-term relationship one. And to be fair, I was not conservative at the time. I was very lefty. So that kind of chalks up to that. But he just recently transitioned. But the 2 that are gay, they're not out. So it was instances where one of them, I found him on GRINDR. I found GRINDR.
Wait.
Excuse me?
Why would you? Hold on. You went on
I wasn't on GRINDR. I was on his. I saw on his. He got a notification. That was a GRINDR notification.
Oh, okay. I thought
that's how you found out.
No. We were in his bedroom, and he gets a notification, and it's a GRINDR notification. I was like, oh, that's strange. And then a couple things started adding up, and I was like, oh, this makes sense. And then the other guy, I'm not revealing any personal information, but he always sometimes you don't want to have schmecks, so you just kind of talk, whatever. Yeah. He would want me to talk about other men, and particularly men that I knew, and I was like, oh, that's odd. I didn't really respect myself at the time, and then finally got a brain.
So during sex?
Not during sex. If I didn't want to have sex, but if he wanted to get off, and I was just like, okay, I'll talk you through it.
Oh, goodness me.
So wait, it was like a JOI?
Yeah. He would want me to help him fantasize about males. And then I was like,
gay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
And you did it?
Yeah.
And then now one of them you said transitioned.
Yes, that was the long-term one. I was a lefty then.
Okay. You said you're very passionate, or wait, hold on. Skipping that one. You said women rarely go for the good guy, but the one that's going to be an instant high and not a gradual buildup. We should also return to a more traditional setup for relationships.
Yeah.
Don't you think a more traditional setup for relationships would include you not posting your butthole on the internet?
I agree.
A little traditional.
I agree.
Let me ask you, are there pictures of your butthole on the internet?
Yes.
It's very traditional of you. Look at, we've got a great conservative here. Where's the MAGA hat?
Oh my God.
I was gonna bring mine, but hell yeah. You said no hats.
Did you vote for Trump? Here, you can put it on for a few minutes.
You said no hats on the pre-show.
Should we ask Andrew if that's hypocritical?
So.
What is?
If that's hypocritical.
God,
you want a traditional relationship and then
I don't
posting.
know. It's a fucking shitty Chinese one or something.
No, I got a real one.
Yeah. I need Charlie Kirk to hook me up with some magazines.
I got one from Charlie.
Oh, yeah? Did you do one of his TPUSA events?
I didn't go to an event, no.
You went up to the microphone and be like, hey, Charlie.
I would just be like, I love you, but
Future Nala,
no.
I guess. But I want you to look into this camera right here, this one right here. And I want you to say, I voted for Donald Trump, Make America Great Again, BTW, I post butthole pictures on the internet.
I voted for Donald Trump, MAGA, I post beehole pictures on the internet.
All right, based and submissive housewife. There you go. She did it at least. I'll take the hat back.
There you
Thank
go.
That was great. Thank you. Let's see here. Conservative though? You vote more conservative, I guess.
Okay, so it's not even that I vote conservative. It's let's literally take. Just let's put OF aside for literally 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I generally believe that for most women, I think the best place is to be at home with children, away from the workplace. I think that, I think that that's kind of the best setup. Shoot, I was losing my train of thought just now.
Well, you were just talking also, we should also return to a more traditional setup. Again, this is just confusing for me. You're posting some crazy shit on your Instagram, fucking legs spread and shit. That shit's crazy, son. How you gonna be like, oh, traditional, da-da-da, but like, hey, boyfriend, can you take a video of me doing like a Hago face or whatever the fuck?
Well, because the boyfriend is...
Okay, Felicity.
The boyfriend comes home.
Right,
he has his meal cooked already at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. It's warm. It's ready for him there. His clothes is ready the next morning. It's no problem. The house is clean. Everything's taken care of. He's never gonna have to worry about it.
But there's like a glaring elephant in the room here.
Yeah.
A giant dildo in the room.
I understand.
You post butthole pictures on the internet.
I totally understand.
And the thing is, like, Anya, maybe you could have got the guy. You could have got the guy who, you could have got that.
I could
Why
get
am
it
I
right
doing
now.
the fucking Trump hands? The past few weeks, I've been doing a lot of Trump hands.
I could get it right now if I wanted to. I know, like.
You're gonna get what?
I know that there's men. I can think of like a couple men particularly in my personal life that I know that are very traditional, that are okay with my traditional values and are traditional themselves, that are accepting of this, that are ready for that life.
Anyways,
I know that I can because
faux show. I'm not gonna linger on the porn bad thing because we talked about that forever earlier. Okay, so we have some more chats coming through. We have, Hi Braz Laman. Chair 7, marry me yesterday for Christ's sake, only sane woman, hairy balls on ya. Oh, okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Ooh, hairy balls on ya.
Thanks for
Rejected.
realizing
Ooh, by the way, she's got a boyfriend, bro. You can't be hitting on a girl who's dating a guy for 3 years.
Thank you for seeing,
That's a nice compliment.
Our homegirl here, she's single. What's up? Show her some love. Hairy balls on ya. Would you go for hairy balls on ya?
I don't know him or know what he looks like, so maybe.
He's clearly.
Is it hairy?
What if he's like he's the most attractive man in the world, but his balls are also the hairiest.
I would go for it.
Like I'm talking foot-long ball hair, just dangling to the floor.
I think that's
Oh
a
my
deal
God.
breaker.
Snip, snip.
Probably not.
It's all gone.
No, you can't.
Oh, right. You're
You know
not
how
allowed.
like when your nails grow really long, like you can't cut that shit?
Could I braid it?
It's the same with ball hair. If that shit gets too long, you got to go under anesthesia.
Can I braid
to
it?
get that removed. No. Unacceptable. All right.
Why?
69 guys, $69 TTS, get them in. We have some more. Sons of Liberty, this guy, my goodness. Thank you.
Sons of Liberty donated $69.
Thank you, brother.
Virtue, morality, boundaries, foreign concepts to these women. The Nuremberg trials concluded the end does not justify the means, but to these women they do. Degenerates.
Degenerates.
Thank
so
you.
many degenerates at this table.
Thank you very much.
Very many degenerates. It's just crazy. Thank you, Sons of Liberty. How do you guys feel about, do you take ownership of the degenerate title? Chloe, looking to you.
I don't even, I'm going to sound like a dumb blonde, but I don't know what that means, degenerate.
I'm going to Google it for you.
It means like a low life.
Having lost the physical, mental, and moral qualities considered normal and desirable.
No.
Or an immoral or corrupt person.
I don't think I'm a degenerate. I did that one bad thing with the cheating, but other than that, I'm not a degenerate.
I'm definitely not.
When's the last time you smoked some crack?
Oh God.
Oh my God. I'm joking. I've never smoked some crack. I swear on my life.
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking
What? Do I look like a crackhead?
Is that Scouse, by the way? You're a fucking liar. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that was quite Scouse. No,
Quite
I've
Scouse.
never, ever smowed crack.
Never.
I don't want that
Can
out.
you do the Queen's English? Talk like the Queen.
Yes. It is a bit rather ridiculous that we put a sundial underneath a tree. I have to admit. That's the best I can do.
Wow, that was...
It
You
wasn't
see
great.
how far the termites have spread and how long and well they've dined.
Where do you get these?
Rest in peace, Christopher Hitchens. Okay, that was great. Thank you, Sons of Liberty. We have Pasty George. Boom. Thank you, Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $70.
Thank you, brother.
I've noticed that more and more young women nowadays have old cut scars on their arms, legs, and other parts of their bodies. What is wrong with today's women?
I feel like, honestly, so is it about today's women, but it says from the past? It says old cut. So how can that be today's women if it's from the past?
Oh, shit, Pasty George. She just lawyered your ass. Fucking lawyered Pasty George.
Boop, bop, boop. No, but like actually, huh?
I would say that every generation of young women has had their vice. So I would say right before my generation, I would say it was EDs. So EDs were the vice of young girls. And you don't really notice those on most women because either they've recovered or they've other things. But they're not as noticeable of a past. And then I would say self-harming was more of a fad during my era. And it was one of those things where it's like, okay, I need to feel better. How do I do it?
I feel like nowadays, like, people don't even do that as often. Like, at least, like, because I have a lot of, like, little cousins and stuff like that. And I feel like at their age, like, I was doing those things. And so the fact that, like, they're all like, nah, that's, like, lame. Like, they literally say stuff like that nowadays. Yeah. But before, it was kind of, like, an actual big thing. Like, everybody was doing it. It's, like, it was, like, a trend in a way.
Yeah.
But, like, everyone wanted to be a sad girl, you know, like, all that stuff.
I think
Dean Bronson donated $69.
Thank you, Dean Bronson.
The young blonde lady in all red is lovely. I'm weird, so it's easy to not care. Can I know the lady's name?
I'm Chloe Yummy. Thank you. That was really sweet.
And I'm Brian Atlas.
Vanna Rose.
Is your voice actually that high pitched, or do you put it on, Chloe? Be honest.
Be honest, Chloe.
I have a really high voice naturally. Like, my dad even, like, sounds like a woman on the phone. But I definitely, like, put it on a lot and on my Instagram. And, like, for OF, like, I can really do baby. But, like, a lot of guys like that. But I know, like, you love it or hate it.
I think it's adorable. I just wanted to know if it was real.
Like, yeah, it is real, but I can make it, like, go really high.
Go on, do baby voice. God. Come on.
Hello.
Don't be shy, Chloe.
I'm shy.
Hi, Chloe. How are you today?
What the fuck?
It sounded crazy with the British accent and the baby voice. I was like, wait.
Do it.
Ew, Daddy, please.
Oh my gosh.
Please follow me on Instagram, please. Chloe Yummy X, please follow me.
Oh my god, your baby voice is sexual.
Why did you make it sexual?
I don't know, it is a sexual
This is
thing.
Chloe.
Wait, I have something for this. Wait, listen.
I'm so nervous.
I'm gonna pretend like you didn't just make my dick go soft.
What the fuck?
I can already tell that I don't like you.
I tried not to do it. Oh my gosh, now I'm embarrassed.
No, it's my fault. I made you do it. No, babe. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll stop. I had to hear it. I had to.
What are you doing here?
Proper naughty one. Wait, what? You having a giggle, mate? Oi, bruv. Pass the tea, yeah? Sorry. All right, okay. Chill out.
I'm really sorry. I apologize.
When can we get out of here so I can go and have a pint?
We have Blawfest. Clever.
Blawfest donated $70. I keep getting distracted by her TTS.
I get it.
That's funny because he's like he's doing a TTS.
I don't get it.
It was good. $69 TTS. Guys, we're going to get back to the convo, though. We have one more coming in. Thank you, Blawfest. And then Pasty sent one in. There it is. Pasty.
Pasty George donated $70.
Pasty George.
Share 4. It takes between 12 and 18 months for a wound to form into a scar. Please stop trying to think. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're saying in the past. So, like, in the past, like 12 to 18, I haven't done that in 12 to 18 months. That was probably like 7 years ago.
God, who the hell cares?
Like, 7 years ago is different from 18. Like, obviously, I hope to God I hope that no one's freaking at my age self-harming themselves. Like, I feel like that's like, you need to be in a, like, mental right. Like, that's just not okay. Like, those people obviously have mental issues.
Yes.
Like, when I'm younger, it's different. Like, I was like 13 years old, like young and depressed. Like, I'm not doing that now.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So, getting into the questionnaire, honestly, you guys are pretty tame on the questionnaire here. We're going to go to Annabelle. Annabelle, you said that men are more privileged in society than women. Why is that, Annabelle?
Did I click that?
You
I
agree
got a bit
with the
confused.
statement? Yeah, you said, so the statement is men are more privileged in society than women. You agree with the statement?
I think I might have clicked the wrong thing because I disagree. I think because men have to be like, if there's a war, they're the ones who have to go out and do the fighting. So actually, I think I just clicked the wrong button. Sorry. Rightio.
You also said a woman should not be rejected because of her weight.
No, see, I've done it the wrong way round.
My goodness, Annabelle.
I know. That degree in Latin really got me far.
This girl. Fucking A.
Sorry. Didn't I say to you, Chloe? I was like, I'm confused. How does
Scallywaggon. That's a good word.
I think I did the same thing.
Yeah, I got confused. Oh, God. How embarrassing.
Yeah,
it says circle the
Even
ones that you agree with on the top.
Sorry, I'm a little bit autistic and I have ADHD, so
You're autistic?
Yeah.
Oh my God, why didn't you tell me earlier? That explains everything.
It does, doesn't it?
I totally get that from you.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Wait, I think you hurt her feelings.
What?
I just found out like a week ago.
Wait, why are you crying? Wait.
No, it's just a bit weird to be diagnosed with autism. It's not really everyone's dream, is it?
I don't think you can.
I think everyone's on the spectrum.
Yeah, I feel.
Everybody at this table's definitely got something going on.
Yeah, you.
But I have ADHD as well, so I'm just like a melting pot of disastrous mental health issues.
I have ADHD too. It's hard sometimes. That's why I've been doing like this. I'm like trying not to make a noise. It's been noisy.
Okay.
So that's why I circled the wrong thing. Okay, sorry.
Well then, here, let's go to this. You said that wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly turns him down for sex. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Crystal, you also agree that it's wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly turns him down. And then Pearl, you also said wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly...
Yeah, because I feel like they could have a conversation, and if they're not on the same page, they can just part ways instead of just dumping
It's just
her.
part of a healthy relationship, isn't it?
But wouldn't that be... I mean... I assume that there's some conversations.
Maybe I missed
Here's the conversation. The guy's trying to have sex with her. She doesn't want to. They don't have sex.
She should want to have sex with her man.
It's probably a mistake on my end because
the compatibility's gone.
English isn't my first language,
my goodness.
so I apologize.
Well, if that's your position, though, that's fine.
No, but based off of you clarifying it, then I do understand what you mean.
But you're a Christian, right? Don't you believe, like, as a Christian, that both the husband and the wife owe their body to each other?
No, because everyone's situation is different. Just because I believe something, that doesn't mean another.
No, but within your worldview, within your relationship.
No, it's okay. I'm not like a hardcore believer of like, oh, they need to remain together. You know, I'm open enough to.
But you're okay with divorce?
Yeah, that's okay.
Like.
That's okay.
The woman is just, there's no abuse, no infidelity. She's just like vaguely unhappy and wants to go fuck other dudes. Is that grounds for divorce?
If two people are not happy with each other, I think yes.
Is that what your faith prescribes?
It has nothing to do with my faith. It's reality. Anything could happen. Two people can be.
Well, yeah, I understand that secular people can get a no-fault divorce. I'm assuming.
I'm not a hardcore like Christian. That's the thing. I believe.
You said you're Orthodox.
I do,
that's like
but I'm not like
hardcore.
I know, but I'm not like a fully practicing person. I have faith, but I'm not like reading everything to the text of it. Does that make sense?
Hold on. So what do you disagree with God's word? What do you disagree about God's word?
I don't disagree with anything.
But you said you don't follow the text. So what texts, as it relates to the Bible or whatever, do you not agree with or follow?
I believe that everyone can have their own understanding and perception of whatever is written.
What do you think?
For me, I think it depends. If a couple is not happy, let's say one side is not happy with the other, vice versa, whatever the context is in that relationship, it's okay for them to part ways. I'm not like...
No, once they're married, though.
Yeah, that's okay. If
under your worldview, as a Christian, my understanding is under Christianity... Can somebody in the chat, I know we probably have some ortho bros in the chat.
I understand.
Can Orthodox Christians, if there's no abuse... The woman is just vaguely unhappy. She wants to get some new dick. Is she, under the faith, is she permitted a divorce? Because I know in Catholicism, you can't get a divorce. I'm curious what the chat says. Is divorce permitted in Orthodox Christianity? Sorry, my chat's super delayed. Can you guys keep spamming the answer? Because my chat's going to take like 10 seconds to catch up.
Yeah, I don't think it's permitted in any circumstance. But based off of my perspective, I tend to be more open-minded. I tend to be more secular. I tend to be more understanding towards differences. So
wait,
for
hold
me,
on.
it's okay.
You said you're an Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, but I'm not like...
you just said you're secular. What does that mean?
I tend to have more secular, open-minded perspectives towards my understanding towards others.
No, but Put the others aside. I'm just asking about
for me, I am an open-minded person. So like in a scenario where two people are not happy with each other, it's okay for them to separate. It's okay for them to have a divorce. Under my beliefs.
Okay, do you have like Orthodox friends?
No, I don't. I think I...
Wait, are you what?
I'm a very like conservative person. I'm very shy. I'm not like super outgoing. So for me, there are some things that I hold, like for example, within my morals, but it's okay. Like if two people are not happy with each other, it's okay for them.
Do you go to liturgy? Do you go to church on Sundays? Like what's...
No, I'm not like...
You said you were an Orthodox Christian.
Not crazy.
What does being shy
Wait,
have
hold on.
anything
Going to church doesn't make you crazy.
No. I'm not saying going to church makes you crazy. All I'm saying is I don't follow everything on the book. Like I'm not a...
What are the things in which you don't follow?
Like for example, how you're saying, oh, it's prohibited to get a divorce. For me, it's okay. If two people are unhappy, it's okay. Like that's the...
So if you were... Let me ask you a question. Your husband, your current boyfriend, is he Orthodox Christian?
No.
Is he Christian?
Yeah.
Your But you earlier described yourself as Orthodox Christian.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with me being an understanding individual.
But I'm asking about your own.
I am.
I get
It's
that you're
okay.
fine with secular people getting divorces. I'm asking about you.
For me personally, if there was like a difference or like an altercation or an indifference between my partner and I, obviously I would want to discuss it before immediately going to separation. But worse comes to worse, it's okay if two individuals separate. It's okay.
But okay, can you tell me are you an Orthodox Christian?
Yes, but what does that have to do with my preferences?
It goes against your beliefs.
Wait, hold on. It would have everything to do with your preferences.
I have preferences and beliefs, but that's not going to sit there and steer me away from being an open-minded, understanding person. It's okay.
So you're open-minded when it benefits you.
No, it could benefit anyone.
No, when it benefits you.
No,
Okay,
it could
hold on.
benefit
If
anyone
it is
in
the
any
case,
circumstances.
and if there's an ortho bro in the chat who can clarify, I think they said that divorce is not allowed. Maybe there are some exceptions to if there's abuse or something like that, infidelity possibly. I didn't get the full details on this. They say marriage is indissoluble, as in it should not be broken. The violation of such a union perceived as holy being an offense resulting from either adultery or the prolonged absence of one of the partners. So like kind of abandonment, I guess. Let's say you got married and there was no abuse. He treated you well, but you were vaguely, mildly unhappy. Would this be grounds for you to get a divorce?
Like I said, if there was an indifference between my partner and I would obviously, I wouldn't jump into divorce right away. We would talk, we would discuss, we would try to figure things out. But if things come to a point where we cannot continue this marriage, it's okay. Just because I believe in God, or just because I'm a Christian, or just because I'm an Orthodox,
then what
whatever.
do you believe?
I have been telling you what I believe. Yes,
But
I have
it's all negotiable for you. You think... You just admitted
everything in life is negotiable.
Do you think the Bible is negotiable?
No, of course. I read it, I practice it, but to the consent, to the point where what I believe in and what are my preferences, this is what it is.
What are your preferences as to the things in the Christian faith that you want to disregard?
I just told you.
What do you want to disregard in the Christian faith?
It's not me disregarding. I said, obviously, I wouldn't jump into the notion of divorce. That would be the last resort. If
things if
come
there's
to the
your husband's there, he's a good father, he's good towards you, but you just maybe, I don't know, you're vaguely unhappy, mildly unhappy, but there's no abuse. He treats you well.
No, I wouldn't leave. No, I wouldn't get a divorce. I'm saying worse comes to worse, where there are no resolutions. There's no, we're not able to figure things out. Things get bad. Things get domestic. Abuse, worse comes to worse, then it would be okay, because obviously at the end of the day, why should two people be together if they're not happy?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
At least for you, in order for you to get a divorce, what is the lowest threshold that you would get divorced?
Could you define that? What do you mean by threshold?
So it would be really clear, if he was beating you and there was infidelity, absolutely, go get your divorce. But what is the lowest relationship dynamic in your worldview that would be acceptable for a divorce to occur?
Those would be the two exceptions for me.
No. But that would be a clear cut. What's the lowest threshold? So maybe something less than that. What if he was he called you a bad name once? He called you a bitch one time?
No, obviously not.
Right.
It would come.
So the threshold, that's not the threshold.
No.
Where's the threshold?
It would come to the worst case scenario, infidelity or abuse.
Well, yeah, but we could probably think of things that aren't as bad as those things where you would still get a divorce.
I can't really think of anything. Those would be the
ongoing verbal abuse.
ongoing verbal
Yeah,
abuse, I would come to a point where I would try to figure things out, whether it's like counseling, whether it's therapy, try out all my options, and worst comes to worst, things are not getting better, he's not getting better. Obviously, that would be okay.
Are you going to take your husband's last name?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to be submissive?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like as females, we I feel like society nowadays puts females and males against each other, females are oppressed if they're being submissive. I don't think that's the case. I feel like we both have our advantages and disadvantages, and we shouldn't always be pinpoint against each other. Rather, so we should be filling each other's holes and being like a puzzle. So yes, if it comes to be the scenario, I would be a traditional wife, yes.
I feel like earlier when you were like, oh, I wouldn't do OnlyFans because I have morals and all that stuff. I feel like so you can just choose whatever morals. If it's say because it's you're Christian, you have to follow certain things,
No,
but then you can change those.
Christianity. It has nothing to do with Christianity. Even if I was an atheist, even if I was Jewish, I personally would not put myself in a position where I'm being vulnerable out to millions. It has nothing to do with religion. It's just my preference. I would not find myself.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I would not find myself comfortable to be in that position.
I see.
Okay. I was just a bit confused. I don't know if you've walked back the position a little bit. You said that you don't strictly adhere to the
I'm
Christian
not a
faith.
hardcore, I'm not a super hardcore religious person. That's why whenever she asked about morality, it's not based off of a religion. I could have been Jewish, I could have been atheist. That morality comes within me and how I perceive life and how I perceive things and how I put value in certain things. And that's just how it is.
What are the things in the Christian faith that you, I guess, don't align with?
I wouldn't say I don't align with specific things. I would say that I would read it, I would understand, I would practice, and I would be open to having a more understanding perspective versus someone who's religiously reading it and they're like, okay, this is what it says in the Bible and this is the only way. I have the capability to understand another person's perspective, another religion's perspective. That's what I mean by I have an open-minded perspective and I'm understanding to different opinions.
Well, going back to the prompt then, wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly turns him down for sex. There were a couple people, I think it was Annabelle, I don't know if that was, you accidentally circled that.
No, I meant that.
Okay. Wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly turns him down for sex. Why is that wrong?
I think relationships are more than that. You got with your significant other because of other reasons, not because you sleep together.
But it's a very big intimacy is incredibly important in a relationship. Intimacy is incredibly important in a relationship.
Going back to religion, that's not the most important thing.
Well, I'm not talking about religion. I'm just talking about past experiences, and I think that sharing a bed together and being intimate together is extremely important. That's kind of what love is. It's part of love. It's not everything, but it's part of it.
It's probably part of yours. It's not specifically mine.
Okay. Well, good luck to your to your boy.
Hold on. Let me ask you guys a question. What if a guy was dating a girl, and part of the reason that she got with him is because he was being a provider? And that was sort of her expectation laid out at the beginning of the relationship. And then 1, 2, 3 years later, he stops being a provider. And would it be wrong for her to then, and he's capable of being a provider, he's capable of going to work, he just kind of, he got
slack.
A little bored, a little burned out. He, it's...
That's a really good question. I think.
Would it be okay for a woman to break up with?
No, it wouldn't.
I would stay with them until they try to find something else.
Intimacy is more sacred than money and providing, I think.
when it comes to loving relationships.
But if there's like no, like, for example, if he's just doing it for no reason, just because of choice, I feel like I feel like that it would be the right for the women to want to leave if like they've been doing that and that was like the agreement, and then all of a sudden like he wants to switch it up. Like I feel like that's not really like fair on her. So if that was her choice to want to go and find that in someone else, I feel like that would be.
I think that
her
you know,
choice.
as you should want to be sleeping with your man, you know, like that's just if you love your husband or your boyfriend or whatever, then you should want to have sex with him.
I agree,
you know,
but depending on like because of like religion and stuff like that, some people obviously like that isn't really a part of the relationship. But I do agree. I feel like if somebody were to, because it's their own preference. So if someone was like, well, you're not giving me, like, you're not having sex with me and all this stuff, and that's something that they really wanted in a relationship, I feel like they would have the right to be like, well, I don't want to be in this relationship, and go find somebody that they could find that in, whether it's sex or if it's, you know, money or like people like being like support or providers and things like that.
Yeah, and it's oxytocin and it's bonding and it's, you know, that kind of connection.
What's confusing to me, though, is how many women push for commitment. And part of commitment means he's only sleeping with you, you're only sleeping with him. Mm-hmm. If you start pulling back on the sex, you're allowed to do that. But I don't think we should be surprised if that man breaks up with you, because you're kind of like breaking the understanding that you guys have.
I agree.
If you want that man to be, you want that commitment.
Of course.
You should.
Yeah,
you should want to have sex with him.
You should. Yeah. Firstly, you should want to have sex because you like fancy him or whatever. Secondly, you should want to make your man happy.
Yeah, I feel like it's not really fair for a woman to hold that over them. You know what I mean? Like if they just randomly like. Mm-hmm. So I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
You were gonna come in?
Me?
It looked like you were leaning into.
Yeah, I was reading what he said.
Oh wow, that's not really related to the convo yet.
I
had a question. Why did you stop having sex with your boyfriend?
What are we reading?
Like I said, I think it was like a wrong decision for myself. I'm not saying it's a wrong decision for others. It was just, I wish I had not done it. I wish I had waited, if that makes sense.
That's sad.
Not the music.
I don't know. Look, you want to be in a relationship with a guy, you had sex with him, and
was he bad in bed? Is that why?
No, nothing with him. I just think like the mental capacity that I am like processing everything. I just wish I had waited. Nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with his thing.
But yeah, no, I agree that if that's like the agreement in a relationship, and then, you know, like someone, but like not saying you specifically, I'm just saying like, for example, like just in other predicaments, you know, like if I wasn't having sex with someone and they wanted to leave me, and I would be like, well, that's understandable because I'm not providing what they want, especially like, you know, like how someone doesn't want to be with someone who has a high body count and stuff like that. It's just preferences of certain things, and if that's like how they want to be, then that's their choice.
Yeah, and flipping it around, like if I was in a relationship and a guy, you know, didn't want to sleep with me anymore, it would really like hurt me, and I wouldn't feel desired and loved anymore. So
understandable.
He can leave if he wants to. I wouldn't feel any.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying it works both ways.
But that's a part of the topic. Yeah. So exactly.
So
it's okay.
Pearl's situation is different because they both have. Like they have the same understanding.
Yeah.
Neither of them want to have sex, but it's totally different if like you're having sex and then all of a sudden one partner just doesn't want to have sex anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's unfair.
And I think it hurts women's egos more when when their husband or boyfriend doesn't want to sleep with them, like because men, I mean, just generalizing here, I do think that men have a higher libido. So when a guy suddenly starts pulling back and doesn't want to have sex with you, like for girls, like it's crippling, like it really upsets us. Yeah.
And I feel like also it could be like people, then at that point you feel like people are being like unfaithful and stuff like that, because it's like, why all of a sudden do you not want to have sex? Like there's obvious, like if you are already wanting to have sex and then now you don't want to have sex, like I feel like that's something's wrong with our sex, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But
I actually had a relationship like that was quite like that actually, where the guy I was with just like sort of stopped wanting to have sex
I would
with
be
me.
like, what the
and
freaking
it could just, it made me so like my self-esteem like just went completely like,
agreed.
Really, really hurt me.
All right, we have some chats here. We got Woke Bloke. Thank you, man.
Woke Bloke donated $69. Chair 1, understand you think this the best path for you, but unlike a lot of 304s that come on this channel, I think you're actually thoughtful and a kind person that can be helped. Hope you find peace symbol emoji.
Thank you.
Yo, Woke Bloke, thank you for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We have Apple Dima. Thank you, Apple Dima, coming in here.
Aplidema 1 donated $69. Where can I find the stream of the girl who couldn't pronounce misogynistic?
Thank you for that.
Who is that?
That's one of our earlier episodes. I'm trying to remember. It's
Andrew crucified her with that. That was so mean.
No, I know who's. It's like the girl in red, the like Latina girl in red. I don't know the dating talk number. I know the exact one you're talking about, though.
It was Andrew Tate. I remember because I watched it so many times. I found it quite funny.
I'm not. Wait, Andrew. Wait, what?
I think
he reacted.
I'm such a fan of the podcast. I think that the question was, how do you feel about Andrew Tate? And then she said, I don't like him. And you said, why? And then she was like, because
he's miscogynist. Just didn't.
And then you're like, what?
What?
And she said again, what?
Blarfist donated $70. King Henry VIII sorted this out and created the Anglican Church. Divorce meant being condemned by the Pope, so he had to kill his wives to leave them when he wanted a new one. So he made a new church.
I'm going to try to find it for you really
Divorced,
quick.
beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. Those are his 6 wives.
Oh, no. I'm going to find it for you, sir. Uno momento. Just to be nice, I'm going to find it. Okay. Let's see. I think it's...
He killed... I think it was Anne of Cleves. He beheaded her so that he could be with Anne Boleyn.
Yeah. Right. Indeed. Indubitably. Wait, hold on.
Told you I have a degree in history.
I got it for you, dude. I got you, dude. Dating Talk 120. Dating Talk 120. Simp paid her bills on first date. Yeah. There it is. Okay. We have... Lazy Prodigy, Deus Volt. I'm Orthodox Christian. She's not Christian. Divorce is only for adultery, abuse, or anything equal. She's a liberal. She's not a follower of the faith. She picks and chooses. You want to respond to that?
You spent $70 to bash me and call me a liberal when I was just being understanding to different situations. That's not very Christian of you.
Snap.
Wow. Lazy Prodigy. Are you going to let her talk to you like that, Lazy Prodigy? Are you going to let her?
Spend some more of your money. Come on.
Let's go. First off, Lazy Prodigy here. This guy's a crypto. He's deep in crypto, okay? So $70, $70, that's like a quarter to this guy. It's a penny.
I didn't even bash anyone. I was literally being nice and understanding to different scenarios. And I said, worst comes to worst, divorce is okay, but I guess to each their own. You could believe whatever you want. I'm not a liberal, and you can choose to think whatever you want. I don't really care.
Why do women do this? You didn't do it, but have you ever seen? I've been commenting about it. Like all these girls on TikToks who are just man haters, they do this fucking thing. Wait, let me zoom in on that. They do this, and they all got the fucking clacky nails.
It's because when you're talking, like you want to be like, there's like, especially right when you get your nails done, you're like,
they do the double.
Are they trying to show off their manicure?
No, it's not like this. It's like this.
Because they're snapping at them. They're like, there's like, it's like a turtle.
Oh my God.
Just like,
I hate that shit. That shit bothers me.
I know, especially right when you get your nails done, trust you, you just be like,
below the threshold.
I swear, like if I'm in an argument, I do use my hands though. Well, I hate that though, because I feel like a lot of the times, like I don't want to be threatening people, like if I'm arguing with them, but then I'm all like in their face and I'm like, I would be scared too, but not like scared, but like I'd be like, why is this bitch putting her hands in my face?
Who the hell cares?
Just kidding.
I'm sorry.
Crystal, you wrote, Crystal, You said, you agree with the following statement. Adult age gap relationships are wrong. Oh, I need to fix that. That's fucked. Adult age gap relationships are wrong. Why is that?
Just not a lot of common interests. Like you're with somebody because you have common interests, not because they're young or because they look better.
You think common interests is the only reason people are with each other?
It's the base of why people are together.
Commonality? It's
yeah,
not just attraction?
commonality and attraction, yeah. Well, attraction is the first thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attraction is the first thing that comes up when you meet somebody. But once you're with somebody, common interests are what keeps people together.
And do you think men are more likely to find, say, women between the age of 20 to 25 more physically attractive?
Probably, but
So
it doesn't keep them together.
Perhaps not necessarily, but if there is that mutual interest, mutual attraction, and you can have things in common with somebody who's younger than you, what's the actual issue, I guess?
Probably because if an older person is dating somebody younger, it's more likely because they're young, not because of common interests.
So what is the ultimate thing that people go for? Common interest or just physical attractiveness?
At first attraction, but I mean, if you're dating somebody younger because they're younger at first, then most of the time doesn't last because most of the time...
even if it's true,
I feel like a lot of the times, I feel like older men, like they actually are more aware of like things, like they've been through like more stuff, so it's kind of like more of an understanding of like what they need to provide and what they need not provide. Like not that they need to provide, but as for younger men, they're going through the still like wanting to be young and do all the like the things that kind of hurt you more. As for like the older guys, not all of them, because like I'm not saying that all older men are like that type of person, but typically they're more understanding of like the way that you act and like the reasons behind it, and like they've gone through like those things to like understand that. Like typically,
Wait, why did you say it was wrong? Like inherently wrong?
Yeah, what's the argument?
It's not inherently wrong, but I feel it's wrong because most of the time when somebody's looking for, when they get with somebody younger, it's because they're young, not because they
Why is that
are
wrong,
attracted.
though?
Because
as long as we're obviously consenting adults.
Yeah.
It's not wrong, but it just it's like doesn't last long is what I'm saying.
Well, I feel like it lasts longer because they actually are aware of what they need to do. As for younger men, like there are like people in that age most of the time. Like for example, I'm 23. Like a 23-year-old for me isn't gonna understand like what I want, especially if I'm looking for something longer term. Like they're not really looking for a longer term relationship. So older men like are typically more available to wanting that. Like younger men are like, oh, they just want to date, they want to fuck around and do all this stuff. While for older men, a lot of the times they're like, yeah, I want to settle down, and it kind of gives you like the understanding of like that they know what they want more than younger men.
Also, don't fact check me on this, but I think it's either married couples or even just dating couples. I'm pretty sure it's married couples. Like age gap relationships end up working more often than closer ages. But like don't fact check me on that. I think I just saw something about that.
I've seen that before though.
But yeah, there was some statistic that was like relationships with age gaps typically actually work out more often than not.
Yeah, I feel like it really depends on the man, because it's like, you know, like, yeah, obviously there's manipulators out there and everything like that, but I feel like you as a woman know the way that they're acting and the way that they're treating you. Like off the bat, you would know if they're trying to manipulate you or if they're really just trying to find something, you know. And like obviously, like being an older guy, it's nice to be attracted to you. Like obviously they're going to be attracted to like younger women, and a lot of the times too, like for example in my own personal experiences, the older guys I've been with, the reason they don't want to be with the same aged women is because a lot of the times like they've lost, like not everybody, but like a lot of times they don't like want to have fun, they don't know how to like let loose and like be like different. They want to have that experience still, but still be able to be loyal to them.
But a lot of the times, younger girls don't know they're being manipulated.
Just really quickly, I think I might not get the stat completely correct, but I think that I read somewhere that men reach emotional maturity by the age of 38. And women reach emotional maturity much younger.
Yeah,
so
like
I think
25, I think.
they could kind of, that's just an argument in favor of age gap.
What's like an acceptable age gap for you?
Depends on how old they are. I wouldn't say like.
Okay, how about
18.
a 20-year-old dating a 30-year-old?
I would say late 20s for a 20-year-old, not a 30-year-old.
I feel like when you're 30 and like I
so
said,
29, okay?
Probably like 27.
Okay, 27. Okay, so for example, if I'm 36. If I was dating a 25-year-old, would that be too much of an age gap?
Probably, yeah.
No, that's fine.
I feel like that's not really fair.
I think that's appropriate.
Because like she said, most of the time you mature around that age. And to be honest with you, it's like nowadays, like so you're saying that they have to stick to that generation of people that if that's not what, like, for example, I'm an older soul. Like I've always hung out with older people. I've never hung out with people that are normally my age group. So for me, like I wouldn't want to have to limit myself to people that aren't think the same way as me or act the same way as me over just being an age.
I guess I see it more as like I'm dating this person because they're young, not because I have common interests or like want to.
I'm curious.
But that's also perspective.
If you had to steel man the position of men dating younger women, what would be the reasons for why men would want to date younger women?
More attractive, probably don't fight as much about like different topics.
Easily moldable.
I feel like younger. Wait, continue. Birthable.
Fertility.
Fertility.
Fun, just more fun.
Exactly, that's what I said. Like they want to have more. Exactly, like they don't want to have to deal with someone who's just going to be like very like this.
Let me ask you a question. So, explain to me what would be the benefit to me of dating a 35-year-old over a 25-year-old.
I would see it as like more lasting.
Wait.
Like the relationship
Wait, did you?
The relationship lasts longer.
Wait, did you say molesting?
No.
Did she not say molesting?
I put the words together.
Oh, more lasting. What?
Yeah, more lasting.
Okay. The relationships. Okay. That's not really compelling.
I mean, you get with people to stay with them. I feel it is.
Yeah, but why can't someone who's like, why can't me being 23 years old want to date someone older and want to laugh that last? Like, just because they're.
Wouldn't they?
Wait. But if we take this argument to its logical conclusion, if like the primary thing people are trying to do when they get into relationships is making sure that they last, which by the way, I think it's a good thing for hopefully the relationship lasts forever.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it then be the case that if that was the primary goal, people would actively date well below their league, because it would somehow make sense if you really dated below your league, like this person would be lucky to be with you and they would be more likely to stay with you?
What do you consider below your league?
Like if you're really, really physically attractive and they're really, really ugly and like you have I don't know, that could be it.
I mean, I wouldn't get with them because I wouldn't be attracted to them.
Right. So it always comes down to attraction then.
First impression is attraction. So.
And are men more attracted to younger women?
Yes, and it lasts a certain amount of time, but it doesn't last forever, because if that's the only reason you're staying with somebody, it doesn't.
But he'll be dead by the time.
I feel for me, if I'm gonna be with someone, I'm gonna want them. Like for me, like when I settle down, I want them to be older than me, because I want to be able to have that, understanding of like the way that, because they're going to be more capable of actually being able to know what they want in a relationship, because they've already gone through all of those things. As for like someone younger, like they're not going to know exactly what they want. And a lot of people like my age aren't really like the mind that I have. Not saying I have a bigger mind than that, but I'm an old soul. I've always connected with older people, always. That's just kind of how it's been. So I feel like that wouldn't be fair for someone just because of like, and all the times it doesn't always have to do with the like just because they're young, that's the only reason why. Like some people don't even look at age. Like I feel like age ain't nothing but a number, you know what I mean? Like the Aaliyah song. So for me, if someone's looking at me and they're like, oh, because they're young, no, they're looking at me because she has these mindsets and she's capable of all these things. Like they don't even look at the age, they're looking at the person as a whole.
Right. I do think as well, like girls, we like to learn things from our man. You know, so if a guy's a bit older, he can teach us stuff that we don't know, and it kind of makes you feel a little bit more safe.
Agreed.
Having someone who's, you know, lived longer and
can handle
more
the
knowledgeable,
things,
yeah.
More experience.
But I want to pose the question to you again, Crystal. What, in terms of the benefits, right? What benefit is there to me dating a 35-year-old over a 25-year-old?
It just depends on why you're with them.
Yeah, I'm asking you what the benefits would be.
It doesn't matter if it's 25 or 35. It like there's not going to be different benefits. I'm saying the older guy, if he's dating somebody because they're younger and they are physically attracted to them firsthand, and that's the only reason why they stay with them, it's not going to last long.
Okay, but I don't even know how to approach this one. Again, though, if we all prioritized for it would last long, then people would actively seek out like partners that are less attractive than them.
Because they would know that they wouldn't leave them. Yeah, exactly.
You want them.
They could still leave you, but it would be arguably less likely for somebody. If you're dating below your league, they're less likely to break up with you.
You still want to be attracted to them, though.
But he's saying that as in terms as like, so what's the difference between the age thing?
And I also just want to be attracted to that woman that I'm with. And this typically happens to be like younger women are typically more physically attractive.
Are you going to not stay with them later when they get old then?
No, if that's my partner, then you're going to stay with them. It's not like I'm just going to upgrade to a younger model. No.
It's not always that's what he's saying, that it's not always about the attractiveness. Like that just because someone's young doesn't mean that that's because they're more attractive. It's just also that person they are into. Like it doesn't have to do anything with the age. It doesn't have to do with the attractiveness to them, because it's more than just attraction. When you're in a relationship, it comes down to a lot more things than that. So he's basically saying that would basically say, oh, I'm going to be with someone uglier just so that the relationship doesn't break. Basically saying, oh, I'm not going to be with someone younger just because of the relationship might not last. He's like basically saying that it's where it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I get where you're coming from, but
again, I still haven't really gotten the answer. What is the benefit if you're trying to like deter men from dating younger women because you're against age gap relationships? What is the actual argument for no, don't date her, date her? Is it just she's more likely to stay with you?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I just took it as like older people looking for younger people because they're more attractive. That's the whole reason why I put.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, a 35-year-old dating a 20-year-old. You object to this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it give you the ick?
Yeah.
Gives you the ick. Okay. But you even said like 35, 25, have some objections there. Do you want to make an argument for why?
I mean, I feel like I kind of said.
Let me ask you a question. Would you have an objection with if you had a time machine and there's a 35-year-old who's dating a 20-year-old, but you can see into the future that they're going to get married and they're going to have a good, healthy relationship and they're never going to separate. Do you have any issues beyond just higher incidence of breakup? Do you have any issues with the 35-year-old dating the 20-year-old if they end up staying together for the rest of their life?
I feel like it depends on the person, because I feel older men looking for younger women have different intentions than what you're saying.
What are their intentions?
To basically be more. It's easier to manipulate someone who is younger than.
But
that's
than
what I was
older.
looking for.
But the thing is, it's
Hold on,
easy
hold on.
for.
Let's let her finish. It's easier to manipulate. Expand on that.
Basically, I mean, if a 35-year-old is dating a 20-year-old, I feel like he feels he can do whatever he wants. And
What do you mean by do whatever he wants? What does that mean?
I mean, kind of, for example, maybe cheating and saying, oh, it's your fault. And then the girl believing, oh, it's my fault because he cheated. Not his fault.
Would do that of any age?
That's what I was gonna. That was what I was about to say. After this, you can easily manipulate anybody at any age. Like it doesn't matter. Like for me, like I feel like I'm very like aware of certain things that I'm gonna know if someone's trying to manipulate me. Like I'm not gonna just let somebody manipulate me just because I'm 23 years old. Like that's not really.
You can flip it on its head as well, and also think, this man can teach me a lot.
Yeah.
That I don't already know. So that's a beautiful thing.
And if you feel like they're manipulating you, that's when the people would leave. And at the end of the day, everyone makes their own decision. So if someone were to stay with the manipulation, then that is their choice. But typically, not everybody's just dating younger women just to manipulate them. Like I feel like that's very standard.
I wouldn't say all of them, but it's more likely for younger women to believe the older person. I'm not saying everybody, but some will.
I feel like anybody, it's like people are gonna, like not everybody, but a lot of people, like in a relationship, if someone's gonna lie, like it doesn't always just have to be because they're younger. Like people are just like gonna be like that no matter what. Like they're gonna do that to their 35-year-old girlfriend. They're gonna do that to their 23-year-old girlfriend if that's just the type of person that they are.
Yeah.
So but I guess my confusion here, you would agree that same-age relationships can be predatory and abusive, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so assuming the older individual has good intentions, do you have any objections beyond what you've already stated?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay, so long as the 35-year-old has good intentions, you're fine with him dating a 20-year-old?
Yeah, as long as it's not based on looks and...
No, it is based on looks.
I mean, like, if they have good intentions, yeah.
Yeah, sure, he likes other things about her too, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't see it that way most of the time.
Do you think it's predatory?
I mean, I feel like with most guys, yeah.
Oh, okay, most guys. So most guys who have a preference for younger women, it's predatory.
What do you mean by predatory?
Seeking to take advantage of.
I would say yeah.
Okay, so how are most men who have an interest in younger women, how are they seeking to take advantage of these younger adult women?
I mean, I feel like I kind of said they are more able, I feel, to push their beliefs and have them behave the way they want them to.
Manipulate, I think, is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. You think it's more likely?
Yeah.
It's just kind of an assertion, though. I don't know if I hear an argument. So any man you date, I could just say you're trying to take advantage of him. So how is it manipulative or predatory?
It depends on their intentions.
Their intentions are good. They want a long-term monogamous relationship.
Well, then I would say, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they have good intentions and they both care for each other and have common interests and all that, I don't feel that would be predatory.
What if they have no common interest?
And I mean, why are you with them?
Well, they have similar values, but in terms of common interest, they don't have the same hobbies. They don't have the same taste in music, same taste in movies, same taste in shows, same taste in food.
I feel
but she's just really, really hot.
I mean, if they're like say both Christians and like maybe have one interest
Yeah,
that
sure.
they
They're
have the
both
same.
Christian.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I feel like that would work.
So, question: if I presented to you an age gap relationship, say a 35-year-old dating a 20-year-old, but there was no manipulation occurring, she said it, you witnessed it, it's a healthy relationship. Can you make an argument against that relationship?
No.
Okay. All right. Good times, I guess. All right, guys, $30 TTS. We're going to do a roast session, then we're going to wrap the show. Okay, we got Pasty George here. Thank you, brother.
Pasty George donated $70.
Pasty George.
Pasty George, you're a baller.
Western men have more in common with young traditional women in other countries that do not have the internet, including social media, but have access to education.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Pasty George. That's for you, Chair 5.
I'm kind of confused at the question.
Would Western men have more in common with young traditional women in other countries that do not have the internet, including social media, but have access to education?
What is access to education?
I don't even know
have to
what
do
do
with
men
anything?
and women have in common with. Like what would I have in common with a woman that would make me more into her?
Sense of humor, shared interests.
Maybe like you guys like the
chemistry.
same like type of like you guys are kind of
Sports.
like the type of people like that want to be motivated to do things. Like you both have motivation to want to like accomplish something in your lives, to be
Shared
somebody.
ambition, same
Yeah.
taste in movies and books, loads of things.
Yeah, like movies, books.
I think you even need to have anything
Gym.
in common, really.
You don't need to have everything in
But-
common. It's nice to be able to do your own thing, but it's good to have like.
Tell me what I would have in common with a 35-year-old that I can't have in common with a 25-year-old.
Not really in any. I feel like that's not that much of an age
just
difference.
a little
I
bit
feel
more
like
life experience.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
I don't think men value life experience.
I'm
in
not saying
women.
they do. I'm just saying that's the only thing I can think of, Brian.
I mean, they grew up in a different decade.
The only thing I could think
Okay.
of would be like
My last
mean,
two
they were-
boyfriends were
What
10
did you
years
say?
older than me, and they were the best like relationships I ever had. So
What did you say?
the only thing I could think of would be like generational things, but I don't really think that matters that much.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because like still everyone wants it to be traditional, just as it was back in the time. So it's like, exactly. So it would be like that would it. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh my God, she didn't watch the original Karate Kid movie. Oh, no.
I'm done. Over.
give a fuck.
Dumped.
Yeah, you can
No, but I
show
agree.
the person all these things.
Oh,
like if they
no.
matter so much to you.
I feel like a lot of times if people have too much in common, like then it's like
boring.
Yeah, exactly. Like for example, some people like in a relationship, right? You go out, you both can't match your guys' energy when it comes to being crazy. If both of you guys are crazy, it's going to be too crazy. There needs to be a little bit of a chill one, and there needs to be somebody so you guys can balance each other. So I feel like that's also nice to have like an older guy that's like a little bit more chilled out, so that when you go out and stuff, you feel that safe and you feel like you can kind of do that because they don't feel like they need to be doing that, instead of like two 23-year-olds that are just going crazy, and then it's like no one's there to balance each other.
Yeah, what are you
Word.
going to talk about if you just have the same thing in common? Yeah, I like. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Nothing to talk about, nothing to learn. Like you guys just, yeah.
music taste is important though, because you don't want to be having to listen to like Beethoven when you want to be listening to Oasis.
True.
In the car, you know what I mean.
I would
But
do
is
it
it
if
a
I
deal
if I love
breaker?
them. What'd you say? Sorry.
Sorry, is it a deal breaker if they don't have the
No,
same?
it's
See, that's what
not
I'm
a
saying.
deal
I would-
breaker, but it's just that is one thing.
It's
that
kind
it's
of.
good
I
an
would
issue.
deal with
if
it.
she listens to rap music, I'm not gonna lie, and I feel like younger women lean a bit more towards listening to rap. What? I don't know if it's a.
I DJ old school hip hop.
I feel like
Well,
I
no, when
like
I'm talking
90s.
rap. I'm talking like more. I don't know, past 5-10 years stuff.
Like, are you talking about like Sexy Red? Because I don't listen to Sexy Red.
She's despicable.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
That's terrible.
I don't know the rap.
It's vulgar and
Yeah, it's honestly crazy. It's a lot, especially for the fact that kids, like, there's like 3-year-olds that are like, not 3-year-olds, but I have like 5-year-olds that
Sexy
are like
Red's gonna be
singing it
coming
like,
after us, I'm
booty
scared.
hole brown. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
that shit's terrible.
Yeah.
That's where things are wrong. Yeah, no, me neither. Every time like, people dance to it at the club, I'm like, this is not cute.
I get requested for her all the time,
I'm
and
like,
I
I'm
say
gone.
no.
All right, we're gonna let some more chats come through. We got Clayne here. Thank you, Clayne.
Klein donated $69.
69.
Been busy flying all day. Just got on. Can anyone translate this? To oppressor labor. Pink shirt always connected with older men's wallets. Brown shirt has no idea what threshold
Wait,
means.
what did he say?
Yo, Klein.
Just got on. Can
Yo,
translate this.
This guy dropped some champagne pops in the previous show. This guy's a legend.
Connect with older men for their wallets.
That's 3 pink shirts. I don't know what that is.
I don't know. I'm kind of confused with this question, sir. Like,
he's connecting common interests.
I'm so young.
They're confused. Klein, clarify. Blawfest, thank you. Oh, I don't know why that.
I guess it's a bad thing to ask questions. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yes, Queen.
Yeah. Bro, everyone always does that to me.
Blawfest, let me fix that. Thank you.
Blawfest donated $30. What if a 40-year-old man and a 21-year-old woman wanted to start enough together? Would that be okay?
I would say yeah, because what's really the difference?
It's,
I don't think OnlyFans is moral.
I think she's against OF, so maybe not the best question.
Sorry, mister.
Wait, how about this though? Just for Blawfest here. Blawfest, you owe me this one. What would you rather see? A guy be in a long-term monogamous committed relationship, like 35 dating a 20-year-old, or those two same people just having a one-night stand and that's it?
Which two people?
20.
The 35 and the 20-year-old.
Staying together.
Oh, but like, wouldn't you agree that there's much more opportunity for a girl to be manipulated in a long-term relationship?
Wait, did you say they weren't? I thought you said it was a good relationship. And
I said it was a long-term monogamous relationship. But you would agree with me, even under those circumstances, that manipulation could occur. She could be manipulated.
Yeah, I mean, if you're giving me two choices, I'm gonna pick the other one.
So
right? It's less.
But you would agree that, like, if a girl just has a one-night stand and that's the extent, it's kind of hard, absent her, I suppose, her being manipulated into sex. Beyond that, manipulated in other ways, she wouldn't be.
I just don't. I don't know. I don't believe in one-night stands.
Right.
I don't like one. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't.
Cool story,
bro. It goes against my.
Pasty George donated $30.
Thank you, Pasty.
To use a feminism, too many women in first world countries are now predators and will divorce a man over stupid things like him forgetting to put down the toilet seat or telling her no when she is wrong.
Oh.
It's a bit extreme, isn't it?
That's a little cray-cray, mister.
You know what? This reminds me, I've never shared this anecdote before. By the way, $30 TTS, guys, if you'd like to get it in. Also, pull up the thing, shop.whatever.com, because you can also get yourself a t-shirt for the same amount. Shop.whatever.com, pull up the thingy on the StreamYards.
Stylish. The new Yeezys.
It's right. That's Venmo. There it is. Guys, get yourself some merch. Shop.whatever.com. Cost of the TTS. Here at the end.
Look at these beautiful glasses. You can have one for yourself.
Well, it's not that one.
You can get hummingbirds with
false
them.
Advertising.
You can catch the hummingbirds.
So here's the anecdote.
Just kidding.
It was my first time hanging out with this girl, and she gave me flack, genuine flack, not like banter, for having left. She was at my place, leaving my toilet seat up.
What?
We hooked up.
What's she doing?
But there was not a second date.
I'm just confused and baffled at why she was leaving the toilet seat up.
No, she was at your home, right?
She was at my spot. I went to use the bathroom.
Oh, sorry.
I left the toilet seat up. And then she's like, wow, why did you leave the toilet seat up?
It's your place, man. Like, who does she think she is?
There was, to be fair, that wasn't the only reason that there wasn't anything else.
What if it was
but
an
that
accident?
was a strike against her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was some other shit too, but like, yeah, I had.
If it was in her place, which is what I initially thought.
No, it's still okay. Well, I said that really loud.
I believe it was also
just kidding about the
Reagan
hummingbird.
that said that the biggest regret of his term was no fault divorce. And that was kind of what
Wait,
led.
we're talking about toilet seats. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Divorces.
She's been
and
waiting
stuff.
all night to say that shit.
I was joking about the hummingbirds. I
But
just need to clarify.
what's wrong? If I'm at a girl's place, I don't gotta put the toilet seat down? You think I gotta put the toilet?
I think-
Why is that?
Because we don't want to touch it.
I don't really care.
I don't want to. What if I sit in like the toilet and there's like pee on it and I'm just like and like sit and I fall through the toilet seat.
You fall in. The rim is
and then I'm just my whole booty's wet from it. Like I would cry.
If girls, it's in the middle of the night.
I would literally cry.
If they go to the bathroom when it's dark, because they don't want to switch on the light because of the melatonin thing, right? So then they just fall into the loo.
Yeah.
But that has never happened to me in my entire life, so I don't understand why everyone's got a problem with it.
I would just stay there until you came in there. I'd be like, this is what you've caused me. No, that would be.
Maybe girls should just be more careful when they're going to the bathroom.
I would never do that.
I don't know.
I would get up and I'd smack him.
Okay,
Really
guys,
hard.
$30 TTS. Get it in. Get them in. We have Drink Up Jess.
Drink Up Jess donated $30. My sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like.
Yo, thank you.
Also, tonight's panel totally wrecked the Discord drinking game players.
What?
Thank you.
Base Store donated $30. Shout out to all the shitty dads out there. Your daughters are the best for meaningless sex.
Oh, God.
Remember you're here cause daddy is not a queer. Happy Father's Day. OnlyFans girls' fathers must be proud.
Thank you.
What a lovely thing to say. That's nice, isn't it?
Potential. Restar 304.
Mr. Hyde, you have to pay the sim tax. If you're gonna simp, you have to send in another TTS.
What would be the
And I'm not an
and what would be
OnlyFans
the
girl.
difference of the potential when we all are doing the same thing? Like that doesn't even make any sense.
Those bolt-ons to distract from her face. When guys
One
look
can
her
be
in the
saved,
eyes,
but
she
the
says,
rest
"Hey,
can't."
My boobs are down here.
I'm not an OnlyFans girl,
That's
by
for
the
you,
way.
Chloe. Do you have a
just so you know.
response?
Solid.
Wait, Chloe, read. Chloe.
I don't understand.
Chloe. Name 3 countries.
America. No.
No,
Yeah.
she was gonna give you a hint. Go ahead.
America, Europe, and fuck.
Guys, be quiet. Let go. One more. You got it. You got this.
I'm really
Chloe.
not good at geography.
What's in Europe?
You got this.
Think about what's in Europe.
I've
No,
literally traveled
one last country. One last country, Chloe. You got this.
You got this.
Jamaica.
Good job.
was trying to say
She almost did it. 2 out of 3. Europe is not a country.
It is a continent.
Wait, Chloe. Name 10 books.
That's a lot.
I can't.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone.
What did it just happen to me?
Unfortunately, if you can't name 10 books,
Is this over
you
yet?
have to read the first 5 pages of Cat in the Hat.
Oh, I love that book.
You made me do this last time. I literally am so
Oh, sorry.
I would love to read it.
I have green
I'm
eggs
really
and
good at.
ham.
That one's my
I
favorite.
have Green Eggs and Ham, the Butter Battle book, which was my personal favorite.
I never
also
read that
Harry.
one.
My friends.
It's
The book.
lit.
Is it by Dr. Seuss?
Oh, Dr. Seuss. This is the Butter Battle book. Is
I'm gonna
lit.
read that when I get home. I'm gonna find it
should.
online.
Check that shit out.
And the next time
I'll sell it
come
to you
back
for
again.
$100. You want it?
Shit, you
I'll
might
sign that
have just sold me right now, y'all. Get the merch. Get the merch. You got the
No,
books.
no, you gotta give me the money. I'm hustling.
We'll talk about it after.
hustling.
I honestly might just do it, y'all.
She might just do it for the.
Do it for the.
Check
do it for
Amazon first,
Do it for the.
daughter.
Do it for the Vine. Yeah, that's what it was. Do
Go
it for
ahead,
the Vine.
Chloe. The book's not gonna read itself.
I want to hear it. It's gonna sound cute with your voice.
We got 45 minutes.
The Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss. The sun did not shine. It was too wet to play. So we sat in the house all that cold, cold, wet day. I sat there with Sally. We sat there, we two, and I said, how I wish we had something to do. Too wet to go out and too cold to play ball, so we sat in the house, we did nothing at all. So all we could do was to sit, and we did not like it, not one little bit.
Shut the fuck up!
That was beautiful. Thank you.
I love that. I would have you read to me all day long, every day.
We got pasty.
I'm talking about right now in other countries
Pasty.
where young women have no internet or social media, but have access to education. Would they need common interests with Western men? If so, why?
I'm still a little confused.
Me too.
Pasty, come on. You've been on it, and now you're not on it. No.
Okay. I don't know.
Just
She's not
kidding.
going to give you an answer. I don't know, man. All right.
Sin Magic 14 donated $100.
Wu-Tang Clan.
Brain, cash rules everything
Brain.
around me. What does the DJ think about that?
Cash rules everything around me. Well, it doesn't rule everything around me, but
It's a song lyric.
I know.
Oh, okay.
It rules a lot of people's lives for sure.
Wow. Profound.
Yeah, I know.
Profound.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired. We've
Chloe,
been here for
what do you
hours.
think about the Roman Empire?
My God, why are you making me look so
Don't,
dumb?
yeah,
My
don't.
mom is not gonna be proud. This has been really embarrassing for me. Like everything I said today was so embarrassing.
It wasn't embarrassing.
You said you were gorgeous.
You did a great job.
I have to go soon.
We're close to wrapping. Just FYI.
Sorry.
I got to
Claim
go soon.
donated $30.
Is your boyfriend
to
the lady?
Oppresso Liber.
You're a
That
hookup?
is Latin.
You have a little
Figured
sneaky
someone
link?
on the panel could translate that. How about
Oh.
Semplify? The pink
Latin
shirt was the
teacher.
old soul.
Yeah.
Wait, what about that? What it says, the pink shirt was the old soul. So what is it?
Did you miss that?
He said something about something in Latin, and then he said the pink shirt was an old soul. So
He
what
was
is?
clarifying. The last TTS. We said,
Do you-
who's the pink shirt?
All right.
Oh, he said, who's the pink shirt?
Thor
Vanna Rose.
donated $30.
Thank you,
know
Thor.
what they say on the left side of a women brain? There's nothing right, and on the right side there's nothing left, is what these women tonight are currently suffering from. Rip Hummingbird.
So he was
Hey,
saying that
the
in
hummingbird
line.
survived. Okay, I did not kill the hummingbird.
It's Vanna Rose.
Claim donated
VAANNAROSEE.
$30. Of girls, don't forget to call your splendor daddies.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, we got to do the bow video. And then guys, get some chats in if you want. We're probably going to get this wrapped up in about 10-15 minutes.
Can we do man versus bear? I'm just curious if
I
anyone's
mean,
answers.
there's only one bear, and it's Chloe.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, I don't know. Feels like kind of.
I'm going with the bear.
She's like, I can fight it off. Don't play with her. She said, with the boom. She's like,
she'd be like, out.
she's like, I'm just slapping
these
around a
should
little
get
bit.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Chloe. Tell us something true. Tell us something true.
I don't have a BBL.
I love that answer.
Well done, darling. Well
I don't
done.
know. Your Instagram, I don't know if you're doing like filters on that or something, but how is there a way to chat? Is there a way to tell?
Brian's been checking your Instagram, baby girl.
Right?
Oh my God.
What? Did I do something?
What happened? What happened?
Did I get it? Okay.
Sorry.
Here, can you
My leg was like,
can you just
yeah, but it keeps sticking to the chair and it's like hurting my thighs. I'm so sorry.
scoot into the table? Just scoot into the table, please.
My apologies. I apologize.
Calm down. Okay, you know what? You thought you were gonna make it through the show. This girl here, bro. I'm always dealing with some bullshit before the show. There's always some fucking diva. I've never encountered this though, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Bro, this girl was recording a voice note. What was that about? Be honest. What, are you a fucking opposition?
No, of course
She's
I'm not. Don't be ridiculous.
My girl Felicity here saw that shit. She's like my fucking little spy and shit. You were doing a voice. I don't know why though. I don't know why, but you were doing a voice recording, like surreptitiously recording audio before the show.
I just wanted to prove to my friends when I got out that I was on the show. That's all.
Bro, we're live. We're live, so your explanation doesn't make sense.
All right. Sorry.
I know, but explain that shit to me.
I just explained it to you, Brian. Okay.
You wanted your friends to know you were on the show,
I
which
didn't
is
actually know that it was live.
But it would be uploaded.
I just all I've ever seen of it is like when reels come up on like
Didn't
Facebook.
you say you were a big fan of the show like 20 minutes ago?
Because I see it comes up on my Instagram like reels and stuff.
Comes up on my Instagram.
Okay, you can take this out of my accent as much as you want, but you know
We
that's
all
not
were
really a
sent-
good comeback.
We were all sent a link.
Sorry, I snitched on you. Had to do it.
Your phone has enough data to voice record
I wasn't going
7
to voice
hours?
record the whole thing. I just wanted to like voice record like for 1 second so to send it to my friend.
Why would you? That's
oh God, just let it go.
So weird.
Let it go.
I think you want me to let it go because there's
for the UK.
There's something else.
You think that I'm like what, some kind of like FBI agent?
Yes, I think you're an FBI agent.
Okay, well,
I think you're.
I
an
take
op.
that as a compliment. So
In England, FBI.
I think you're an op. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? So, bro, she's got her voice recording thing on her phone. Why would you be surreptitiously audio recording like the behind the scenes conversation? I don't buy it, dude. I don't buy that you were wanting to show. Who shows? Wouldn't you take a photo? Wouldn't you take a video? Why would you do a surreptitious voice recording? Even Anya's shaking her head. She's
Is
like,
California a one-party consent state or two-party consent state?
it's one.
Because all of our voices were on there.
It's two-party, but it relates to where there's an expectation of privacy.
Yeah, you're not allowed to record unless you're being like, I'm recording this right now and I need everyone to be aware of it.
That's something
That's
else,
the only way, right? Oh.
But it
know,
is
that's
pretty
what I
sus.
heard.
I've never encountered that. Maybe somebody else has done it and I didn't know, but that's weird.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure like on phone calls, right? Like if you're on a phone call and you screen record it and like you have to tell people.
That doesn't matter.
Okay.
Why were you surreptitiously
I've just
recording?
answered your question now 3
I don't
times.
believe you though.
Okay.
And you seem to be getting very defensive.
But I'm just bored of being asked the same question over and over and over again.
Well, I'm
to be
kind of bored
honest.
of you not giving like a answer that I'm
It's because I
deeming
wanted to
suitable.
I just literally just wanted to send a voice note to my friend because it's an interesting thing to be on a podcast like this. That is the answer. If you don't believe me,
but
that's fine.
The thought that crosses my mind is like
What do you think then? Oh, I was up to. Exactly.
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. I have told you, darling, and you
Darling?
don't seem to be able to.
You seem to be
understand.
getting very defensive about
Because
this.
you're
but-
going on and on and on and on,
no,
and it's
no,
just
no, no,
getting
no, no, no.
boring now.
So-
babe.
She's embarrassed.
But the thing that like most people when it comes to posting stories, or sorry, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Most people, if they're trying to show their friends that they're somewhere, and we mentioned this in our pre-show notes, take a story when you're take a selfie photo, take a video. Oh look, here's the studio. Surreptitiously recording audio is a bit peculiar. Like you're gonna send.
But like-
here's the behind the scenes.
Shut
Oh my
up.
God! Here's what it is. The BBC sent her, bro. They're doing a fucking.
That's it. You got me.
You're doing a piece on
It's
her.
me and David Attenborough.
They're doing the BBC, as woke as they are, is doing a little.
Wait, what is BBC?
hit British Broadcasting Company.
He got me.
Company,
Oh, so
channel,
not that
I don't know.
BBC.
Yeah. No.
Obviously, I'm just joking.
I'm just saying, it's kind of weird.
Okay.
Like I don't know, man.
All right.
You're a fucking liar! You're a fucking liar!
That's nice. Okay.
I don't know. Did you? I don't even. She said she deleted it, but I don't know if she.
Oh my God.
There's a recently deleted too, right?
Yeah, there is recently. She's gonna.
But for
recuperate
voice
that
notes,
shit.
is there?
Yeah.
She's gonna
But it
recuperate.
wasn't for that long, I don't think.
Was it a voice
Well, we
recording
cut that
or
shit
was
early,
it like
otherwise
a
she would've
camera
had all that
recording?
shit.
Yeah, the second I saw
Who you
that.
work for, huh? Who you work
The
for?
government.
James Bond.
Ooh, where he at? I'm kidding.
See, that's why I was upset with her during the show. I mean, to be fair, she was like doing sidebars and shit. But it started off on a bad foot to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have an op in my studio. That's what I'm dealing with fucking before the show. This girl's a fucking op.
CIA,
Chloe's an op too.
FBI.
I thought she was.
She got a spy cam. in
Dressed
her
very
fucking
nicely
cleavage.
for it.
I saw her put that shit in. She tucked it in. She's got a little mini spy cam down
like,
there.
I seen you with the bird. She's like, I seen the bird.
Yeah, sure. Let's play the bow video.
Bow, bow.
$30 TTS, guys. Get them in. There's a lot of love for Chloe in the chat. Okay, hide that temporarily. No, just yeah. All right, this is a video I took of my definitely ex-girlfriend. Definitely a video that I took.
He lied about this last time.
Has she given you permission to
Chloe.
show this, your ex-girlfriend? Oh, it's a joke.
You wish that was your ex-girlfriend.
You're just so funny, Chloe. Oh my gosh. Chloe, we are BFFs.
I wish I was best friends with you.
Oh my god, me too.
Really?
Can we go shopping together?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's.
I'm so curious. Is this your real personality or is this like a front?
Oh shit, Chloe, are you gonna let her talk to you like that, Chloe?
No,
Chloe,
just
are you
in
gonna?
general, like the way you talk and the way you act. Is this how you really are, or is this like a front?
She's calling you a fake, Chloe. Are you gonna let? Are you gonna
I
let
think
Pearl?
that's how she really
For
is.
like 8 hours. I'm pretty like myself.
You know what's
No,
crazy?
just in general,
Last
the way
time,
you talk. I just want to know if it's like.
She was saying
last
that her
time
dad
after the
has.
show, me and Chloe were talking. It's all, guys, it's all Knack. She came up to me and she's like, Brian, it was really good to meet you.
Not how high
Her voice was
is.
deep as
No,
fuck.
not her voice. Just her like demeanor and like the way she is and how you space
She's just a
out.
cutesy. She's a cutesy little girl.
Even if it's fake, she would never admit that.
Chloe, are you gonna let her talk to you like that?
I just want to know if it's genuine or not.
Chloe,
No,
you got
don't-
some
I think it's genuine.
That I mean, I
That
do
her
social
dad.
media. Like, I do social media. I mean, like, I definitely can put on like more entertaining voice and like, you know, more like anime. But
Wait, do it.
She already
Do
did
it.
it.
I literally want to die.
Do it.
That was like, I cannot watch that again. Like, later,
Anya,
I'm
are you gonna
just
do it?
die.
What?
I don't know, the uwu shit.
That's reserved.
Oh, wait. Whatever.
I don't think I've ever posted an uwu.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
SFW.
You do the
A
on your
higo?
Twitter. You do the a higo or whatever.
Pretty often, yeah.
All right, one more time, Chloe, for the books, for the record books.
You said 10 minutes. 10
Wait,
minutes.
she's gonna do it.
She doing the little finger thing.
Ew. No, Brian, please no.
Fucking disgusting.
What the?
Oh my gosh.
I heard that too. I heard that in her throat. Did you hear that shit? That was like some fucking sinus.
I'm like,
deep in the
I've
sinuses.
had like a cough for like a month, and then it's finally just
Oh,
that now.
shit.
That's what I'm left with. That's this residue.
Watch out, Crystal and Annabelle.
No, this was like literally was a whole month. I don't know if anyone else had to deal with that, but
You
my
donated $30.
Oh.
At least Chloe is open about being an thought. Felicity is
Look
such
at
a
her.
thirsty undercover ultra strumpet. I am so sick of seeing her.
Did you guys like the hat? Turn. You
Yeah,
guys
it's
like the
really
hat?
cute.
Look, it's a cool hat.
How can you hate her? She hasn't said anything.
Undercover? Tell me more.
All right. We have Zach here. The panel question: if a man not serial killer looking, i.e., you know what mean, would you rather be approached in person to buy? Please put this through like Chat GPT or spell check before, or do you prefer getting hit up on social media?
In
Okay.
person.
Would you rather be approached in person or hit up on social media?
Like by a guy that I would like.
Just show of hands.
I would rather be approached by person in person.
Love, it's almost over. I promise. Oh, okay, go.
I feel like I would rather be approached in person because I feel like
Okay, lovely.
I feel like I'd rather be approached in person because I feel like on like social media,
She's
like
going
you can
to the
just be like in everybody's DMs, but like to see someone and go up to them and approach them, like I feel like that's a little bit more personal. As for like someone could literally be DMing like 8 girls at the same time, like it's the same message, and I would literally never know.
Word. Hasty George.
Hasty George donated $30.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate
It is a
super chat.
fact that many women in first world countries are now predators.
Oh.
Unfortunately, many young men will not realize this until it is too late, and they get ripped off in divorce court.
Interesting.
Financial predators.
Predators,
100%.
man. They're predators. It's crazy.
We're like
It's
in
crazy,
Jurassic Park.
Shit. Don't get married. Don't get married, gentlemen. Don't do it.
Bird Destroyer donated $30. That's
true.
BTW birds aren't real, Chloe. That's why COVID was invented.
I already
Brian is
feel-
doing the Lord's work.
My
What?
stomach's actually kind of
Fiber.
bugging me. I might already have the bird flu or something.
Birds are real is a crazy comment. Like, what type of drugs?
Power lines are just charging stations.
Then you have
Oh,
to be
here
on
we go.
some sort of drugs to think that birds aren't real.
Work bloke donated $30. Anya has the physiognomy of a sophisticated person. She's relatively articulate and has the look of a well-put-together girl who's had misfortune. Also, this is me paying the simp tax, so DM me the @smile.
Okay, thank you, woke bloke. Appreciate it. We have Klain. Translate this.
Klain donated $30. Do oppresso liber. Translate.
It's for you. It's Latin.
Oh, sorry. Liber is so to like probably means to oppress someone who's like a scholar, like a reader. I mean, it's been now 14 years since I was at university, and I've forgotten quite a lot.
We have.
Oh wait,
Hasty
liberate
George.
liber
Hasty
might be
George
drinker.
donated $30.
Might mean
Chair
drink.
3 is acting very guilty right now. You can tell that she did something wrong, and she knows it, but like many modern women, she will never admit to being wrong or accepting responsibility, LOL.
So when I confronted her about it before the show, I did confront her. I was like, walked up to her point blank. Why are you recording on your recording audio on your phone? If it was totally innocent, bro, your hands were shaking.
Yeah, because I was nervous.
You just got confronted.
Babe,
You got confronted.
I was walking into a podcast. Like that's quite a nerve-wracking thing.
Okay, I'll be charitable, sure.
And you are quite an intimidating person, to be honest,
Really?
Brian. Yeah, you really
This
are.
guy.
Yeah,
This
just
guy
a
is
little bit.
intimidating?
You are.
I don't have any tattoos.
I feel like you're
You
pretty
have some
intimidating.
intimidating is in your intimidating is in your
You're not
personality.
chubby. I feel like chubby's like.
I'm definitely a little chubby.
Is that why you wear the sweatshirt?
Intimidating isn't just a big, strong person with tattoos
pale?
and like a grill. Intimidating can be the way that someone speaks to you and their tone.
Pale, kind of chubby.
You're just
tattoo-less
once
guys.
again. You're
It's very hard to be intimidating.
I feel like I'm a more.
Very hard.
Aura.
I feel like I'm more
You
attracted.
have aura.
I have
Aura.
You know, I was sitting in the car with my manager, and we saw you like walking outside, and he was like, "Oh my God, like, is that Brian Atlas?" Or actually,
It's okay.
I feel like I'm more attracted to like dad bods. Like I don't know if you're like I don't like want a super butt
Wait, is that
person.
I'm not-
is that the guy who runs the?
no, he's
okay.
just my like.
Oh, your manager.
Like little manager,
Wow.
yeah. But he was then he saw you. He was like, "You have aura." Like
It's over here,
online, and then he was like, "Yeah, your aura dropped like 20 points
Oh.
when he saw you outside."
Damn, what the fuck?
Oh no. That's me.
He was like, he never saw you like standing up before. That's why I was saying like maybe you didn't want to stand to like get the bird because of your aura.
The fuck? Damn, Chloe been kind of going at me all night.
No.
I've been so nice to Chloe tonight. I've been so nice to Chloe, but she's been coming at me. She's trying to get something. She's trying to, man.
She wants to see what's underneath
you
that
know what,
sweater.
I'm gonna once again. Can we maybe fix that? I don't know.
Here.
Fuck it. Doesn't even matter. Just leave it for now.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't fuck it up. God, you guys are gonna fuck that shit up.
No.
God damn.
It's gonna fall. No, it's fine.
All right. Our shit's all fucked up, guys. I'm getting new ones. Chloe, we need proof that you don't have a BBL.
How do you give proof?
I literally don't feel like I look like I have a BBL, but
We have to do a fit check.
I don't want to
What? Sorry,
stand
is that-
up. Like that's weird.
Is that too far?
Yeah.
Nah, it's not too far.
I think it is.
But I don't want to see that anyways. Ew.
Oh yeah.
You should get me connected to your
Is that right,
manager though,
Liz?
because he sounds like he has a thing for me.
he
Just
might.
kidding. Oh my god, I'm
But
being
you
really
lost,
weird.
like,
okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Shut up.
Jake donated.
My stomach hurts.
Chloe also lied about her age last episode and this episode.
What age did you say you were?
Last time I said I was 18, and I was 19.
Why did you just did it
Did
like
you just forget?
Wetty
Sometimes that happens to me.
_McBobby donated $30. Brian, if you would have put the seat down, I would have folded your laundry, hit the bow.
All right, let's do the bow video. Let's do the bow video. Okay.
I thought it was over in 15 minutes.
Wetty McWet
He's like
bottom.
fed you a whole
Yeah.
tomato.
Do you like tomatoes?
Sorry.
All right, go ahead. This is a video I definitely took of my ex-girlfriend.
I need to see.
Huge bow. Boom. Massive.
Is
So
this-
I expect when I get home after a long podcast that my girlfriend bows to me.
What does that mean?
She bows.
Is this?
Oh, she bowed. Okay, like this. I didn't understand what was going on.
She has my dinner ready. Oh my god, who the fucking whole
Is
tomatoes?
this real or a joke? I can't figure it out.
This is legit. This could be you.
Is she gonna feed him?
No, but she has my dinner ready. All right, get ready to play it. One more time, play it again.
Okay,
Check
that
this bow.
AI video.
Boom,
Okay, I
just
get
the
it
bow.
now.
Do you see the bow? Look at that depth. Well done. Good technique. And the hands should not be at the side. The hands have to be tucked, submissive, like that, holding like that, going around the table. Would you bow for your man?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Bow?
Yes.
If he, no, probably not.
If he deserved it.
If he did something like, amazing, like saved me from a burning fire, maybe.
I would say yes if he was doing everything like
I'd give him
right.
a hug and a kiss when I see him, but I don't know about bowing. That's a little bit extreme.
You wouldn't do it? What about for the perfect guy?
If it was something that he was like was really into, I mean, it's not going to hurt me to bow, is it?
So you would do it?
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
do it
Would
if
you
it
bow
meant.
for-
I would do it if it was like the right guy. Like why not? Like why not? If he wants me to bow, I'll be like whatever.
Okay. What about you?
I wouldn't say so.
You wouldn't do it?
I mean, if the perfect guy came and he wanted me to, I mean, I guess so.
You get that would be your level of enthusiasm for the perfect guy. I guess.
I mean, it's not something I would normally do, but I mean, I would if he wanted me to.
Oh, okay, so you would do it. What about you? Would you do it?
It just would have to depend on the scenario. And if he's the provider, he's out there working, he's out there providing, he comes back, I wouldn't mind doing that for him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what about you?
Yeah, if he's the provider, I feel like it would be very comical to do it, but I would definitely show my appreciation for
comical.
him. Yeah.
Oh, show. Felicity.
Why don't we ask
what do you
Felicity?
have to bow?
Maybe only for my husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
L Felicity.
Brian,
I
would you
trust
do
issues
it
now
for a
because of
woman
you.
who's the provider?
Because of me.
I got cheated on because of Brian.
What?
It's your fault.
What?
Are you two dating?
No.
No.
Oh.
Wait, why do you say that? Why the fuck? Why do you say that shit like that?
I'm not like
Just
repulsed by
wondering,
you.
I was
It's
just-
just like what
Bro,
the
have you?
fuck?
She
Did you
goons.
see the way she went? No.
When she sees my
Oh my
young
God,
Brian,
she
pull up
was,
young
like,
Brian.
horrified.
Bro, Felicity
Did you just
starts
want a
gooning.
reason to pull up young
no,
Brian?
you wanted a reason to pull up young Brian. She goons over young Brian. This gooner over here.
Okay.
Goonette.
So hot.
Baddie.
Such a gooner.
No.
Pull up the Instagram, the young Brian
Who's the girl?
Instagram.
It's
Pull that
just-
shit up.
That's me.
You still have that's you? No kidding.
No, that's definitely not Felicity. That shit was from a minute ago. Okay, pull it up. While she's pulling that up, we have Woke Bloke. Oh, okay, he wants your
Woke Bloke
Instagram,
donated
I think.
$30. I'm serious, Brian. Do you think I'm fucking around, mate? That was great bait for some extra change, eh?
All right, Anya, if you want to tell him your at, you can.
At the Anya, ANYA, and then my last name's kind of difficult. MATUSEVICH.
Beautiful. Okay, we have Claim here.
Klein donated $30.
Thank you, brother.
There isn't anything genuine about Chloe. She has everyone convinced how useless she is. To oppress all Iber is free the oppressed. SF motto. Pretty simple translation.
Oh, that's
That's
not
mean.
nice. She's a sweetheart.
Okay.
We love you,
Oh,
Chloe.
pull up the Instagram really quick. Scroll to
Oh,
the
we're going
bottom.
back to this. He's
To
like,
the bottom.
whatever.
To the
Is this
bottom.
your Instagram?
This is my surfing photos and shit.
You
Damn.
surf?
Fucking
Okay.
Felicity over here, just such a gooner. Fucking
I can't help it.
I looked at her most recent on her Instagram, and it's just all my Instagram
I
accounts.
can't help myself.
It's crazy.
I'm
That's just
sorry.
crazy.
I mean, I get it. No.
Okay, relax.
I
Pump
get
the
it.
brakes. Okay.
I'm with her.
Why
take the sweater off.
How did I make your boyfriend dump you though?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. All right.
Banter.
Good.
Take the sweater off.
Good. Okay.
You want a fit check? We needed your fit check.
Come
on, fit check, Brian.
This is for you.
In vino veritas.
I
Try
think the
that
London
one.
wanker maybe a lie about her
Right,
Latin degree in Vina. Yeah, well, like at the time I was at university, my mum died, and I think a trauma like really, really fucked with my brain. So I have a lot of gaps of memory, and unfortunately, a lot of that's my fucking Latin degree. So, well, it's pointless anyway, wasn't
some
it?
of the body count too. Like there's gaps in the body count too, right?
Whatever you want to say, Brian. Go for it.
That's hilarious.
Let's fucking do some math.
That's
quick.
nice. That was very, very compassionate of you, wasn't it?
Okay, fucking BBC undercover reporter, fucking.
Okay, guy who said that this would be over in 10 minutes and now 20 minutes has passed.
Oh, you got me. I was incorrect about how long this would take. Okay, we have another chat here. It's all love. Love. It's all good, mate. You and me.
He did that pretty well.
It's all good, love.
You would fold me.
Okay, governor.
I want to point out that my last girlfriend of 3 years did my dishes at my place the same day we finished our first date.
It's okay.
Why is a simple bow so bad on a first date or after?
Oh, on the first day is crazy though.
I think it's a sign of respect, right?
It's a sign of respect.
Yeah,
and
different cultures. And if I just
you don't know what his attentions are with you,
like the first date is a little crazy.
Yeah, no.
All right, final call, guys. Final call. Get a chat in. We're gonna get this wrapped up. Final call. $30 TTS. Any final thoughts from any panelists here?
Opening the door.
No.
No. Felicity's ready to go. Felicity's ready to go. Okay.
Is the real question is he opening the door? Because if he's opening the door, maybe I might bow. But we don't know.
I'll bow to anyone to get me out of this podcast.
I think if we want dating culture.
Something.
Okay, guys, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, 100% of your contribution goes towards us. Thomas, thank for the Cash App. Hannah, thank for the 5. Richard, thank for the 2. And guys, if you enjoyed the stream, like the video, please. Guys, we have a debate scheduled for Saturday and then just our dating talk on Sunday. So like the video, guys. Twitch.tv, pull up our Twitch. Guys, I haven't even pulled it up. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, oh my goodness. 48 minutes since we last got a Prime sub. Boys, I think it's bugged. There's 1,200 people watching. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Support the show, guys. Support the show. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Also, join our Discord. Pull up the Discord really quick, Mary. Discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes of all my hate mail. Guys, I've been getting an influx of hate mail these past couple days.
When do I?
Pull up. It's probably because we've got opposition like you, just talking shit. All right, pull up the wall of whatever. Wall of whatever.
I thought we were going.
Oh my God, I thought we were.
I'm starving.
Pull up the meme. Pull up the gore. Look at that. Oh my God, hilarious. Love it.
No, they didn't.
All right, X out of that. Play full screen Felicity. Felicity gave me some flack, so we're watching her get arrested.
This is you?
Yeah.
Wait, how did you?
Yeah.
How did you get arrested?
Our very own Taylor Drift. Play.
You look hot getting arrested, though.
Ventura County driving an Infiniti G37, or as police are now alleging, a deadly weapon, was chased by cops at over 100 miles per hour after also crashing into cops, before being taken into custody by cops in a dead end after she took a wrong turn. In a pursuit that ironically started as a...
That's what Felicity did.
CHP officers were notified of a...
No, it's...
Wait, let me hear it. I want to hear it.
Just before 9 p.m. Saturday. The driver at the wheel is alleged to be Felicity Hughes of Camarillo. She eventually exited the freeway and went towards Auto Drive Mall before she turned down a dead-end road onto a private lot.
Wait, so what happened?
She turned and hit the gas before striking a patrol vehicle.
Damn, you fucked that cop
It's kind
car
of really
up.
low. I can't really hear it.
I know, it's crazy. Anyways, you can
at least I'm not.
Wait, so
Turned the wrong way. You turned the wrong way and
is that what
accidentally
happened?
hit a cop?
Look.
Oh, I sent you the dash cam footage.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
At least I'm not the villain.
Do you mind if I ask you, like, what? So did you turn down? I couldn't really hear the.
Oh, so
what was going
anyways.
Workbloke donated $30. Guys, should I make my Nintendo username douchebag Chadorlong Shong John?
You should make it Osama bin Ballin. How about that? I don't know.
Hungry.
Aw.
Base Thor donated $30. This the problem with some of you college-educated women. You think you got it all figured out, yet you're here making moves and decisions you ain't qualified to make about men you think you can get.
Base Thor. Well put, Base Thor. I love that. Thank you, Base Thor. Okay. Big labia matter. Okay. If you want, if you can try to sneak one in, you can. $30 TTS. Guys, like the video if you enjoyed the stream. I'd like to end the show with a call to action. We have 4 women at this table that are involved in OnlyFans. By seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to do a call to action, would you, and you, and you, and you, consider stopping sex work entirely tonight, right now, on the Whatever podcast.
Wait, what is the question?
Oh.
What do you consider stopping OF?
Right
Take
now?
the makeup off super quick, then we can wrap the show.
What do you consider it?
Well, I mean, I would
Makeup.
consider it if I
Chloe,
was like,
makeup wipe.
I mean, like I've never like.
Just
I
yes
don't
or
know.
no? Oh,
I would
what
just
do you-
say no, not right now.
Take the makeup off, everybody. This is our
Okay.
final segment. Then we're wrapping.
I'm going out for dinner after this. I don't want to take off my makeup.
Oh, you have a you have a little rendezvous. You've got a rendezvous with a.
Do you have like a mirror
With
to
a-
use or something?
I've got the.
I can't
this.
see that far.
Are these oil?
You.
Can I go?
You're gonna go for shag. You're gonna go for shag. Sorry,
I know. Are they oil free? Is the real question. Because no, they're not.
She's got dinner with.
They're not oil-free.
With a
Okay.
strapping American lad.
Just don't put it on your
She's got-
lashes.
If you do work for the BBC, I apologize for everything I said to you. Just kidding.
Ooh, that's got a strong smell. Whatever those are.
Oh shit.
Can I like look in the mirror or something? I can't like do this.
Chloe, did you just fart? Hey, Chloe.
I'm gonna go so I can look at what I'm doing because I can't do this.
What happened?
Start getting like towels or something for their laps.
Anyways. Wait, did you take it off?
No, I don't have anything on for me to take off.
Wait, what? Did you? Who's that? Who
That's hers.
Oh, do you want to take some off?
No, I don't.
What? Why not?
It's gonna take forever.
It's
I
not
already
gonna-
put it on.
Eyelashes? Like I can't.
Okay, I'm putting it on
None of them look that different,
Don't
really.
change.
They're all really pretty.
I think it's.
You look the same.
Yeah, it's honestly I don't wear that much makeup.
What do you consider stopping sex work, Anya, tonight?
You
right
usually attach an incentive to that, but no.
now? You will be background character number 2. I'll give you a job. You can come out here.
That's not what I mean. You're always like, I feel like sometimes you're like, oh,
Look
for
at how
$1
much
billion
you
would you do it?
No, I have multiple.
Probably not.
Okay. Chloe, will you stop sex work tonight?
I totally would for like the right guy. Like if he like swoops me up tonight, I would stop it right now. But if not, then sadly no.
Would you stop sex work tonight?
I agree with Chloe. If there was somebody that was able to like provide for me the exact way like that I needed, or then I would.
Okay.
But for right now, I'm like I don't think so. It's not really.
Nope.
All right, I tried. It was worth an effort. I tried my best. I put, whatever. All right, GG.
Well played.
To the panel, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We could not do this without you. We're oftentimes demonetized on YouTube. A lot of our videos get demonetized. Almost never do any sponsorships, so we are viewer supported. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM at whatever on Instagram. We'll be live again Saturday with a debate, Sunday with another dating talk. Let me just double check, make sure no chats came through. One sec, hold on. And then be sure, Lizzie, I don't know, it's not going to let me do it, but Lizzie, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. We have 2 chats.
Pasty George donated $30. I love rewatching the episode where Andrew Wilson gave Priscilla with the lisp a taste of her own medicine. Ja sånt fucking stapad and ja shald gata fu kata hair. I laugh every time LMFAO.
That was great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hughes donated $30. Taylor Drift is such a dangerous driver that her body grew natural chest airbags for when she crashes.
This is true.
It is true. Velocity, thank you.
Donated $30. I want to thank all the panelists for attending the podcast and Brian for hosting.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That's nice.
What does Pasty George do? He's always donating. I'm so curious.
He does a lot.
He as a First Nations Canadian, he owns multiple casinos.
Oh wow. Are you trolling or are you being serious?
I think he was being
I
sincere.
think that's pretty accurate.
That's right. Go Pasty.
Go Pasty, W Pasty. Thank you for your casino patronage. Appreciate it. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Let me just double check everything, make sure we're all good here. All right, mate. Well done. All right, we're going for proper. Okay, so. Sorry. All right, 07's in the chat, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. We'll see you guys next week. Good night, guys.
Thank you.